as being, on top, because when he's dead, it doesn't matter. But at the same time, he recognizes that the people of Belarus, though, don't want Lukashenko to accept any sort of vassal position. So he's really in a between a rock and a hard place. So this is why you see him doing things like trying to reach out to other people, say in Central Asia and different places, because trying to make alternative types of alliances because of that concern. Because in the short term, he won't survive, because the people of Belarus will run him out of town, on a rail, in the nicest possible way, if they see more evidence of something like that. So that's just something to kind of think of too. He's really in between a rock and a hard place at this point.
I hope the rock and the hard place come together with great force. But there's a very specific story about the Belarusian army. So when the army basically balked at orders to join the initial Russian invasion, someone got the bright idea to make them clean up and repair destroyed and damaged Russian tanks and AFVs at depots in Belarus. And there is a intercepted phone call of one of the Belarusian soldiers doing that, and the rotting blood and body parts in said AFVs were so awful that he was begging his family to send him anti-nausea medication. Now, while this might have been quite effective as a punishment, anybody who thought it was going to make the Belarusians more eager to get in this war was not thinking about it correctly, because they have gotten a nice look at what happens when old Soviet IFVs meet NATO missiles, and they didn't like it very much.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that, I'm not sure who came up with that bright idea. I mean, obviously somebody has to do it. Um, and Belarus was the place to, to retool those things. But at the same time, it definitely did act as a deterrent. So yeah, you're right.
But I thought that specific story was worth telling. Thank you very much, and don't harass yourself about about your dissertation. You got the degree. That's all your dissertation has to do. You can be brilliant later,
Right.
like regular meals.
Right. Thanks so much. All right. So Heat or Heather, I'm sorry. So you didn't fully load for me. Heather, thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, Nikki, or Dr. Nick. I have more a statement than a question. I'm a little older than probably most of you guys. In the early 80s, I was a young nurse living in the city, and I remember watching a news show on Russia. Now, this is Russia before it fell apart, or I'm sorry, the Soviet Union before it fell apart. And they were interviewing a typical family in Moscow and looking at their kitchen. Their kitchen looked like it was, made in the late 40s, early 50s. And this was in the 80s. I don't understand how Lukashenko and Putin and anybody else that shoot. Did you just miss a whole lot of what I said?
No, I heard everything what you said.
Okay. I don't understand how Putin, who is older than I am, can look at those old days and think that that anybody would want to go back to those old days. How is living in a 1950s kitchen in Moscow great? It isn't. We know that they steal washing machines and toilets, probably outside of Moscow. Maybe they don't have those wonderful things. And this is the part I don't understand, Dr. Nick, and I will never understand. Why do they think that they want to go back to those days? It was not the good old days. It was Soviet Union, but it was not the good old days. Thanks.
I'll just say real quick, and then I'm sure Joanna wants to add to that. But to be clear, we're looking at two like sort of tiers here, right? So first, from Putin, since you mentioned him, he definitely is not looking for a return to the Soviet Union as far as a state socialist slash communist type regime. You know, he's a crony capitalist, right? Kleptocrat. You know, no interest into returning to anything like that. um where the separation is, and yes, I mean, look, Moscow is a very modern city. People there do have modern amenities and all of that. And those kitchens that you were talking about were like Hrushevskis, right? These sort of apartment buildings that were built in, yes, the 50s under Nikita Khrushchev, right? And that was in order to fulfill a housing shortage, because when the October Revolution occurred, right, they started giving people houses more in the cities and stuff, but there weren't any, and so that people were living communal not communal farms, but communal apartments, etc. And the housing crisis was never really dealt with. Multiple people living to one room, one building, whatever. And so Khrushchev was supposed to deal with that by coming up with these Hrushevskis, right? These little sort of temporary. They were supposed to be temporary, and the shelf life of those things were only 20 years, and they lasted well beyond that, right? So you're right. From that perspective, a lot of people, were living in those types of places in the modern time, even in Moscow, etc. Those are finally coming down in Russia, much to many people's anger, because when the fall of the Soviet Union happened, they were given private, vouchers for those properties, because of course, understanding that under the Soviet system, that even if you were assigned an apartment in one of these places, it really wasn't yours. The state had the opportunity to rescind it at any time. But once the transition occurred, they were all given private vouchers for these properties, and so now they were suddenly theirs, like really and truly theirs. And so this is one reason why people were holding on to them, because to try to buy someplace now in Moscow, or anywhere in the sort of metropolitan area, or St. Petersburg or Ekaterinburg or wherever else, right, would have been astronomically expensive. So you have to sort of like rearrange your thinking and put it through that lens. There's vast income inequality in Russia, vast unemployment, and homelessness, or people that are employed aren't being paid levels that you might see in the West or anywhere near it. And so healthcare is also difficult and expensive, etc. So some people, not everybody, not the majority of people, but some people do look at that period as well, at least, we didn't have to worry about being homeless. At least we didn't have to worry about, if I got sick, could I go to a doctor? At least I didn't have to worry about a paycheck or whatever, like there was some level of stability. And really, that's the majority of what it is for the majority of people who have some sort of sense of nostalgia for that time period. But if you wanna add to that in any way, please feel free. Or if you have something else, then we'll go to next.
Oh, your answer was absolutely perfect. I just wanted to add a little side note to this. Yes, Russia and Belarus are some decades have some decades of being late to to I don't know, to the present, in a sense. Sorry for my um, struggling to find words. Um, for example, it took Spain about 3 decades to get back on track after Franco. It took Romania and Bulgaria about 3 decades. For Poland, it went quicker, or for Czech Republic or Slovenia, because they were closer to the West. Yes, indeed, in Russia there is a problem with the um, being in the present, in a sense. And so for example, Germany was dependent on Russian gas. It was a dependency more like an addiction. But in the same time, Russia was dependent also w- on one hand to the markets in Europe, but on the other hand, and this is more important, on the technology. And now with this war, we can see the big gap between the West and Russia, because they do not have access to this technology that they used it, and there will be trouble ahead. And um, sorry, I got distracted. Um, well, I'll rest here and maybe come again later. Just a moment. Thank you.
No, that was great, Joanna. Thanks so much. And never apologize for struggling for words, especially. I mean, you have taken the effort to learn English, and that really significantly helps, those here who, don't speak Romanian, etc. And so, we very much appreciate, that.
Thank you. You are so kind. In fact, I work all the day in French, and when I want to speak in English, all the words come in French. So that's my problem.
Yeah, no, I totally get it. Especially when you're doing one language all day long, and then you have to, like, your mind has to switch to another. Being multilingual is an incredible skill. So thank you for being here. Heather, do you want? Sorry,
Possibly.
I meant to go to. Did you have a follow up to that, Heather, or?
Uh, uh, just a very brief one, and that was that I had a friend in the 70s who moved back from Moscow. He was he was a Canadian, but he lived in Moscow, and I was absolutely fascinated by it, by his, he loved it. The only thing, but here is how he boiled it down. And I apologize for my roosters crowing in the background. Um, Nova Scotia in the country. um, he said that communism was perfect. The only thing that wasn't perfect was the fact that people are not perfect. People are greedy, and people won't play by the rules. So, not every animal is equal as in Animal Farm. And I'm not being very erudite. Trying to outtalk my geese and chickens. So, but I never forgot that that he thought that communism in its essence was perfect, but it because we are so corrupt as humans, we could not keep that. And interestingly enough, he moved back to Canada, so we're not communists. Anyways, that's all.
Right.
It was just I never forgot that.
Right. Yeah, that's an interesting take. And there are definitely people who see that but come also to a same conclusion. Of course, there's others who would vehemently disagree, but regardless, I think that both sides would agree on one thing, is that it's just not possible given human nature, because too many people are greedy and all of that kind of stuff. And we've seen some of that play out in the real world. So Nick, go ahead.
No, I just popped up as one Dr. Nick to another to say, don't worry too much about your thesis. In Finland, it is a tradition, once you have passed your viva, to guard into the garden and set fire to your thesis, preferably the only copy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I wish I had known that. I would have completely set mine ablaze. You know what? And it's never too late. Maybe I'll still do it. maybe when I submit the updated version for review, I'll definitely do it then too. But that's fabulous.
It's funny. I'm actually quite moderately proud of mine still, and of course when I got it home, I opened the thing from the printers, and the first thing I found was for some reason I'd submitted an out-of-date version of an image, so it's forever spoiled. It has typos in it. But in the Netherlands, they give you your thesis is actually kind of like a book, and you get 50 copies printed and give to your friends. And I even got given a little aluminium kind of memento of the cover, which hangs above my desk. So we all have a different relationship with our theses, but mine was less of an ordeal than most people. But I do sympathise, and yeah, that from what I've heard from other people whose thesis is kind of really, you get to the end of it and you never want to see it again. And I think that will be rather cathartic to have your committee shake your hand you the diploma, and then walk out and solemnly watch you use it to power the sauna.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Here they just, of course, being the liberal democracy you are given 0 free copies, and you have to purchase it. And once I realized,
I had to pay for the whole thing. I had to pay for the whole thing.
Oh, you did? Oh, okay.
And I was there's a subsidy. There's a subsidy which varies, but fundamentally you're expected to get it printed. And I thought, how many copies do I need? I got 50, which was kind of like the minimum order, and I nearly ran out. And all these people you've never heard of, all these professors, I'd very much like to have a copy of your thesis. And you haven't graduated yet, so you don't blow them off. It's I'm glad I did it, but I'm one of the few people I know who actually doesn't shudder when they see the book.
Good for you, then. That's fabulous.
Also, I had the choice between being Doc Brown, who I look like from Back to the Future, and Dr. Nick, who I much more identified with. But every time I'm here and Dr. Nick gets called to speak, I sort of twitch. But I'll change my avatar one day.
Too. Well, every time somebody says Nick, I'm not 100% sure. Are they talking about me? And I have to look and see. Are you here?
Yeah. So actually, what I should have done, I should have got a Dr. Nick fella.
Oh yeah, that would have been great.
With the doctor from The Simpsons, I might make another donation and ask for that. I like my Freddie Mercury fella, but I guess there's no reason why we can't have more than one.
I have more than one, so yes, you can have more than one. All right. So Oscar, go ahead.
Yeah, hi again. Sorry to interrupt the fascinating discussion of thesis. This is sometimes really interesting to look into academia in other countries. But I'm going to speak about, ask the question maybe, about much less exciting thing. Associated Press released the investigation about Bucha, and they provided number of new details because there was not the first investigation, but there were new details into it. And I went to the comments, just to scroll, and I know that I live in this information bubble, and I have to be honest, no energy and no emotional resource to look out of it. I only read and focus and follow people who support Ukraine, and you guys, to which I'm endlessly grateful. But I realize that beyond this information bubble, the people who say that, at best, this is the most merciful comments, that Ukraine has to be neutral and negotiate and give up lands, and among those comments, there were like, why should we trust this investigation? Why should we believe that? Russia says it's all staged, and we saw their investigation. And I just wonder if there is a majority of, not majority, but a considerable number of people who believe it, who believe that the proven by now, it's not just words, it's not just Ukrainians being emotional and crying over their dead fellow citizens. It's a proven fact that indicates that at least the elements of genocide, because people are killed by their ethnical association, let's say, and this is one of many features. So are there many people who believe that it's all staged, that Ukrainians deserve that, or just they don't care enough? Because and we heard this guy just the other day, because some because the foreign policy of the United States and NATO overall wasn't fair towards other countries, and and etc., and many other arguments like that, or they just don't believe it's all true. And why should they? Because mainstream media tells them that this is the case, and if they say that, that must be fake because we were lied before. So could you please share your I'm
Yeah.
sure more diverse view on that?
Right. So, I can't give you a hard quantification. But what I can say is that, yes, it definitely does exist. A lot of the places where I'm seeing it come from are the extremes from the United States. Additionally, other places of the world, such as Africa, certain places in Africa and Latin America as well. And, I think that it stems back to, in some ways, starting from Latin America and Africa, but particularly Latin America, their relationship with the USSR, and their perceived assistance during, what some in those areas would refer to, American imperialism or Western imperialism. And from their perspective, Russia is the anti-imperial regime. And they, as such, have been very skeptical of things that happen in the West, including NATO involvement in various things, or U.S. involvement into various conflicts and situations. And so they perceive the West, some, not everybody there, obviously, but some people who who have those positive connotations with the USSR in relation to anti-imperialism. That's the position that they come from. They don't have any sort of understanding or education about Russia as really being a colonial and imperialist empire itself.
Nick,
Go
I'm,
ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I think Olga has raised her hand, and
Oh, okay.
maybe we misunderstood her question.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry, I was doing something else I didn't see.
No. You understood my question right, exactly right. I just wanted to add the comment, and you just started saying that, and I wanted to drop my hand
Go ahead.
down.
Go ahead.
I mean, yeah, I understand the roots where it comes from, the Russian money, and the enemy of my enemy is kind of my situational friend. But how? I mean, I'm not saying about people, just average crowd. Let's say. I even can see sometimes the comments from some so-called experts, tanky, whatever, who just super blind, not seeing that Russia is an actual empire, modern time empire, and that no matter what happened historically before that, retrospectively, this is the specific situation when one country is killing the citizens of the other country in this other country's land, not elsewhere.
Right.
And I know about Russian narratives in some African countries. What is, it's kind of cognitive dissonance here, because we know how much effort was placed into this mine sweeping the corridors to clear the way for the vessels that bring grain to these countries that really are facing the threat of, if not famine, maybe some just really bad food shortage. And the very same countries say this is Ukraine's fault. By the way, I saw one comment which really infuriated me, I would say, not even like upset or something. This guy who's the head of the food, he was here around April, and he's an American. He's a former governor, and the meeting was very productive. He met everyone, and the World Food Program has now the office in Odessa. And at some point, like in summer, he tweeted that maybe it was like a poor wording, but you know what you do. He said, because of Ukraine, this is like because of Ukraine, these countries won't get something, or just they will face some threat of famine or something like that. And everyone was like, what, because of Ukraine? You know that just
I
sweating over
remember that.
here. Yeah. And just endangering ourselves. At that point, nothing was clear. It was April. Okay, Moscow, I think, was taken away already, but the Snake Island was still occupied, and the situation was pretty tense by then. And even then, the decisions were, I guess, back then, the decisions were made to clear this corridor, this green corridor, because uh, uh, people would think it will take half a year to clear them when the grain deal talks started. And the grain deal was signed, and like in 2 weeks maybe, the first ship departed from Odessa, not from Odessa, from, or maybe from Odessa, I can't remember now. So yeah, we made a great effort, and then those who benefited from it suddenly say this, it is completely our fault, and that they do not believe to, and that we deserve that. I mean, who can deserve that? Even if you hate the states, even if you love Russia, who can deserve to be killed? I mean, it's kind of weird.
No, yeah, I mean that's it's completely, especially from your perspective. Really, I would argue from this perspective of humanity. But most especially you as a Ukrainian, it must be very demoralizing to see these kinds of statements. And really, I'd say from people like in America or in the West, who the kindest thing I can say is that they don't get it. The more nuanced thing I would say is that they probably were schooled in international relations at a time where everything was explained through rational choice theory and realpolitik and empires and all of this stuff, and their perception of Russia as being colonial just didn't exist. It was just that they're a great power, part of the multipolar, bipolar system under the under the Soviet Union, right, in the Cold War and all that stuff. And so they were never taught that way, especially if they have a focus on international relations, to really understand the nuances from a regional perspective. They look at bigger generalizable arguments for why the world is the way it is versus specific explanations that, looking at it through, say, a comparative politics lens, which looks at politics within nations, would really elucidate. So those of us who do study, these specific nations, specifically, are also just as baffled as you are. Ben, did you want to add to that, or you want to? I know Dave's got his hand up too.
Yeah, I've got a bit of a twist to a usual question to our friend Oscar. I'd like to know the mood in Odessa, but not now, not tomorrow, or the day after. I'd like to know the mood in Odessa in 2030. If you'd be so kind as to tell us what you think is going to happen in Odessa in 2030, that would be fantastic, and why it matters now.
Okay, yeah, thank you from switching from the heartbreaking topic to a much better one. Well, 2030, we all keep our fingers crossed. We know chances are not great, but still, Odessa made a bid to host Expo 2030. And this bid was made before the beginning of the war, in, I guess, like, no, it wasn't applied, but the discussion of that, the decision that was made at the end of last year. And then, of course, February, March, and early April, everything was suspended. However, then the inner resources, like, first of all, commitment and emotional, some resource was regained. And eventually the city completed and submitted the portfolio, which is 1,500 pages. Now Odessa is the candidate for hosting Expo. And the experts say, because there is also Rome as the participants, and the Riyadh and Busan, and someone else I forgot. So, and the experts say that Odessa and the Riyadh are the top candidates. And I've heard I was actually present for work at the press conference of the Department for International Affairs at this now military administration, but basically that's regional administration. And they say that Odessa and Riyadh are the top candidates, and that will be the choice, because the voting is in a year time. And before that, in the early next year, the mission from this exhibition committee is going to be in Odessa, and they will decide how potentially ready we could be, where this the chosen location, how much it fits, and of course the important issue, how infrastructure after Expo can be used, reused. And the plans, of course, are just wow, tremendous, huge. And that would be the choice between the geopolitical support of Ukraine and the chance to gain more investment, to gain for us, and to provide more investments to Ukraine at the stage while it is going to be rebuilt after the war, because we do hope that the war is going to be over by then. And but of course, the Emirates, the Emirates will. They do have enough money to complete any possible futuristic, super fancy, high-tech project in short time, and be ready long before the exhibition. And but the procedures, they actually protect the world from not having Expo, even if the situation in Ukraine is not safe enough to host Expo. And the runner-up, second place, then hosts the event. And well, if it happens, of course, that would be the fundamental, monumental, gigantic, huge event for the city in the first place, and so much will be done. But well, let's keep fingers crossed. In a year, we will know.
I'm voting for you, that's for sure. And
Thank you.
I'd like to submit a proposal for a motto to go along with it. It would be Odessa, with you, without them.
Fantastic. Yeah, I will. If I have a chance, I will communicate it.
Thank you so much, Oscar, for humoring me on this. And I love the fact that you and your community is looking forward so much.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So I think Dave, and then Ioana, and then Abdullah.
Yes, thank you. First comment that I think that everyone should, or anybody who gets a PhD should look back on their dissertation with some level of revulsion and embarrassment, because that's. I thought when everybody thinks when you're doing it at the time that this is great work, but then you learn how naive you were and that it actually was not that good. I think that shows progression in your career. I mean, like, and I got 25 copies and distributed them. I was at the University of New Mexico, and the university actually paid for that. The program did, and I knew everybody was going to read, because everybody's going to read it, and read the abstract in the first few pages and glaze over, because this was some very technical molecular biology, DNA sequencing stuff that not many people knew about at the time. But anyway, that's I actually have a question that I haven't heard anybody discussing about. And I've looked around and haven't found any real reporting on this, but I'm wondering what kind of levels of COVID infection the Ukrainians and Russians are seeing in their, and how that's affecting their readiness. If you have all the people dropping off sick for several days.
Well, I know that, especially in relation to Russia, that we know that there was significant cover-up, particularly early on in relation to COVID. There were Russian doctors who were trying to sort of sound the alarm and say that the state was, hiding the full extent of COVID infections and deaths. Early on in the pandemic, they were classifying many of, COVID infections as pneumonia. And therefore, the subsequent deaths that were coming out of that. So we know that though sometime into the summer, they finally started to admit that COVID had arrived. Many thousands of people had already died. The exact numbers are difficult to know for that reason, because they, covered it up. Not everything was reported, those kinds of things. But we know that there was a significant cover up early on. Additionally, there's questions, I believe, around the effectiveness of the Sputnik vaccine itself. So, all of those things definitely play into it when you have a situation where they already have a population crisis in Russia. So, they're highly skeptical of things like vaccines and, all of that, which is interesting because, they used to have such a more, focus on science. At least that was what they said, under the Soviet Union. But this sort of switch to a focus on religion and family values and all that kind of stuff allows these sorts of alternate narratives to come up, and sort of dominate the argument. And I know that in Ukraine there was some initially, but they worked more towards getting people vaccinated and stuff like that. Oscar, do you have any other things you might want to add to that?
Yes, I do. Well, no, basically, I don't have any statistics, but if Dave was asking about the current situation, then I can speak about Ukraine, and this is one thing. You cannot find any very much published statistics on COVID because nobody cares. The level of vaccination is not super high, but it's okay to avoid additional loading on the healthcare system. Otherwise, people don't even talk about COVID. If they do have it, I can see, even in my Twitter timeline, people say, "Oh, I got COVID. Okay, whatever. So I'll be fine," because we have, other problems that a little bit more dangerous and more significant and more unpredictable than COVID, which is now turned into like not a common cold. Yes, it has its features, but it's not as bad as it used to be last year. No idea about Russia, but I hope they get the worst variant of it that kills like in 2 days. But no, unfortunately not. Oh, and also, Dave, Russia says that it was the official version at the beginning of the war that actually Ukraine generated COVID. Just for your information. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember that there was something about like that it was another one of those, I think, bio lab conspiracy theories out of Ukraine, right? I think that they were saying that they were
Yeah,
trying to
because we started from biolabs, and then we had
right.
this gene modified birds, whatever birds we had. But now
Right.
you see, 8 months later, we moved from, because our science is so advanced, we moved from bio modified birds to now combat mosquitoes. I don't know
Yeah,
if you
instead
follow
of
the
those
story. Yeah. I mean, we don't sit idle here. We do things. The first geese, then mosquitoes. By the way, who knows what happened to our dirty bomb? Because I'm just not sure it's on the news anymore. Because we made this dirty bomb. What we're supposed to do with it now, according to Russian media, in their mind, we create a dirty bomb, and so are we going to maintain it now? What happens next? How we moved from dirty bomb to combat
they
mosquitoes?
don't. Right. Yeah. Well, look. Let's be real about Russian narratives, right? They
No,
don't
no.
really. They're
I'm
not.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I will interrupt you. People, very same people who laugh at. Okay, they understand that to combat mosquitoes is ridiculous. That this bio modified geese or whoever biolabs, it's pretty ridiculous. Ridiculous to believe that Ukraine gave COVID. But on the other hand, they find it totally legit that the events in Bucha were staged. These are the same people.
Right.
The narrative comes from the same source, and they kind of think, oh, if this must be true, but combat mosquitoes is not true. How do they do that?
Look. I think this is how all this happens, right? I mean, having lived inside the Russian ecosystem, I think what it is that these intelligence, bots and whoever, right? They make up all manner of story to appeal to different people, right? And so, they know that not everybody's going to buy the combat mosquito thing, but somebody might, right? So it's like they come up with these narratives and just throw them out there, kind of like throwing spaghetti on a wall to see which ones will stick, just to see, well, what is going to work, what's going to gain the most traction, etc. And that's what it is. It's like, so that's how you get lots of different people that will buy into the Russian narrative, because they may not buy into, the whole kit and caboodle, including, these conspiracies about birds and chickens and whatever, okay. But, yeah, they'll buy into that notion of either a dirty bomb or, maybe they think that Bucha or whatever was staged or something like that, or the people that don't necessarily believe that, but they'll believe, oh, well, maybe, there are these geese or there are biolabs or something like this, right? So that's what it is. I mean, that's kind of what you're seeing, and it's totally ridiculous, but, it's unfortunately effective because some people buy this crap, right? So that's what it is from my perspective. But yeah, so why don't we go to what was it? Was it Joanna Abdullah George? Sorry if I screwed that up.
Thank you. So do not forget about the bioengineered soldiers, because Russians cannot believe that Ukrainians can be so courageous and have such a good equipment. And about the dirty bomb, if Ukrainians would have a dirty bomb, next day it will be clean, because that's how Ukrainians are. But I wanted to address the serious subject that you raised, Olga, Oscar, about why you have seen these reactions on social media, and I'll try to talk about it because it's really very hard for me. A lot of emotion. First of all, it is a case of social media disparity. Those like us who support Ukraine and who know that everything we have seen there it's true, it's very difficult to push the like button. I cannot push the like button. I shared, but I cannot put my finger on the heart. And I cannot write a comment because this is beyond words. And those who write comments are either paid or put to do this by Russia, or do this by whatever reasons. But there is also this cognitive dissonance, the fact that they cannot admit that the Russians are doing such things. They cannot admit they are the bad ones. Months ago, I was in a space like this one, not this one, and a young Russian came, and he wanted to know about the war because he didn't have a VPN and he heard things, and he was with Russian narratives all the way. And we talked to him for about, I don't know, maybe 3 hours, and we explained and showed examples and everything. And at the end of it, he understood. It's a case when he understood. And we asked him how he feels, and he said, I feel like a loved one died, and I cannot admit it. So for them, admit that they are the bad ones, that they are doing such horrible, horrible things, I think it's beyond, and they choose anything but admitting this. So do not be upset about it, Olga. The majority of the free world is with you, and those few ones who are not with you don't matter. So don't think about it, don't read the comments. You have to know that we are with you.
That's a lovely sentiment. I just want to add that a very kind listener has suggested a book called Putin's Trolls by Jessica Aro that might help sort of bring some of this into finer focus. I know that that's additionally some research that I'm doing myself right now in relation to Russia's, this sort of hybrid cyber war. So, yeah, I mean, again, a lot of this is, just how that troll operation works, they have been doing this, like I mentioned earlier today, for 15 years, sort of preparing the emotional landscape of, Europe and America, and also simultaneously, basically the rest of the world by, putting out there Russia Today and the various, like Sputnik more recently, or relatively recently anyway, and other types of information and whatever through bots. And real people too, right, who are being paid to be trolls.
Hey, Dr. Nick.
And yeah, go ahead.
We had Dr. Arrow on here.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes, she was a guest here. It may be in our. It may be on one of our Spotify's by chance.
Oh, well then maybe if you go to our Spotify page or YouTube and look for her with MriyaReport, you might be able to find that. I was unaware. And so real quick, I would like to go to Kaliki. I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Would you mind, adding? Because I know that you have something to say on that.
Yeah, thank you. No problem. It's Gyllikki, but it's so difficult to say. So if you just try it, then I'm happy with that. I wanted to respond to Oscar because I thought somebody else might have said it earlier, but I just sounded so upset and distraught, and rightly so. I sent, because you don't have a direct message, but I just tagged it to something that your latest message, your latest tweet had to do with Christmas. I'm sorry, but anyway, it's the cover of a book by Jessica Aro, and she happens to be Finnish, which is my background as well. So I knew I had heard about her. She wrote, and she speaks Russian, and she was a journalist in Finland. And yes, she was on some months ago, as Daryl mentioned. Um, but we can't hear every single discussion for 24/7. She went to Russia. She was a journalist, and she got to know about these paid people who just put out lies. And she went to started confronting people. This is in the late 90s, 1990s. And and she also went to St. Petersburg and found out information that they have employed hundreds or maybe thousands of people. All they do is write lies. They make up accounts, and they just attach themselves to talk groups or whatever, and they just start producing lies. And anyway, so her reputation was totally ruined because they started talking about her. And she said it was so upsetting because in the late 90s, early 2000s, people didn't really we weren't really savvy about all these trolls. And she said her reputation was totally ruined to the point where her family and friends were already even believing things that these trolls were sending to the media. Anyway, so if you wanted to Google, or I'm not sure how you could get a free copy or anything about Jessica Aro, if you can find it on MriyaReport. She I think she did a 2-hour interview some months ago. I bought the book on Kindle so I could read it before it came out. But there was also information coming out even from 2016 where Hillary Clinton was saying that there were so many Russian trolls that were putting out information, false information, and people laughed at that, like, yeah, really, as if Russia's involved with the American elections. And there's been also proof from a lot of Chinese trolls too, and I'm sure other countries do it as well. That they put out information, but they put out information in Mandarin, so it's harder for Western countries to catch it. And they also twist around lies and put fear into Chinese Americans and Chinese Canadians and Chinese Europeans about what their adopted country is all about. So there's a lot of information that's just put out on purpose. These people don't believe what they're saying, they're just paid. So I just hope that that makes you feel a little bit better. Oscar, you were saying that you just can't believe that somebody doesn't believe Busha. It's not a real person. I mean, there are some people for sure who have bought into it, but they've read these things and they say, yeah, that could be true. And a lot of these conspiracy theories, I'll just finish up really fast, that have happened in the States with the far right, who have all these conspiracy theories fed to them, and they believe them about the vaccines and this and that and so on. So just wanted to say, dear Oscar, that these are not people who don't believe that Busha happened. These are people who have been paid to say that. I hope that helps a little bit.
Yeah, just real quick, that's one thing that really kind of is important to note, that these people are paid, and kind of like I mentioned earlier, that they just sit there and come up with just things that they think will work. Some of them are from intelligence, GRU. Some of them are just kids in various places that they're paying, right?
who are given directives as far as what to say, or how to come up with arguments or whatever. So it's not that they believe these things, they are getting paid to come up with these things. And I remember when I first really noticed this on any like big level was during the 2014 invasion, because you could set your clock to it, because they literally are on a clock and they work like banking hours basically. So it was kind of funny. You'd say, oh, it must be morning in Moscow, or somewhere in Eastern Europe, where these trolls are getting paid, because they're coming out in force now. You used to be able to set your watch to it basically. So and then they would stop when they got off the clock and went home and went to sleep or did whatever it is that they were doing. So that's just something to keep in mind. But also,
Hey,
I don't know if you want to reply to that, and then we'll go to George and Abdullah.
yeah. Just before you go, Oscar, I just want to let everybody know, up in the nest, I put up Benjamin Strick's modeling of Bucha. It's very interesting where it maps out the massacres in Bucha. So if you just take a peek at that, if you would. Go ahead, Oscar. Thank you.
Yeah, first, Kuliki, it's not difficult at all to pronounce your name. Maybe it is accented, but I tried. And thank you so much for, I now see that what you attached. And if you read the tweet, it's actually not about Christmas, but about Christmas videos that I keep bumping into on TikTok. And these are Christmas videos and New Year videos from last year. And when you see Ukrainians in January, in even late January, being so happy, enjoying the snowy weather in the beautiful, shiny cities with beautiful decoration, with well-lit streets, with good roads. And then you realize these are the cities of Mariupol and Kharkiv and Mykolaiv and occupied Kherson and all of them. And this is just... it can seem like a cheerful video. It is, actually. It used to be a year ago. Now it's like absolutely heartbreaking. It's sadder than even to see some tragedies, because unfortunately we're getting used to it. We take it still very close to the heart, but seeing what it was before and not so long ago, and suddenly it all changed at one moment. So yeah, and I just want to be perfectly clear that I'm widely aware of the troll factories and about Olgina and about all those trolls. I'm not speaking about trolls, because we must not lie to ourselves that these are all paid people. These are old trolls. It's easy to spot a troll for us because we've been dealing with that since 2014. In early 2014, like for half a year, we were sinking, we were gasping for air among this flood of trolls and this disinformation, misinformation, fake news, everything. And it was so hard for us to figure it out for regular citizens. But at some point, you start seeing them. You start seeing every red flag. You start seeing the manner of how they put the sentences together. At some point, you just see them. Like in that movie I bet all love. I mean, those guys who are especially discussing their thesis and the beautiful mind. Yes, I guess the name, because who doesn't aspire getting a Nobel Prize? About this, oh my goodness, what's the name? The author of game theory, and we speak about game theory all the time here. And I forgot the Nash, Professor Nash, I guess. Just help me out. And he would see those non-existing ciphers and just secret coding everywhere, because he was just had issues with mental health. But we see it like that. You mean if you saw the movie, it's old one. we see it like that. We can just see that this is the pattern. And if you call the troll to call spade a spade, he goes silent. Usually they don't respond. But these are not them. Many of these comments, these are just regular people. So unfortunately, there are lots of them. Not one, not two, not a few. Paid trolls, great. Bots, whatever. Sometimes they are not only in the English-speaking segment of Twitter, just to perfectly clear, but Ukrainian and Russian-speaking, because Ukrainian and Russian from one group of languages, then Google Translate does a great job in that. However, despite they promote the idea that the languages are so close, they just easily, a Ukrainian and a Russian can easily understand each other. No. Ukrainian is closer to Polish than to Russian, but that's the other story. The thing is, we often make fun of them because some words, Google doesn't understand the context often, and they just write laughable texts in Ukrainian. And the most recent hashtag that Russians were trying to promote is light on Zelensky off, connected to the blackouts related to the fact that Russians killed 30% of our energy system for now, and that's like only November, and the winter is coming. And but most of that hashtag is now pushed by Ukrainians who are making fun of Russians using wrong words, sounding ridiculous in Ukrainian, not realizing how funny it sounds. So yeah, that's not about trolls. My question wasn't about trolls. Well, thank you so much for your kind words and support. But well, by the way, I tweeted about that. I had 3 weeks ago, I guess, I had a conversation with 3 Americans. They were of various descent and I guess various education and various, maybe approximately same income level. And I had to answer questions, and they totally support Ukraine. But they, with this, I support Ukraine, but one was asking me what is my opinion about the war in Ukraine being a proxy war between the states and of NATO and Russia, and it seems he kind of nodded. He was like getting my idea when I said if he ever wonder about the history of Ukraine and Russia, he would know that Ukraine was fighting for its independence against Russia when the United States were not even on the map. So that's the very long history of our very dear relationship. And the other guy was like, what do you mean? Did you say that Ukraine is not ethnic based nation? It is politically based nation. How is that? And I was like, you are from Mexico. You just told me your parents brought you like illegal immigrants many decades ago, and this guy has close family in France, and the other guy in like what is Scott or something, and you're asking me how is that possible? Of all countries in the world, the guy from the States doesn't understand how is it possible to be a Jew and say I'm a Ukrainian. How is it possible to be a Russian, even ethnic Russian, and say I'm a Ukrainian, or a Georgian or a Romanian or Moldovan or Bulgarian and say I'm a Ukrainian, or Roma, whoever, many nationalities. I couldn't imagine I would have to explain it to an American of all people. So yes, people have questions, and if we can answer them, that's great, but we can only answer them if they ask them, if they wonder if their opinion is correct. And because this, you have all different opinions, yes, but not all opinions are right, yes, because there is the truth and there are opinions, nobody argues that. So Sorry for
No, that's
speaking so much.
No, that's great. And just real quick before we go on, I just want to say that, that kind of baffles me too. And I think, though, that part of the reason is because there has been, unfortunately, Russian propaganda has won out for many years. There wasn't anything, strong enough to really counter those narratives in those information spaces because they were really there and they have been building a presence for many years. And not only that, but part of it is also the fault of, not really focusing on some of these questions in education throughout the world. What exactly is Russia? What was it? This notion of it being a colonial state and all of that, and that places like Ukraine are multi-ethnic and all of that. So people perceive, they heard that narrative of Ukrainians are just fellow Slavs, and so they just sort of like, okay, and that's it, without realizing how from Ukraine's very beginnings has always been, multi-ethnic. So yeah, that's just it is frustrating, and I get that frustration too, because I hear it a lot. We just heard it from a famous American leftist sort of reporter-esque blog person, whatever, with a Betrayan account, talking about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Ukrainians and all of that. It's completely laughable to anybody who knows better, and especially when it comes from somebody like that has a big following. It's not only problematic, but I think it's really embarrassing for that person to have their complete ignorance on display for the whole world to see. But anyway, I digress. Let's go to George Abdullah Prince, and then we'll go back to Oscar.
Yeah, so, just really quick, the person that you were mentioning that said blonde hair, blue eyes, that person's just an outright racist, and that's all there is to that. You can, they play the game well, but their undertones are just that, it's just ridiculous. But when it comes to propaganda, just really quick, it's and the reason why these things that the Russians are doing work, it's because for years it's been a drip, 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 right? It's especially for the Russians in Russia, even the ones outside of Russia, because all they did was watch RT, the Putin channel, Russia television. So it's been a drip, drip, drip. And there are countries that are part of this coalition of the willing against Russia who have significant parts of their population that, buy into some of this Russian propaganda, other crazy propaganda. I mean, come on. I mean, here in the United States, we actually had a group of people that believed that a former presidential candidate was running a pedophile ring out of a mom and pop pizza place. I mean, people bought that nonsense. But the reason they bought it is because for years they've been peddled and poisoned with this crazy propaganda. Doesn't matter if it's coming from the right or the left. Let's just put it out there. It could be from both, but it's a drip, drip, drip. It poisons you. And it also, after you've been a victim of it for so many years, it inoculates you against the truth. And that's what people miss. These people are inoculated against the truth because they've been fed whatever BS lies. Let's say now the Russians, that now that the world has always been against Russia. Russia's some super duper superpower, and Putin's like some god deity that every nation wishes their leader was like him, right? And that has clouded their ability to see the truth. Yeah, so genetically modified birds and mosquitoes, for us, that's like laughable. But for some of those people, it's actually plausible. The genetic modified soldiers, it's plausible for them because they've been fed this poison for years, and they've been inoculated against the truth. Look, these are the same, like some of the people here in the United States, you know, I have a science background, you know, that's what I work with. I've worked in some of the greatest hospitals in the country. And then I get these goopers sitting there saying, I'm going to do my own research on, you know, COVID. And I'm like, really? You're going to go buy the chemistry set from, you know, and do your own, like, what are you bloody blabbering about? It's so stupid. That's what it is. But I do want to give one shout out, really, Daryl, to the statement of the week. It's Friday, and that's to Iona. Iona, you said something great. You said that if the Ukrainians were to be given or acquire a dirty bomb, the next day it would be clean. And that is an absolute perfect statement on the Ukrainians. If you've ever been to Ukraine, any other cities, you would know what that means, because those cities are bloody spotless, sparkling clean. And I give it to her because that was just a perfect statement for the week. Thank you. You made my day on that one.
You know, George, when I saw the after the videos they were taking after the bombing of Kherson, of Kiev, I saw people with brooms cleaning up. While they were taking the videos of the damage, people were outside cleaning up, sweeping sidewalks,
Exactly.
this, that, and all of that. And I was like, that is not something that you see. You know, you look at all the hurricanes in Florida. What are people doing? They're just sitting there crying. Those people, they're sitting up there, they're sweeping streets, cleaning up. They're not wasting any time. So yeah, I understand what you're saying. And with that, I want to say good afternoon to Mr. Doran. Hello, Peter. Hello, Peter.
Of course, that's probably the time he went to go grab himself a drink or something like
No,
that.
I
It
was
always
on
works
the other
that
side
way.
of the room.
Okay, I knew it. I knew that had to be something of what it was. Go ahead.
Okay, just a quick mic check. Can you hear me okay?
Hear you fine, Peter.
Peter, really quick, you're not the only one that's made the mad dash across the room when your turns come up to speak. I guarantee you that.
I know. I've got a question for Olga, because something that Olga just said was very important, and I think our space should reflect on that. Olga, I do want to thank you for sharing your insights, your experiences with this space. We're all pulling for you, and we're very thankful whenever you come on and share your on-the-ground insights from Odessa. So thank you. But something you said was, I think, very important, and I want everyone to understand it, and maybe you could talk a little bit more about it, because I think what we're witnessing right now in Ukraine is the creation of an entirely new national identity. It's not an identity based on language or ethnic background. We've talked about it on the space before, but I'd like to hear your take on this, because you scratched on it, but maybe you could share a bit more. I think what we're seeing right now is a Ukrainian identity based on being a citizen of Ukraine, wanting to be part of the West, not wanting to be part of Russia. And that doesn't matter what language you speak, or who your grandparents were, or where you come from. That's new, and it's powerful, and I think it's important. Maybe, Olga, you could talk a bit more about that, because when we talk about what does it mean to be a Ukrainian, that development is very significant. Could you share some of your thoughts on that?
Yeah, hi Peter. Nice to see you here. Well, I think it started back in 2014, not now. It just speeded up now and just accelerated at the level we wouldn't want to even, maybe. But we have no choice, and we have to be united and in solidarity. This is the only way to survive. Yeah, I guess in 2014, people had to make the inner choice. If they believe that occupation of Crimea was the right thing to do, if they believe that these are Russians in Donbass, or it is the civil war, So many of those who made the choice, seeing Russia's reasons, let's say, for occupying Crimea and for being in Donbass, many left for Russia or for elsewhere, or for Crimea. Actually, they moved to the peninsula. But that was the beginning, I guess, of and the revolution of dignity, of course, because no matter the nationality, no the ethnicity, people went there to stand for their freedoms and rights. I know it sounds, too much pathos in that, but in fact, we mentioned decentralization today, and maybe it was so important, this reform of decentralization, because it was so important because there was the vertical of the powers was so strong. It seemed that it will never be in no way banned to something. So it was important for people to feel they have real power in their hands, even at the very, very local level. So I wouldn't say that we are witnessing the creation, the merging of the Ukrainian nation now and the shaping of Ukrainian identity now. It's been a process for 8 years. We cannot say that this process was quick, or that it was easy, or that it was like click and we wake up and say, oh, who I am, I'm Ukrainian because. No, but it never happens like that, right? If it happens too quickly, it can be ruined too quickly, I guess. It needs the metal needs to be hardened, and it takes high temperatures and time. So yeah, but speaking about the
But Olga, if there is a Ukrainian who speaks Russian, but they want to be part of a Ukrainian country that looks west and not east, you would consider them to be a fellow Ukrainian. I think
I
that
speak
indicates,
Russian.
yes.
My native language is Russian. Hello. I am that Ukrainian who speaks Russian. I
Ну,
speak Russian.
конечно, каждый дурак говорит по-русски, не правда
Ну,
ли, да?
конечно, кто не говорит. Ну, well, but
Yes, but
we,
we're seeing the emergence of a national identity that is not language-based or ethnic-based.
yeah, it has never been. I guess it has never been. It's just like, it's already something I mentioned today. In the Odessa region, there are so many nationalities because it's a very favorable area. The sea, the rivers, all kind of water resources, and historically, we know people would come here because the land is so fertile, etc., etc. And many, many nationalities. It doesn't bother anyone what language you speak at home, because people here speak at home Bulgarian, Romanian, Roma, Russian, Ukrainian, Surzhyk, which is the mixture of Russian and Ukrainian, Yiddish, and every possible, well, so many languages, not every possible, of course, but so many languages. It has never been about the language. I don't know why it's even on the table. It's never been about the language. It's never been about ethnicity. Yes, there were the narrative that there is a division between Russian-speaking and Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians has always been pushed by Russia. And this narrative about protection of Russian-speaking population, come on, Ukrainian has always been suppressed. Now, if you speak Ukrainian in Odessa, they will ask you where you're from, and you'll be like, "Good morning, I'm local." So, well, that's for understanding how much suppressed, in inverted commas, Russian language was. So, of course, no matter Russian or Ukrainian or Bulgarian or Romanian language, it doesn't matter because it's never been the case.
Olga, and I'll hand it over to you, Daryl. I'll hand it over to you guys. But Olga, I want to thank you because as an American, I see what's happening in Ukraine right now as very similar to our revolution. We had a revolution in America on the principle that might does not make right. And since 2014, Ukraine has had a similar revolution. And I see Ukraine and America as kindred countries. as a result. So thank you, Olga, for your insight as
Yeah,
always.
thank you very much. And I've seen this, just as a quick follow up as for American Revolution. I've seen this very nice write up that nobody says that American Revolution was a proxy war between France and Britain, despite the states, well, what it wasn't the colonies, let's say, but former, got help from France, and who knows if the revolution would have ever succeeded if it's not for French helping the emerging American nation. Isn't that right? And nobody would say, "Oh, that's a proxy war." Then okay, never mind. They're not like they are completely under the control of French. That's so ridiculous. So yeah, I can see similarities. It just we don't use fire guns or sticks or whatever, pistols. The
Well,
yeah,
Olga, America sent HIMARS and the French sent their Navy to us. Well said. Thank you.
yeah. Thank
You
you,
know,
thank you.
You know, Peter, what you're saying is very much why I'm sitting right here right now, is because of because of the similarities. Um, they are not. It's not an ethnic country. It is a one that's based on the liberty of everyone and the, independent of their nationality, their different ethnic nationalities. So yes, and that's one of the things that drew me into the support forum, because you see that parallel between us and them. So yep, I agree.
Yep, so do I, Daryl. And I think your point is correct. And that's why I think every American should see what's happening in Ukraine, and we should resonate with that and think, wow, that could have been us 200 years ago. That's why Ukraine's cause is a righteous cause.
Well said. Well said. So what do you got? What you got going on cooking there, Peter, for us? What's in the fire?
Oop. Well, hold on. All right. So tomorrow at about 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about stories of freedom again. We're going to be continuing our series. We started the series by looking at the history of this fake narrative that Russia put forward, that Crimea is Russia, that Ukraine is Russia. We broke that myth apart. We destroyed it. The week after, we had Leon Aron to talk about the origins of Putin and how he views the world and how his views of Russia and its role in the world have metastasized and created this problem we face today. So tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to continue that narrative. We're going to continue that discussion, and we're going to talk about the vampire's pipeline and Putin's failed gambit to win control over Europe using energy. So I look forward to continuing that conversation with everyone in this space. And Daryl, may I say, I love it when you co-host. You do a great job, my friend.
Thank you very much, Peter. I look forward to being here tomorrow morning, listening out for it, seeing what we can glean and where we take the conversation next.
Yep. And Daryl, quick note, I always ask because I know it's important. How's the garden doing? I know this is a big deal for you, and I love to see the updates from your garden. How are you doing right now as the world turns to from autumn to winter?
Well, it is, the garden, we picked the last of the peppers. We are cutting everything down, getting ready to get the beds ready for the winter. We may put a couple of winter vegetables out there. We got some garlic and other things that we're going to be growing. And then I've had some roses that have been popping up. I posted a couple of pictures of the roses as they're coming in, but yeah, so I had some late blooming roses come in.
That's good. We have rabbits now, so thankfully we don't have vegetables out there. But we saw our first rabbits last night, and can I tell you, my Vishla lost her mind barking at the rabbits.
Well, I told you about the armadillos, and then I think the other day I had a fox out there. So I'll have to see what that was. He dashed out the fence before I could actually catch it. So catch a real glimpse of it. So we'll see.
Over to you, Daryl. Over to you.
All right. Thanks, Peter. See you in the morning. Abdullah, you had your hand up for a bit there.
Oh, that's okay. I'll let Prince go. I think she wants to ask something about Odessa.
Copy that. All right, Prince.
Well, it's not specifically about Odessa. And if I can take just a moment specifically first to ask Peter a really personal question. Are you actually Hungarian, or is it just that you have a Hungarian breed of dog?
Good question. All right, so I'm an Irish Pole American. So my family heritage is from Ireland and from Poland, but we've been here for a very long time. However, in the course of my career, I've spent a lot of time studying Hungary, focusing on Central Europe, writing about Central Europe at a time when it was not cool, and I've developed a understanding of the East. I'm one of those unique American experts who focused on the things that weren't cool, and now they are important. In the process, I decided, thanks to my wife, that we were going to get a Hungarian Vizsla, and we went all the way to Budapest, and we got her, and we brought her back to America. So I have a Hungarian dog with a Greek name who lives in America, and she speaks French. So her commands are in French. God bless America. That's the answer to your question.
Thanks, Peter. I know it was totally random, but somebody referred to you as being Hungarian the other day, and I was like, no, I think he just has a Hungarian dog and knows a lot about Hungary. But yeah.
That's right. So I've spent a lot of time working on issues related to America's geopolitical relationship with Hungary. I've spent a lot of time working on energy issues related to Hungary. There was a time when I was trying to give the Hungarian government a chance to work its ideas out, but I find at this point in time that they are leaning too closely in favor of Russia and not enough in favor of our alliance. So because I'm an American, I can share my opinions. And I don't think that the current direction that Hungary is taking is a good one for our alliance or for Hungary. So that should answer your question.
Oh, there we go. My mic wasn't working for a second. Then the last, I'm going to get on to what I actually came on to say in a second. But my last thing is Bessie's Magyar. I'm going to take that as a no.
No, I mean, gosh, bless the Hungarians. They have the most complicated language on the planet, I think. And when my wonderful dog Psyche, we got her, she started out speaking Hungarian, so all of her commands were in Hungarian, and we had to actually teach her how to speak French instead of Hungarian. And I think that's kind of fun.
I grew up around a lot of Hungarian speaking. My dad's family was from Hungary, and they spoke Hungarian exclusively at home. My dad's oldest brother failed kindergarten because he didn't understand English. So I've picked up a few words, but I really don't speak Hungarian. Regardless, back to what I was actually going to say. And
thank you, Prince. Thank you, Prince.
And I messaged Daryl to put it up in the nest. There's a tweet here from Elliot Higgins yesterday, and I just wanted to highlight it. Daryl had put up the great infographic with all of the deaths in Bucha, but there's this fabulous 14-minute video that came out from PBS and AP that it's worth taking 15 minutes out of your day of listening to the Maria Report to watch that video. It's extremely impactful, and it's the truth about Bucha in a way that is extremely detailed. And I heard John Spencer speak on it a little bit yesterday, but I just thought it would be a good idea to highlight that video again, because it would be very, very good for people to watch and have the information that's in that video to help to dispel anybody who may come with you thinking that Bucha was a setup. We all know it wasn't, and there's some amazing proof in that video. So that's what I came up to say.
Prince, would you mind dropping it in the chat, a link to it for
I
the people listening who would like to take a look at that?
It's in the
It's already,
nest.
I already put it
Daryl
up in
put
the
Oh,
it
it
in
is
the
in the nest? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It,
it's the first one.
oh, I see it there. I didn't see it a minute ago. I thought it wasn't there. Okay. Sounds
Yeah,
great. Thank you. Then check out the
there's a
nest.
there's a link to the YouTube video there, and it's really good. I watched it a couple of times yesterday. It takes me more than a second to absorb things sometimes, especially when they have such an amazing impact. So I just wanted to come up and highlight that video and got distracted with Peter, but thank you guys very much.
No problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince. I'm gonna go. Iona, you've had your hand up there for a minute, and
Yes, thank you. I wanted to respond to Oscar and to the question from Peter Doran. Yes, the narrative based on the division of the language in Ukraine is promoted exclusively by the Russians. They are trying to do the same thing in Moldova. They are claiming that the Russian speaking population is discriminated against and oppressed in Moldova. And also, because you talked about Hungary, Viktor Orban is trying to do the same because the Russians have the Russian Mir based on the Russian language, and also Viktor Orban is proposing like a Hungarian Mir based on people that are speaking Magyar. So yes, it is distinctively a narrative promoted by them. And I also wanted to touch this beautiful society that we see in Ukraine, and I speak to that a few days ago. I won't say it again, but there is a concept from Nassim Taleb that applies here. The concept name is anti-fragility. It is something that happens when there is like stressors and randomness and disorder, and some entities react not with resilience but with something more than this. The resilience resists shocks and stay the same, but the anti-fragile gets better, and we are seeing this in Ukraine. And many people say that the Western military will have to learn a lot from the tactics and the strategies and the way the Ukrainians fight. But I believe that we from the Western world, we have to learn something from the Ukrainian society in general. This sense of community, this sense of belonging, and this way of working together in order to obtain a better nation, a better country. That's my contribution. Thank you.
That's really great, Joanna. And I think that there's, you touched on something there that I kind of want to highlight. You know, we need to be very wary of any time Russia is making claims anywhere where they say that Russian speakers, particularly ethnic Russians, are being discriminated against, whatever context this is, whether it's Romania, whether it's Ukraine, you know, whether it's, I don't know, Estonia or someplace else where they've also made similar claims. Because, you know, we have to remember that, yes, just like you mentioned, that it is part of this concept of Ruski Mir, right? But additionally, the Russian state sort of solidified and codified that in their constitution, that the Russian president has the absolute right to cross any international border in order to protect, you know, ethnic Russians, you know, Russian speakers, whatever, wherever they are in the world. And, you know, again, that I can't stress that enough, the importance of that, you know, they made this part of their constitution. They really codified this notion of Ruski Mir in that concept. And that's dangerous for world order, right? So, you know, it's great for you to touch on that. I just wanted to sort of solidify the fact that it is part of the Constitution. So, and that we need to be wary whenever it rears its head.
If I may add something, paradoxically, there is a country where a Russian-speaking population isn't allowed to freely express opinions. when where they are undermined and kept in poverty and imprisoned for speaking truth to power and forcibly mobilized and so on and so on. What country is it?
Russia. Am I right, Joanna?
Yes,
Or
of
did
course.
Joanna?
That's my point.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Right.
my point.
Yeah. Exactly. Well, of course, I mean, this is all. I think, even if many people didn't know much about Russia before this second invasion, I think that many people are keen to Russia's modus operandi, right? Whatever it is that they accuse others of, they are guilty of themselves. I mean, look at the current war, the second invasion. The they had Mariupol was a Russian-speaking city, right? And there were lots of ethnic Russians there. Of course, it's also a Greek city as well, but that was a Russian-speaking city, and they completely leveled it. When we look at Donbass and these other areas, they've done more to kill those people they're claiming to protect than anybody, right? So it's just kind of unreal. It's a little surreal to think about, and many people don't put it in that perspective, but there it is. That's the truth, isn't it? But why don't we see if Abdullah wants to go back, because he kindly ceded his space to Prince. So we can go to Abdullah, Craig, and then Matt.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nick. Since Prince forgot about Odessa, so I'll ask something about Odessa. I remember when I was young, I went to Russia and Ukraine with my dad. So we visited Odessa, the pearl of the Black Sea, very, very beautiful city. I wanted to ask Oscar about the pistol-carrying mayor of Odessa. He was well known for his pro-Russian views. How's he doing lately?
He's doing fine. Now, not only our mayor is pistol wearing, but also our military governor. But he's like a colonel. He's supposed to. So yeah, he's everyone loves him. He's a nice, really, really great guy. But speaking about the mayor, and just before I answer about the mayor, just a very quick comment, but I think it is important in the context of understanding of Russian imperialism, or just how things works. Because Nick would say that Russian-speaking / ethnic Russians, not all Russian-speaking Ukrainians are ethnic Russians, and this is like a little bit different angle. That not only Ukrainian-speaking Ukrainians were Russified, but all any language-speaking Ukrainian were Russified. In Mariupol, there is a big Greek community, the biggest in Ukraine, and they would speak Russian, speaking Greek, of course, because I know there is the Greek language was like a big thing being studied at university there and at schools. It was like nurtured, it was cultivated kind of, because the community was so big. But in everyday life, the Greeks would speak Russian as well, and the Russian-speaking Mariupol. And same as with the Jewish population here. Same is with so many people. So Russian-speaking Ukrainian citizen doesn't even mean this person is of Russian, ethnical Russian. Yeah, that's a difficult thing here. And yeah, speaking about the mayor, there were concerns at the beginning of the war. And his pro-Russian sentiments were no secret. His criminal past was no secret. But it's been 8 months, and let's be fair, he was holding this information front all this time, especially in March and in April. So many journalists, international journalists, were brave enough to come here and it wasn't a problem to take an interview, and they first held the city council would hold briefings for international press every day. Then it was like twice a week, and then once a week. But it was connected not to the reluctance of the administration, but to the demand from the media, because they would travel elsewhere in the region, or to Mykolaiv or elsewhere, and then they would come back, because Odessa was more or less calm at that point. And 8 months into the war, all ambassadors, all EU representatives, everyone would come to Odessa, would meet Mayor, and because there was the thing before the war, even last year, when the things were not so great. It seemed, I mean, the perception of from international partners, but he showed himself okay. Yeah, though there are some awkward phrases dropped in the media. Some of them wrongly interpreted or like lost in translation, and then disseminated by Russian propaganda to say that the mayor wants negotiations with Russia. That's not the thing. And if anything, this. The cities have their stereotypes, and Odessa has this entrepreneurial, I don't know, that's a sparkle or something. Well, because that's the port city, trade, and all that kind. It's just historical thing. And if anything, the guy has so much power, and he has his financial interest over here. Why would he risk it for nothing? To what? He's a mayor. What else he can get from Russians being here? Nothing. He can lose much more, but he will gain nothing. He won't become the president. He won't become the governor. Like, he cares. Odessa is the richest place he can get in the region. So what are the benefits to give the city up to Russians? None. And it's not up to him, because there is military administration. So he's doing okay. I know that many citizens were concerned about his position and his tactics and or strategy, or whatever, how he's going to behave. But he has proven himself as the person who managed stuff. Not okay. There's so many things, many questions to be asked, but overall, the city functions very normally. Everything works. Every service works. The shops work. No major issues. Yeah, we've been fine in comparison to our poor dear Mykolaiv, like 130 kilometers away. We have nothing to complain. Just as I've mentioned, the statistic goes just 100 missiles in the Odessa region. That's nothing. So yeah, he's okay. He's fine. And the main thing, which I repeat over and over again, even within the war, especially during the war, we understand all perfectly well. Odessa stands and goes through this war not in ruins. He's going to be elected mayor first round of elections next time, because he will have the argument no one will have. I made the city live and stand through the war. Who can compete with that? No one. So yeah, this is like political games, but he's fine for now.
Yes, that's great. Thank you so much, Oscar. Yeah, just because that you had some maybe pro-Russian views before the war doesn't mean that you're for Russia. That you're against your country. There are a lot of people who held pro-Russian views who are on the front lines now fighting the fascists. So I think my father was a bit worried about him, but I think he has proven himself that he's not a Russian asset at all. Thank you so much, Oscar.
I'm not saying he's not a Russian asset. Well, I hope he's not. I mean, what he has in his heart is one thing, but his actions, what matters here. Secretly, he can have whatever views. It doesn't matter. but no, it matters, but not to the extent that should affect anything. What he does is important.
You know, I think sometimes people are a creature of what the powers are at the time that things are going on. And it what may have seemed like Russia would have been a overbearing power over Ukraine at one point because of the vast disparities of the armies and whatnot. But I think what may have calculated the um, demise of a lot of people being pro-Russia is the fight that the Ukrainians themselves put up, and those that were possibly a little leaning toward Russia figured that their country was stronger than they thought, and the table and those arrows went back toward their home, and that was something that Putin was not counting on. He thought that he had power where he did not, because the people rose up against that authoritarianism. They knew what they had, and they saw what they could be, and that was less of what they are. And maybe that's where this guy was. He thought that and Russia is powerful. I need their money for right now because there was no pressure. However, when the pressure came to bear, Crimea, and they see the destruction, the downward turn of the economies, and that mayor probably said, "That's not what I want." He wants something better. He wants a thriving economy, because that's how even oligarchs, they need a functioning economy to survive. If it's dead, they make no money. Yes, they can make it elsewhere, but they won't make it where they live. And a lot of Russian oligarchs, they don't make money where they live; they make it everywhere else. Let's see. We got Craig here, and I'm just wondering: is Craig going to talk about the bridge, or is he going to talk about the tanks? Which one you coming at me with, Craig? What you coming up here with?
Actually, I wanted to talk about Central Europe if I could while Peter's here. I don't know if he's still. I don't know if comms are still open.
Peter, you finished cooking or playing with the doggies? He ran across the room the last time.
Yeah,
I
no.
can also talk about some Central Europe stuff too. If you've got something, I don't know, I might be able to help you with that.
No,
I'm here, Kenny. Fire away, man.
Okay, yeah. So I guess it's a short question, but probably complicated. What do we see? What do you see in your mind 5 years from now? How we view Eastern Europe, meaning from the Baltics to the Black Sea. So that's the Baltic nations. Then you have Poland, you have Slovakia and the Czech Republic. You then have Ukraine, Moldova, Romania. I'll be fascinated to see what they make of themselves and what kind of agreements they can strike, because these are, with all due respect to our friends and allies, these are nascent democracies, right? And I think it's going to be a good thing to watch in how they cooperate amongst each other, not just in terms of what they get from Brussels or London or Washington. What do you see as the? Sorry.
No. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I'm really sorry about that. No, I absolutely agree with you. And I kind of touched on this in one of the articles I wrote recently for the Australian International Affairs, Institute of International Affairs, that, this war is kind of showing that, places like Poland, places like the Baltics, I've mentioned this a little bit before, where they are having this sort of period of kind of distrust against the Western countries and the EU. And I think that they are showing their willingness for, the defense of Europe and all of that. And I think that we're going to see them as becoming more of a player in these sort of EU relations and, issues related to defense and all of that. I think that, their voice, their lead, particularly like with Poland and some of these Baltic states, that were, just lining up to provide as much as they could to Ukraine for aid and all of that. That they show that they are more than capable of being strong partners in defense in the European theater, as well as just, in the world at large, the democratic world at large. And so I think that that's something important to think about. So that's really a good question. But that's my particular take on it. I think that they are going to, move in that direction towards taking a more prominent role within the EU.
Dr. Ford, could you share that to the space? I'd be very keen to read your piece. I think you're onto something. Yeah. Craig, also, here's what I see. The center of gravity of Europe is moving east right now. So for many years, there was a system in place in which England, Germany, the French, and America basically ran NATO. That was NATO. Everyone else was sort of in the back of the car. Now, what we are witnessing happening is that there is the creation of a new power center that is emerging in Europe, and it's between that Warsaw, Bucharest, Kyiv alignment. Throw in the Baltic states. We see them doing great work. I'm very encouraged by what the Nords, Sweden and Finland, our new allies, are doing. All very good. But I see the center of gravity moving east. I see Germany's power, France's power declining. I see Poland's power, Romania's power increasing. And that's why I am very excited about the prospect of having Ukraine in our alliance. So the moment that Ukraine said, we want to be part of NATO, we're going to cross that line and we're going to challenge NATO to make good on its statement that there is an open door for us in our alliance. That got my mind excited because I could now imagine a Warsaw, Bucharest, Kyiv triangle that could eclipse the previous, we used to call it the Weimar triangle, the Weimar angle. So now we see the East supplanting in power on military, on political, on economic issues. We see these countries rising up, taking the challenge of that leadership role, and France and Germany are not. That's the answer to your question. The center of gravity is moving east in Europe.
So I guess if I could,
oh, go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, sorry. So I guess what do we see a future in Eastern, I guess Central Eastern, I don't know how you want to classify Poland and the Czech Republic, but either way, Central Eastern Europe, where there's this enormous opportunity to capitalize on a free, democratic, open markets type of economy that I think a lot of people are not paying enough attention to. I think that these are obviously the Baltics and Poland. These are strong democracies. They're not interested in sliding back. You don't even see real hints of any backslide towards what they lived through under the Cold War. And so I guess economically speaking as well, not just politically in terms of their solidarity, but economically, I think there's a there. And I think that there is crucial to Europe's and the United States' future. And I think we need to give long overdue examination in terms of what we do economically speaking and for our markets in Eastern Europe. And this phrase is going to maybe offset people a little bit, but I mean it in the nicest way. Trust them a little bit more, right? Corruption, while still a problem, isn't as broad and open and public as it used to be. And to communicate with each other in regards to how can we help each other out economically, not just now or 5 years, but 50 or 60 years from now. Do you think that that's a fair assumption, or do you think it's not ready for that yet?
No, and I think you're identifying something. So, I mean, I won't say names, but they're all very big names. People everyone follows, people everyone knows. We were all at the back end of a conference. We were all exhausted, and we were sitting down together, and we're just relaxing, and we're in Warsaw in a conference in May. And I won't say their names because this was a very private conversation, but we all looked around, big names, journalists, analysts, influencers, and we just said, wow, the center of gravity in Europe is changing right now. It's moving east. Look at Warsaw. And we looked around. Warsaw is a vibrant, democratic, entrepreneurial capital that is the linchpin for the Baltic states in the north and Romania and further south. And let's add in the Czechs and the Slovaks. So we're seeing this movement. It's happening. Everyone's seeing it happen. Now, there has always been this issue, and you hit the nail on the head, Craig. What about corruption? Here's what I say. There was a time in which Ukraine was part of the Russian world in which corruption was accepted. I don't see that happening now. I see Ukrainians as rejecting this institutionalized corruption. I see them saying, no, that was part of our past. We want to be part of the future. The European Union, the Western democracies, they say no to corruption. If we are going to be part of their civilization, we must slam the door on that. So it's a legitimate concern, but I see the Ukrainians as actively pushing against corruption and all of that little negative narrative entails. That's what's happening now. That's why I'm so excited. So I think you're correct, and I think we're seeing something new.
I don't remember who it was that asked me to post the article. I put that down in the. I was taking a bite out of food, so I didn't look at the thing to see who asked. But I put it in the chat down below. The article was about Robert Golob, but I mentioned what we were just talking about that shift east in the EU in that article. So
wouldn't it be great if we could have, I'm just spitballing here, but wouldn't it be great if we could have some aid or some means of investing in Eastern European countries to allow them to produce the materials that Ukraine needs to rebuild? I'm not trying to use the word autarky or self-sufficient, but certainly there is something that I think that we need to think broader in terms of the private market as well, Peter. I think that if this is a whole of government action, then it would be pointless not to sit down with our companies, our corporate leaders, our stock markets, and try to at least not, I don't want to say bless a certain thing, but certainly, and you know how this stuff works, certainly try to guide or at least incentivize some action in Eastern Europe. I feel that trying to do so otherwise while allowing the status quo to go by for Eastern Europe, economically speaking, I think is really a poor resource decision, I guess, if you could phrase it that way. Maybe it might work in the short term in terms of trying to give them what they need to help rebuild, but over the long term, I think we need to consider investing in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, much more heavily than we have before.
Yep. And that's the future. That's what must happen, Craig. Dr. Ford, I look forward to reading your piece because I think you are right on target. But Craig, that is the future. Imagine a world where we now have Ukraine as part of not only our NATO alliance, but they're part of the European Union. They follow European Union rules. They contribute to our security. Frankly, the Ukrainians are right. We're going to benefit by having them in our alliance more than they will benefit by having us as a security guarantor. So on the security front, yes, and on the economic front, absolutely. Let's find ways to integrate Ukraine into our economies in order to help sustain the rebuilding process. That's what must happen. You hit it right on the head, Craig. As always, correct.
Okay, gentlemen, I got one question. We know that people, corporations, etc., they move into fiefdoms when they are threatened, so to speak, because as these power shifts happen, there will be a resistance. And I think it's going to be important to how we overcome that resistance. Is it that we will have a dual system, or is it going to be a grand system in which the current powers are not felt as though they are being left out or left behind, but in fact they are a co-partner, because I think there will be some pushback in that, as industry moves further east, for some things. I'm not going to say everything, but for some things, because we know the German products that are built and put out are very good, and a lot of people are comfortable with their output. But as it moves east, you're going to have newer corporations we are not so familiar with, in the general, because in the industries, yes, they have Polish industries that they're working with now, but it's going to be one of those things. Will it be a dual setup, or will it be a grand setup?
Craig, Daryl's asking about the rebuilding of Ukraine. I can address the rent-seeking problem. If you want to go first, I'll follow up.
I mean, I think we have to boil it down to efficiencies, right? We currently right now in the United States, and I'm just going to kind of, again, force of habit, zoom out to zoom in. The United States is currently, as companies, not as a government, but the government is definitely incentivizing the building of natural gas oil derricks in the Gulf of Mexico, a lot of them, like a crap ton, to the point that there are some manufacturers in Houston that are overwhelmed with orders. They can't keep up. Now, again, those resources have to come from somewhere, but I think that going forward, you're going to see, I don't want to say hedge is a bad word, but you're definitely going to want to see a push and pull between what you need now versus what's more efficient to do later. I don't feel like Ukraine is in a position to start necessarily rebuilding its economy, and there being conflicts there. I think that the sources of those materials, German and otherwise, are going to be there. But I think long term, we have to look at diffusion of production, not centralizing it, allowing real competition to take place in Europe, the likes of which probably hasn't been seen in quite some time. There will inevitably be some loss unless you look at this zero sum, which I don't necessarily do all the time. But diffuse that production, find ways to lower the cost to make this more efficient. And in ways, you might actually find yourself ahead, because now you have a neighbor who is wealthy who comes to visit your country, and is there an exchange of materials, right? Just classic economics. So I don't see a lot of internal friction until maybe 5 or 6 years from now, when production starts to come online from different sources that may otherwise ruffle some feathers. Does that make sense? I don't know if I was
No,
specific enough.
You nailed it, man. I think you nailed it. I mean, why did a handful of people show up in the Maidan in early December when it was cold and say, no, this is wrong. This election is being stolen? Because they did not like the country they lived in. They did not like a country in Ukraine at the time that was run by rich dudes and a couple chicks, but rich guys who were rent seeking. So that means they're exploiting the system. They're taking a cut. They're arbitraging prices, rent seeking. The problem with Ukraine prior to the Maidan was that there was too much rent seeking happening, and everyone in Ukraine knew it. They literally gave their lives to fight against it. That was the Maidan and Revolution of Dignity. So where I see hope is that Ukrainians at this moment say no. We don't want to live in a country where rent seeking and corruption are the norm. That was what Putin wanted for our country. We reject that. We want to be part of the European Union. We want to say no to the corruption. We want to follow the rules and the regulations that will make us part of the West. If there's one good hope here, we started out talking about what does it mean to be a Ukrainian? Is it national, or is it ethnic, or is it language? And the Ukrainians are saying, no, it is based on citizenship. It is based on this idea that we are a European country that is going to follow European rules. If there's one great silver lining to come from this war and all of the tragedy that has occurred from this war, it is that Ukraine will now be fully part of the West. They will reject their corrupt past, and they will have the national consensus that the corruption of Putin
is not going to be part of their future. And so that's how I would sort of pile on to what you're saying, Craig. I see a bright hope for Ukraine's future because they are rejecting the corrupt past.
I just want to add to that real quick. Remember that, and I know you guys know this, but just to highlight again that Zelensky ran on the anti-corruption platform, and that's one thing that really helped him to be elected in the first place. Obviously, all that didn't work out exactly perfect, but it's just important to note that this is the direction that Ukrainians have repeatedly recommitted themselves to again and again. They've been fumbling in this direction even since, you could argue, the fall of the Soviet Union, if not for perhaps, the constant intervention in politics from Russia and, the meddling of Russia in Ukrainian politics to push forward pro-Russian politicians, etc. They might have been closer to that than they were before this second invasion. But I just thought I would throw that out there. So is it just me that? Oh, okay, there we go.
No, I fat fingered.
It happens. I've done that. I did that earlier today. So is it?
Point. I think you're right. I think you nailed it. That's the challenge that Ukrainians face, and it's why we support them. Because look, if we saw Ukrainians doubling down on their corrupt history, a history that was led by the elites, the corrupt elites, then we would be more concerned here in the West. What I see is the opposite. I see Ukrainians saying, no, we want to play by the European rules. We want to be part of the West. And that's why this argument that, oh, we're sending all of this money, we're sending all of this assistance to Ukraine, and it's all being embezzled, that's a myth. It's been thoroughly debunked. And that's why we should all take heart that the Ukrainians are reorientating their country. We are watching something that's historic right now in real time. And that inspires me.
Agreed. Good point. Me too. It's great to see them, just again, repeatedly recommitting themselves to that effort. Who was next? Was it Matt and then Dan?
Well, we got Craig here. I want to ask Craig one quick question.
Sorry,
Craig, the bonds. How is that going? The bonds that for Ukraine. How is that whole setup going right now? Hello, Craig.
Daryl,
went to the bathroom or something, didn't he? Or
Daryl, I want to hear Craig's answer. Daryl, that's a great question for Craig.
Craig?
He must have gone to the bathroom. Why don't we go to a hand and then
all right,
come back to him, Daryl?
Yeah, let's go to Dan.
Yeah, 2 or 3 things I want to lay out, and then I've got a very specific question for our excellent panel of Eastern European experts. So first and largest scale observation is that there used to be this thing called the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and it actually incorporated most of what is currently Ukraine, among other things. So there is a deep historical association between these different, what are currently different countries in Eastern Europe. The second point I wanted to make, in terms of the center of gravity part, is that Poland has ordered an entire new army. It's not entirely clear if they can pay for all of it, but if they can, the combination of Poland and Ukraine, which is an alliance that at this minute can't look any stronger without actually recreating the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, will be probably the second strongest land army in the world. Between Ukrainian combat experience, and Poland just being 100% all in. I'm so sorry. One of our Helen Ring decorations is yelling in the wind. So, and then my very specific question is, until 223, Poland and Hungary were both sort of in the process of getting on the outs with the European Union. I wouldn't say they were both on the process of getting on the outs with NATO, but there was at least some of that with Poland, as the Polish government disagreed with various EU mandates and thought sort of siding with the Hungarians was the best way to get most of what they wanted. And on 225, that has just gone 10,000% the other way, where the Poles are absolutely 10,000% all in with NATO and the EU, and getting Ukraine into both. And I'm going to shoot that decoration. And Hungary has gone just as hard the other way, being essentially the redheaded stepchild of the whole arrangement and just being as much trouble as humanly possible. And like, why did that divergence happen, and so on? Thank you very much.
Could you repeat that question again one more time at the very end?
Why have Hungary and Poland taken such completely divergent paths since the Russian invasion of Ukraine? Because I would say I would posit that they were on vaguely similar ones before it.
All right. So, well, actually, let's take a few steps back, right? So, actually, if you look kind of closely, ironically, both Poland and Hungary, parroting some stuff, some of the positions of Russia up until this war. This is one thing I've written about as well in the past is, before this war, we need to take an honest accounting of the direction that Poland was headed. PIS was kind of kit and caboodle with Fidesz, right? The Hungarian party. And they've become, really entrenched, some hyper conservative, ultra right type ideas. They've somewhat modified that in recent years. But again, that's just somewhat, right? I mean, if we look at these sort of family values type arguments, they were cozying up very much with Hungary, who was also cozying up with Russia. And I think that Poland, before this invasion, sort of was willing to kind of look the other way with some of this stuff, so long as, because with PIS in charge, because they were, looking to have backing for those ideas, right, for their policies. However, they did I'm not going to say they did a complete 180 on their domestic politics. However, they recognized perhaps more acutely the danger of cozying up too close with, Hungary and Putin in this regard because of, this second invasion. And you're right, they completely jumped on. Go ahead.
That's an important point. That's an important point. Both Poland and Hungary valued their sovereignty, but when the invasion happened, Poland said Russian influence over our society is bad. We need to push back against that. And Hungary opened the door to Russian influence. And that, right, would you say, is a point of divergence between the two?
What do you think? Because I know I study Hungary too, but probably not as closely as you do. My sort of take on this is perhaps a combination of, various economic concerns, perhaps some old, angst regarding some territory, that used to belong to Hungary, etc. I think it's a combination of all those things. But I'd be interested, Peter, in your take specifically about, because I could speak very well to Poland, and I have some ideas about Hungary based on some things I've read. But I know that you've looked at it closer than I have. So, what is your take, particularly on Hungary's divergence away? At least not really divergence, but closer attachment to Russia.
No, I think you were very fair. You're speaking specifically about the plight of the Transcarpathian Hungarians, who are a group of ethnic Hungarians who live in Ukraine. They speak Hungarian, and they are an ethnic population that is outside the borders of Hungary. Back in 2014, so between 2014 to 2022, the Hungarian government started to do some weird things. They started to say, oh, we want to protect these ethnic Hungarian speakers the way that the German government started to talk about German ethnic citizens living in the Sudetenland back in the 30s. And that sent all of the alarm bells going. That raised the flags and the antennas, because that's not how you should talk about a disparate ethnic population outside of your borders. That was a concern. It continues to be a concern. Russia has tried to aggravate those concerns. That said, Nick, I think we can say that Hungary and Poland both wanted to chart their own course. They wanted to maintain their sovereignty within the European Union. However, once Russia started to lean on that and push on that, the Poles said no more of Russian aggression against our country. The Poles were very strong, and the Hungarians were very weak. The Hungarians had every opportunity to push back, and they did not. I see energy security as a big vector of Russian malign influence in Hungary, and I think that is how we understand why the Hungarian government has been so open to Russia's disinformation campaigns, and why the Poles have slammed the door and been so strong against Russia. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. There was that whole thing that happened pretty much almost immediately. Time is kind of a time warp right now for me, but I'm pretty sure it was almost immediately where Orban was saying that they weren't going to take part of these sanctions related to Russian gas and all of that kind of stuff. I completely agree. And it's because of how much gas they are dependent upon, right? From the Russian, from Russian gas and all of that kind of stuff. So, you're absolutely right. That's my take from it. But yeah, and it was really heartening to see, just as somebody who has studied Poland too, and been kind of really down on the whole thing because of PIS and their ascent and all of that. But to at least, I think I know, knowing Poland, that no matter who was in power, whether, no matter which party was involved, that it was going to be just that way, that they would be like, let me at him. There's this funny meme that there's so many combinations of it where it's like, NATO holding back Poland like a dog, or like a rabid dog trying to attack Russia and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah,
it's been really
but I
heartening
mean,
to
we
see.
both know Poland's not a rabid dog, but Poles remember what Russia did to them, and Poles want that never to happen to them, and they
Right.
certainly are offended when it is happening to Ukraine.
No, that's exactly right. And and please forgive if anybody thought that I was trying to compare Poles to dogs. That's definitely not the case.
We
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
we
yeah.
knew you weren't. You
Okay.
weren't.
But there's many variations on that theme of Poland's, like, that Ukraine says how much we need weapons, and Poland's like, yes, just whatever you need. So that's a really great thing to see, and I think that that's part of, and it's not just Poland, right? Obviously, like Estonia. And you see a lot of times these charts that talk about the amount of money that different countries have given, and I always try to remind people, okay, well, now adjust that for population or GDP or whatever, right? The actual per capita is what I mean to say, and you see a completely different picture. So it's pretty inspiring to see that, and it's really great. And this is one reason why I think we're going to see that shift east that we were talking about earlier, as far as the balance of power, as far as who's going to be calling the shots into the future.
Yep.
But
the center of gravity is moving east, and that's a good thing for America and our interests. And we should be supporting our friends on the front line of Russia. I fully agree.
absolutely.
Peter, I have a question for you. What do you make of Jake Sullivan meeting with Zelensky today?
So I was watching this. I was tracking the G7 discussions. I was paying careful attention to the conversations over the Russian oil price cap that the G7 is trying to put forward. I saw some conflicting comments, but I'll lean on to you and ask you, Daryl, what do you think? And I'll yeah, go.
Can y'all hear me? Because I got a little bit of a bad signal.
Yeah, I was a little staticky
We
there.
can
Go
hear
for
you.
it.
Well, right now, we are looking at, he may be trying to bring some assurances because we do have the elections. I think it may be political in this case. With the elections coming up, he may be looking to shore up Zelensky as far as what the Biden administration may be doing. That would be something that I would be thinking about in that situation. So that's my 10,000 foot assessment.
Yeah, and so that's what the G7 was really engaging, was this energy question. All right, so U.S. policymakers, Western policymakers have a dilemma. They have to thread a very, very small needle. On one side, they need to keep as much money out of the pockets of the Russian government. And on the other side, they need to keep as many barrels of Russian oil on the market for the short term, because if Russian barrels, they think, disappear, then prices will skyrocket. Everyone's going to pay more at the pump, and that's going to be bad for inflation and everyone's political prospects. So what do you do? Right now, there's this idea of the oil price cap. I'm not going to nerd out on it, but I don't think it's going to work. The solution for now is that they're going to put on this price cap. They're going to hope the Russians play ball. They're going to hope that private companies play ball, and they're going to hope it all works. Hope is not a good strategy. I think the oil price cap scheme is going to fail. And so what the US government was doing in connecting and talking with G7 member states, they were trying to sort out these details. We shall see if it is effective. Frankly, I don't think it's going to work, but we shall see.
Well, considering that, there is up in the nest, I posted something where a German company has been selling aircraft fuel to Russia. Did you happen to see that piece, Peter?
Oh, Daryl, I want to read that piece, but let me say this. I am a vocal and leading advocate for something called secondary sanctions, which would say if you are a German company who is selling things to the Russians that helps them perpetuate their illegal war against Ukraine, then you lose access to America's economy. Your bankers lose access to America's economy. At that point, you have to choose. Do we want to do business with America? Do we want to do business with banks that have access to America? Or do we want to double down on Russia? I think we all know the answer to that. Right now, there is bipartisan legislation introduced in the Senate that would say, yes, secondary sanctions are the mechanism we need in order to enforce our sanctions against Russia. That legislation has not passed. I support it. It's a bipartisan issue, and I think we should all focus very carefully on how to use secondary sanctions to put the mace inside the velvet glove of our current sanctions regime.
I love it, Peter. That's an excellent point, and thanks for bringing that up.
Well, while we're talking money here, and I'm going to ask finance. Finance, hello, good evening.
Evening. I'm in the middle of cooking for my Shabbat here in the States. So if you hear the cooking sounds or kids, that's what's going on. Yeah, no, Peter's heard me on this before.
I don't see him in the speaker slot. It says listener on my end.
Can everyone hear me?
I can hear you. I think if you can't hear finance or if you can't see him, it might be great for you to leave and come back, and we can pull you back up because he's just fine. So there's been various amounts of Twitter pox that have been happening today. So please feel free to just drop out, and then we'll bring you right back up.
Finance, I can hear you. Fire away, man.
Perfect. Yeah, Twitter glitch extravaganza today. I was hosting this morning. There were Twitter glitches all morning, so I just assume they're keeping coming. If you have a glitch, just drop out, restart Twitter, come on back, and you will have it all working again. Anyways, yeah, I actually make Peter sound sunny on the oil price cap. I think it is such a badly designed policy that I think it is wasting the time of the G7 to have met to bother talking about this at their mission. I also agree with Peter that secondary sanctions is a great way to go. And the place to start would absolutely be the German companies providing computerized machine tools, CNC is what it's called, to the Russian military industrial complex. We've seen just how much damage it's done when Sweden stopped providing, when the Swedish company shut down the ball bearing plant and stopped providing ball bearings to the Russian rail system. Russia can't substitute. They can't make new ball bearings. They're losing rolling stock. So that's train cars, that's engines, that's everything because they don't have ball bearings. We're back to the same problem you may have heard of in your textbooks about the Nazi Germany economy breaking down in World War II. When you hit the ball bearing plants, really kills the things that make ball bearings. That's anything with a track, anything with an industrial wheel, like a car. In this case, they can't make new trains, can't make new train cars because they can't make a ball bearing. What they can do is keep making certain kinds of artillery, certain kinds of things that go boom, and that's made on the backs of computer, high-end machine parts, and those machine parts are not made in Russia. And what comes out of a factory matters a lot about what goes in. It's not just the raw materials, it's the tools, it's the machines. So you're talking about needing to stop and wanting to stop that flow of machines into Russia. Currently, they're going through Turkey, and we're looking at, Germany, Siemens and Heidenhaus, two of the biggest ones, but also Czechia and Slovakia. Apologies to the Czechs and Slovaks, as well as Northern Italy are also some major European providers. To a lesser extent, Taiwan on the semiconductor thing, but I believe that's been shut down. I would love an update on Peter's end for there. In South Korea, though, I believe that may be shut down. Not sure. Again, would love an update for Peter on that one from the Asian side of things. So those are two non-Europeans that were really big. The U.S. was never a huge computerized machine part seller to Russia, though we do make a lot of them here. That just tends to go to our industry and other players. It's like South America, etc.
Dr. Ford, do you want me to respond or do you want to weigh in?
No, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and go with that? I mean, I'll just say real quickly that I completely agree with that. I think that that the sanctions that have been effective so far have been those that have been able to help limit Russia's ability to produce new weapons and to fix the ones that they have. And those secondary sanctions will go a long way to help sort of tighten that noose further. So, I mean, that's basically all I would have said. So, Peter, if you want to add to that, feel free.
Okay, so I fully agree with what's been said. Finance, what you're indicating, and I agree with you, the oil price cap is going to fail. This policy will not work. It will not achieve the goals that the G7 has set out. They're going to try. It's going to fail. What they need are secondary sanctions to add steel to the spine of this policy. They're not going to impose them because they're afraid of the political consequences that will occur.
That's a mistake. But think about this. Right now, there is a giant LNG terminal waiting to freeze Russian natural gas in Murmansk. This idea is that the Russians won't use pipelines anymore. They will freeze the gas much like we do here in America. They'll put it on tankers, and the tankers will take it to countries around the world that want to buy Russian gas. Okay, we should stop that. The equipment to complete this project is currently sitting on a port in a dock in China. You have to put it on a boat, and that boat needs to have the capacity to sail through the northern route, through the Arctic, to reach Murmansk to deliver the equipment to complete this facility. Right now, no one is onboarding that equipment onto their vessels that have the capacity to make that northern route. They're afraid of sanctions. The sanctions don't exist right now, but they're afraid. So the equipment is stuck. What if, as a policy, we instituted secondary sanctions against any company, even if you're in China, even if you're in Korea, that helped Russia sustain its energy infrastructure, to build up its energy infrastructure? We have that statutory authority already under CATSA. That's a law passed by Congress in 2017. All the president has to do is pull the trigger on that, and we can impose secondary sanctions. President Biden has not yet done this. What I'm proposing is that we add steel to the spine of our current policy. We add secondary sanctions, and we restrict Russia's ability to not only make money today, but make money in the future from its energy exports. This is a smart policy. We're not doing it yet, and we should.
100%, Peter. Brilliant. Should we go, Daryl, to hands? I know that Andy had dropped out and had to come back hands. So I think the order was Andy, Dan, CJ.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's go to CJ first, because CJ may have some news for us. I want to
Oh, okay. That sounds
we get
good.
that news in first.
Okay,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
that sounds
CJ.
great. Good idea.
Oh, well, unfortunately, the only news I have is, well, it's high Mars o'clock across Ukraine, which is always a very good thing. But, you know, if I may just jump in a question here, because I do have to go briefly. It's right on this topic. And, of course, I'll make it about artillery. But, you know, of course, I'm talking about artillery ammunition, right? So between Iran and North Korea, these countries have massive stores of artillery that could be very beneficial to Russia's war aims. We know, of course, Iran has given literally thousands of loitering munitions and drones that have destroyed civilian infrastructure and caused irreparable damage to a large degree. And, you know, months ago, we heard North Korea was not going to give any artillery ammunition. And then suddenly, as of last week, they are. Why does this all matter? Well, in each case, the North Korean artillery ammunition and the Iranian missiles and drones being given each on their own could extend the war up to 6 months each, bringing the death and heartache in Ukraine, you know, out for another year. It's not going to be enough to change the course of the war writ large, but it has the potential to do a lot of damage, in my opinion, because as of right now, and the current rate of fire, Russia will run out of ammunition sometime in March if Iran and North Korea don't save Russia, which is crazy. So I guess my question for Peter, and maybe for finance as well, is just, you know, one, how should the United States approach this to best help Ukraine? And then two, you know, how do you sort of put sanctions in on two of the most heavily sanctioned countries in the world? I mean, obviously Russia had taken some limited sanctions after 2014, but, you know, Russia's now getting up there in the ranks of Iran and North Korea. So what do you do to two countries that already are so sanctioned?
I would say briefly, and I'd love to hear Peter's thoughts, that we do not do a great job on industrial sanctions. We do a pretty good job on financial and personal sanctions. So we do a good job saying, hey, we're cutting you off from SWIFT. We do a good job tracking the money that comes out of Iran and where they send the IRGC money and trying to shut down flows there. We do a pretty good job on that. Not perfect, we do a pretty good job there. We do a good job sanctioning people. We do a bad job sanctioning parts. We do a bad job sanctioning machines, because unlike money, where that part ends up matters way more. Where that machine ends up matters way more. So we do a bad job not making sure that the end placement of any sort of computerized machine or machine part doesn't wind up in a terror state, or Russia, which is not yet designated a terror state, but I think here we agree it is. So, we're seeing the Iranian suicide drones have Texas Instrument parts, I believe, in them. Like, why the hell is that the case? Yeah, I know they're pretty commoditized, but I still find it pretty offensive that an Iranian suicide drone, about as sanctioned a country as it gets, is blowing up in Ukraine, it's blowing up in Syria, it's blowing up in Israel, and it's doing it with a U.S. part inside, right? So I think that, yes, we have the sanctions. At this point, it's less about direct adding on more piles of words and more about really digging down into figuring out how the parts are going from A to B and putting in something small and simple. If it requires a new law or new executive order, fine, but it's going to be small and simple to stop those parts from ending up with terrorist states or with, China or Russia, depending on where we want to draw the line and stopping them. Peter.
Yeah, finance. I think you're right. CJ, this is the answer, I think, to your question. An economy the size of Russia before. I mean, this is an economy that's about, the 11th, the 12th largest GDP on the planet. There literally are not enough people at the Treasury Department to implement all of the potential sanctions that we could throw at the Russians. So Treasury needs more staff, they need more funding. I think one of the problems is Treasury doesn't want to do it because they don't have the people to implement the things we need to do in order to prevent Russia from sustaining its war against Ukraine. Well, that's a staffing problem. That's a manpower problem. We can solve that problem. So that's the one part that is never discussed. The other part, finance is right. There are so many mechanisms we can use without firing a shot, without deploying a single American into Ukraine. I would support deploying Americans into Ukraine, but short of that, we can use the power of our own economy, and we can deny the US economy to anyone who helps Russia, or anyone who helps anyone who helps Russia. Remember Kaiser Soze? Remember the Usual Suspects movie where he's like, he killed people who owed him money. That's the mechanism we need to use. We need to say, not only if you help Russia, but if your bankers are financing you, then your bankers lose access to our economy. And that's my final point, because I've got to take the dog on a run. Vladimir Putin, hold on one second. Vladimir Putin, he understood sanctions would be coming. He had a plan. He was prepared. We can't harm Vladimir Putin because he's not afraid of us. He's not afraid of our direct sanctions against him. Our mission, our policy objective should be to make his bankers afraid of us. Anyone who's around Vladimir Putin, who's in his circle, we should make their bankers worried about our sanctions against them. We squeeze them on the financial front. We squeeze them on the defense industrial base. We prevent sanctions evasion. We stop Russia from maintaining its war against Ukraine. That is the next step which must occur.
Peter, very quick, rather than 8,000 or 80,000 new IRS agents, perhaps there should be 80,000 new officers at Treasury going after American companies that are circumventing U.S. sanctions.
Oh, I'm frozen. I'm frozen, man. I can't talk.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Good point. Why aren't we spending that money to help Treasury instead of going after Americans? Let's go after the Russians.
I love it, Peter. That's absolutely perfect, and I agree 100%. So I think you really nailed it.
Okay, guys. The dog and I, we're going to go on a run. Thank you so much. And tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about the vampires pipeline, how Putin failed to exert his influence over Europe through energy.
Great. We look forward to that, Peter. It was great talking to you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning then. Thank you. Okay, so I have to run. I think Ben is going to take over for me. Before I go, I just want to remind everybody to retweet the space, to share the space, and remember everybody here are volunteers, and we will never ask you for money, as some of that was brought up earlier today, right? We will never ask you for money, and remember to maybe instead of getting a coffee this week, to send some of that money to Maria Aid, right? And to be sure to share Maria Aid as well. Make sure that all of your followers know about the work done to bring humanitarian, non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And we appreciate it. We appreciate you coming, to learn and to share your views. We appreciate everybody's views. So thanks for letting me co-host. I'll be back next week to do that. In the meantime, I'm sure I'll pop up as speaker too. So thanks everybody. The order, Ben, just in case you didn't know, was Andy and then Dan. So I will leave you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks you, Dr. Nick. Before she goes, I need to tell you a quick story about Dr. Nick today. She thought, well, she was told to come and help at, 5 p.m. And so she did, except that it wasn't 5 p.m. Eastern time, as she thought it was 5 p.m. Pacific time. And guess what? She stayed the extra 4 hours. So that's dedication. That's very, very nice. That's also a slight problem of communication from the part of none other than Joseph. Let's put the blame where the blame is due. And Joseph is doing a fantastic job, but once in a while there's a few issues, and Dr. Nick was kind enough to cover this. So thanks a lot. That being said,
Of course. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Bye, Dr. Nick. That being said, very sad to have missed Bitzer. I would have liked to ask him about Jake. If he talked about it, I'm happy for someone to tell me what he said about Jake. In the meantime, so apparently the order is Andy and then Dan.
Perfect timing, because my question was something that maybe you, Ben, have been following, and if you had any information about that, was this new weapons agreement between Algeria and Russia, where it seems like they're, I don't know how with the current Russian system they can place such a large order for Sukhoi 57s, 34s, large amounts of, I believe, artillery and other weaponry. And it kind of ties into the earlier discussion, was how do we pressure countries like Algeria that are also large energy exporters to Europe?
All right, so two things. It so happened that I had a quick look into the question of the Algerian and Russian deal. Well, they didn't tell me anything special, but we can look at the semi-recent track record for both countries to derive a little bit of an insight. Well, first, let's go for Russia. Russia has currently lost a number of markets from, if I'm not mistaken, is it Indonesia or the Philippines? Maybe the Philippines. From the Philippines to India to Egypt, either Russia was turned down by its clients or had to tell the clients, we're sorry, the service we said we were going to render on the stuff you bought from us, we won't because we can't. Oh, and by the way, the extra helicopters it's really, really naughty and nasty, and some other things in N, which I'm not thinking about. So the probability, as you remarked, that the Russian military-industrial complex will ever be able to deliver on 1/3 of 1/5 of 1/10 of what was signed is close to zero. There's no chance. They couldn't deliver LADAs if they wanted to. They will not deliver high-grade military weapons to a country so far away from them, while they cannot distribute AK-47 to their own soldiers. Not happening. No point. So the actual gear, the kit, is not leaving Russia, and there is no chance for this to happen. So that half of the deal is gone. So maybe you could interpret it as a sort of a way for Algeria to send money to Russia to support their ally without looking like they're directly supporting them. They're just, paying in advance for something that will be delivered later or something along those lines. And after all, Algeria is a cash-rich country because, as you remarked, it's an important gas and oil exporter. And as a result, you would think, well, they must have deep pockets, and those deep pockets, they must be keen on sending that money to their allies. That would make sense. It would make sense, except that for all the money that comes into Algeria, they're spending most of it very, very fast. First of all, as you all know, Algeria, unfortunately, nowadays is a terribly corrupt and inefficient country. So they spend a lot of money on very silly stuff. And secondly, it's a country that is not exporting much else than oil. So they completely depend on oil for a bit everything, from the education of their people to the equipment of their army to everything you can think of. And this is no joke, because Algeria went through an absolutely dreadful civil war. The last time there was a slump in the oil price. So during the 90s, basically the Algerian state could not pay its clients. So the clients rebelled, used the recently acquired knowledge of the Mujahideens coming from Afghanistan, many of them being Algerian nationals. They took to the countryside, and they started the civil war, which was bloody beyond words. The number which is usually floated is 1 million dead, mostly civilians, massacred by both sides. So absolutely dreadful civil war that was caused by this. The Algerians don't have money to spend around like this. And even when they sign a contract, for instance, with Russia, they will not pay. Everyone knows that Algeria is a relay of Russian power in the neighborhood. They're good friends with Russia, and Russia is ready to pay for that friendship. Talk about the Stripper Index. So they're ready to pay for the friendship, and as a result, they will not. They probably will not pay those. Depends how much the contract has been estimated for, but between 12 and 17 billion dollars. They will not pay for it. It's simple as that. They might, if things are delivered, they might pay for 75% of the value, 50, 25, I don't know. But their track record is that they buy things at credit, and when it comes to due date, they don't pay. So that covers the second half of the deal. So what you have is Algeria is not going to send money, and Russia is not going to send the gears that they bought. It is a null and void deal. It's very silly. It's basically it's for show. It's nothing. It's again exceedingly amusing, but the probability that anything will come of it, one way or the other, is close to nil. I just think that if any money ever changes hands in this deal, it's gonna be for the benefit of generals and oligarchs on both sides. So that's for the first part of your question. The second part of your question, sorry, by the way, there's one country that does very good deals with Algeria, strong deals, real deals, deals where real money pays for real stuff, and that country is Ukraine. You remember the ships that left Odessa when Russia tried to play fear-mongering, we're going to sink your ships sort of things? Yeah, well, the biggest ship was going to Algeria precisely to feed the very people of the Algerian government. And this they should not forget. All right, the second part, we need to be very careful in trying to bring other countries into our side. We're delighted for anyone's support. On the other hand, I think we recognize the freedom for all countries to be absolute idiots. If they want to be idiots, they don't want to support freedom, they don't want to support justice, they don't want to support the rule of law, it is unfortunately their sovereign right. And there is nothing that neither the United States, nor Ukraine, nor France should ever do to breach that rule. So we can attract them with interesting proposals. We can try to deter them with, I wouldn't say retaliation, but some tough words, a few tough actions. But they are independent, and if they are free to seek their own interest. It is true for Turkey. It is true for Saudi Arabia. It is true very much so for Algeria. But they should remember that we won't forget. At the very least, it will be a stain on the honor of their nation, and potentially much worse than that. I hope I've answered your question. Let's move on to Dan. Sorry for the longish rant.
No, that was perfect.
Yeah, so the thing I raised my hand to say is that in addition to massively sanctioning machinery and other essential industrial inputs to Russia, and we should do that with the same intensity with which we're shipping arms to Ukraine, there needs to be a serious, large, and continuous intelligence operation to ship them bad parts. If you can insert the right bad widget into a factory, you can break a lot of stuff. And take days, weeks, months to get anything out of the place. If a bunch of Shahed 136s got the first mile from their launchers and turned right and went straight towards the center of Moscow, Russia would think awfully hard about launching more of them. In fact, that would just be the funniest thing ever. The active, maximum effort industrial sabotage in terms of feeding them bad parts, to include computer chips that will do things they did not expect, would really go a long way here. Russia and Iran both. On the issue of what countries can and cannot be persuaded to do, there are a number of people who need to get nothing but a ringing phone that's never answered the next time they have a major financial crisis. The Federal Reserve will just not pick up the line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The countries are free to remember, are free not to support Ukraine. They're free not to support freedom. They're even free to support genocide if they want to, but they should remember the size and the importance and the how active the West can be when it has been slighted. Hello, CJ. Haven't seen you in a long time. No spot, don't answer. If you want to speak, welcome to. If you don't want to speak, I'm a bit sad and offended, but you're also welcome not to. I would say you're welcome to sit, but when you're sitting, you look even taller than when you're standing, so stay up. That being said, we've got Laughing Tommy, and who was the butt of potentially the best joke I heard Yehuda make on this space, which was he knew of Doubting Tom, and now he's got Laughing Tom. I thought that was pretty spot on. So, Laughing Tom, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so about the Doubting Tom thing, my parents have actually named me after Thomas Aquinas, who is the biggest, like one of the biggest Christian scholars as we know. So I think that was the intention was exactly opposite to the doubting bit. But what I want to speak about is, since we were talking about Russia breaking both financially and stuff breaking it physically, I've been tracking news from within Russia that has to do with civil disobedience and also military disobedience and also infrastructure damage caused by partisan activity, etc. So, and I'm sorry if I'm sound a bit discombobulated, but I'm running a fever of 49.5 Celsius, and that's 103 in freedom units. So, sorry if I sound a bit incoherent, but basically there's been three major things that happened in the last week. And one is that nearly 1,800 people who were conscripts from Kazan in Turkmenistan, not in Turkmenistan, sorry, in Tatarstan, they were basically, since they had no essentials provided to them and they were unhappy with the hygienic and living conditions, they basically resisted the commander's orders. Then the OMON, the National Police / National Guard, came in, and they basically had a bit of a altercation, both verbal and a small physical element. So that's in Tatarstan, and in Circassia, about 2,000 soldiers refused to deploy due to lack of equipment, etc. And basically, they had refused to pay them the conscription bonus. Instead of tens of thousands of rubles, they only got like 7,000. So they refused to go and fight. And they were returned to the barracks because they basically couldn't make them go fight. And I think that was two. So the last thing is that I've been tracking a group which is, I think it's affiliated with the Ukrainian government, but basically they're Ukrainian hackers, and they have been playing around on the Russian internet. And their favorite occupation seems to be, because they post videos of their tactical information diagrams from their hacking attacks. And what they show is basically that they successfully brick hundreds of high quality routers, not the small router you'd have at home, but the big routers that are used in factories, ISPs, and all that sort of stuff. And I'm kind of thinking that these kinds of efforts have a lot to do with the reason there was power outages in Moscow recently. And yeah, so that's it. I just wanted to say that the consequences for Russia are exceedingly not only economical, but I think we're getting to a point where there's enough critical mass for people to actually start doing something about the regime, even though it's not because of the reasons we would hope for, like a desire for democracy, but even so, they see the regime, they're starting to see the regime for its ineptitude, and the regime seems to be more and more powerless to stop that. Anyway, so that's about it.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Yeah, those are good news. It's like everything. There are messy moments in every organization, and then there's the moment when the organization is giving signs that it's going to break. This is a fine art to find out what's what and in which situation the Russian army is now. But we can have our bets and we can have our hopes. Tom, you've got more to say.
Yeah, I agree that there's a distinction between catastrophic breakage in a system and just temporary crisis. But as anybody who's any sort of engineer or anything like that is going to tell you, basically, if you're looking at a complex system, the more the more damage it sustains during a smaller time interval, the less of an ability it will have to correct itself. So we're seeing both an increase of the size of these damage points and also an increase in their depth and an increase, and I mean depth as in severity to the structure of the system, and an increase in the frequency, which is the most important bit because it gives more serious problems with less time to resolve.
Yeah. Well, when you say it with the words of an engineer, it suddenly sounds a lot smarter, right? But we agree on this. CJ is still teasing us by lurking about without raising his hand. So, do you have any thoughts about Jake, CJ?
That's about Jake, did you say? I was going to say, I asked a question for Peter earlier. I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, I may have missed the question you asked, Peter. I'm sorry. I was trying to put a baby to sleep. What did you ask him, and what did you answer?
Well, something I didn't say that just is fascinating in a bad way is the fact that, we know for a fact that these sanctions have stymied the Russians' ability to procure high precision weapons. Not that they were necessarily very good to begin with. And what do? Well, they turn to countries like Iran and North Korea and others to provide, precision weapons that are made with, in some cases, U.S. parts. And so I wonder, there's what would be next, right? Because as Ukraine adapts to technology that's presented to them on the battlefield as an obstacle, they overcome it, but it seems like the problem just continues. And with what Laughing Tommy was talking about, sort of all of these conscripts that are coming in, this is one of the reasons why the casualty figures the last week have been through the roof, almost double what they normally are. I mean, just an incredible number of Russians dying in combat. I wonder if and when there will ever be sort of a backlash internally to Russia, because in the first couple months of the war, the amount of people dying was high, but it was mainly pretty well documented in terms of which officers were dying, with the VDV Academy taking a large number of those hits. But now, there's less officers, there's less basically high profile people, right? There's this gap that exists between the officers and the conscripts, and it's only growing wider by the day as it becomes more and more blind leading the blind. So I wonder how that will look in a couple months from now, when there's even a higher percentage of the Russian army as conscripts and even less leaders around than before.
Yeah, those are good and important questions. Have you heard? I think it was Dan mentioning that maybe the Western countries that are delivering things to Iran should, sabotage half of their chips or something along those lines, so that the Russians, they can buy them, but they cannot actually use them because they never know which one will go away. I thought that was an interesting thought, even though, as finance mentioned, those are highly commoditized goods. It's very difficult to track, and it's even more difficult to decide that, okay, those we know are going to go into an Iranian drone, and those are going to just make the worst fridge ever. So it's a little bit difficult. I think that I don't know. We should avoid playing the game that the Russians are playing. What the Russians are playing is to try to impede on the sovereignty of other nations. And if other nations want to be absolute turds, well, they can. They just need to know that there will be consequences. Like, we also are sovereign nations, and we can push back in ways that all sovereign nations can. They should know that. They should act accordingly, and they should do according to their conscience. But we ultimately, neither the United States, nor Britain, nor France, nor Ukraine even, can decide for Iran what Iran is going to do. As Max, who came to talk to us a few hours back, who's Iranian, who's currently fighting the regime, he's saying that this is a business for the Iranian people. And as soon as the current Iranian regime will be on the run, it's going to be different. And this is how it should be done. I mean, I hate saying this. It's incredibly frustrating. But as long as they sort of play by the rules of international law, you cannot fault a country for following what it considers to be its own interest. I think we need good diplomats. We need more Wallies, basically. You know Wally Adebayo, right? Okay.
No, I do not.
Okay, Wally Adebayo is an American hero. He's high-ranking in the American Treasury, and he's the one that the Secretary for the Treasury sends on a semi-regular basis to different countries to iron out solutions that will support Ukraine. So he was sent to Turkey for them to stop being so easy on the supplying different important parts to Russia. He went to Europe to help develop sanctions. He's going around the world and is pushing it's pushing the good word, and is giving excellent reasons for different countries in the world to follow the lead that the Americans are the lead of the Americans, but without ever impeding on their sovereign rights. And the man is fantastic. There are several long interviews of him, one on the Columbia Energy Exchange podcast. It is well worth it. When it comes to I hope you won't take it the wrong way, but when it comes to defending the interests of the West, defending freedom and democracy, Wally is worth maybe 2 or 3 regiments of the 82nd. The man is amazing. Is a force of nature, and he's the best your country has to offer. He's absolutely fantastic. You're laughing? He's worth 3 regiments. There, I've said it.
Considering the 82nd doesn't have regiments, I'll say you're right. How about that?
Okay, let's agree to disagree. There used to be regiments back in the days. What was it? The 505, the 504, and the 50 something, 503. Anyway, Tom has been extremely patient with us, keeping his hand up and not shouting at me for saying nonsense. Please go ahead.
No, it's a pleasure. Actually, I would ask you first, is it Wally Adebayo? Because I want to research him.
Absolutely. He is on Twitter. Again, he was invited by the Columbia Energy Exchange podcast 2 or 3 episodes ago. So you can find him very easily. There was his portrait in the Wall Street Journal. Man's a star. He can take several battalions of the 82nd. There, I'm sure you still have battalions. He's worth several battalions of the 82nd. He's grand. He's great, and he's the voice of freedom.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I wanted to speak to what CJ was saying about the increasing number of conscripts, which is a personnel issue, but we shouldn't forget that Russia is always not always, but already begging for munitions, both precision munitions, ballistic missiles, and shells from such mighty powers such as Belarus, North Korea, and Iran. And now, in recent weeks, we've seen that entire echelons of heavy equipment, such as Belarusian tanks, have been moved from Belarus to Russia under the guise of the Common Operational Group or whatever it's supposed to be. So equipment is also going to start being a factor on the battlefield. And I see that Daryl is here, and I wanted to ask him or CJ, because I've heard Daryl speak a lot about the M113 APC, but I wanted to ask if either of the two of them had information as to how that compares in capability and capacity to the M117, which is going to be provided by the Allies in the coming weeks. Thank you.
To be honest, I have not. I haven't even seen the 117, so I'm gonna let CJ if he knows anything. My time was with the 113s.
So the M117 it's like a lot of things, but it's kind of unique. So initially, it was used heavily by the military police, the American military police and the American chemical forces to kind of provide a security vehicle, a reconnaissance vehicle. And it is armored, pretty heavily armored, right? More so than a Humvee. And it's also got slanted armor, which means that it can take mine hits and RPG hits much better than, say, a Humvee. Initially designed for kind of light reconnaissance or light convoy operations, it ended up filling a much bigger role during the Iraq War when it was found out that it was very effective, more so effective than Humvees against mines and against the ambushes from insurgents. So it ended up taking a more prominent role in security. It's much newer than Humvees, about 20 years newer, and it also is pretty light still. Again, it's got 4 wheels. I think it can take up to maybe 6 people, so it can fit more people than a Humvee. And it's basically, it can't really take a big gun necessarily, but that's not necessarily what Ukraine needs. They need armor and they need speed, and so this kind of provides it. And 250 of them, each carrying 6 or so people, is a great addition to the force, and one that I think will go a long way. It's not quite Bradley's. That would be nice as well, but it's definitely better than the 113s because those are just, basically giant boxes that, are pretty big targets, and a little bit better than Humvees in certain cases, in certain situations. So 250 of them is pretty great to hear that they're going to be given from the United States.
Yes, I understand that it's better than a Humvee, definitely. Thank you for your comprehensive answer. And as we have seen from that video of basically the Ukrainians carrying out an attack completely like by Humvees and technicals under artillery fire, which was something that I would have thought happened only in the movies, but they seem to be very adept at utilizing highly mobile assets on the attack against the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, we know, and as well, just the last thing I'll say about it is being a wheeled vehicle, it tends to do, better on all the different road systems, and it also has a slimmer profile, so it can get over bridges and sort of in difficult areas that, where you can't have a larger vehicle. I think it's even slightly more narrow than an armored Humvee. So again, a lot of benefits, and I think the mine one is probably one of the biggest. Obviously Humvees can sort of survive a mine depending how big it is. But the MRAPs that are mine resistant by nature, the U.S. and other countries have given many mine resistant vehicles. They tend to be pretty top heavy, prone to rollovers, and not necessarily the best at quickly moving and going to different locations. And this is sort of a half MRAP, half Humvee, so a pretty good mix, I think.
Thank you for your answer.
All right. Thank you very much, CJ. It's very annoying. Whenever you say something, it always sounds smart. So either you always say smart things or you really have a good voice. Daryl, your hand is up. Please don't pick me up.
No, I just wanted to ask CJ, are those based on the Fox frame body, or was the Fox a little bit smaller, more like the LAV that the Marine Corps has?
Oh, I think it's somewhat similar because there's that. There's also the M1-200 Knight, which is also quite similar. But again, these are a class of vehicles generally that appeared at the end of the 90s, early 2000s, and some were discontinued during the Iraq and Afghan war, and some like these were kept and have been given in large quantities to countries. As far as I know, no real, which is good news. So yeah, I think it's somewhat similar to the Fox at the end of the day.
Okay. Yeah, because that was the NBC vehicle that they came out with in '90, and so that if that's the same frame, that frame is that design is an older design, but it actually would work.
Yeah, again, for better or worse, Ukraine doesn't really have access, unfortunately, to the newest NATO equipment, with some few exceptions being, HIMARS and some artillery pieces. Yet they do so well. This is but yet a drop in the bucket of what NATO could provide, and slowly but surely, it's getting there.
Appreciate it, bro.
CJ, if you can check your DM and tell me about Jake, that'd be wonderful. Laughing Tom, for a man with a fever, you are asking a lot of questions. Okay, you've got another 3, and then a bit of chicken broth, and then bed.
Yeah, so you already had the chicken broth. I'm waiting for my fever-reducing medication to kick in. I just wanted to ask,
Tom, I need to stop you. No, Tom, I will not have any of this. There's never enough chicken broth.
Yep, man after my own heart. Hey, wait. I just want to ask, there's this account that Ukraine Battle Map is one of the so-called all-ship accounts. And basically, what he's been saying is that the US Ukraine with combat vehicles, based on seeing a program.
Tom, it seems that your telephone has caught the same disease as you. Are you using Bluetooth headphones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're gonna have to drop them and speak directly into the mic because we are completely losing you.
My phone mic is in worse, so I'm just going to out for now. No problem.
I'm so sorry. You were really beyond understanding at the very least for me. And since Daryl hasn't jumped to your rescue, probably for him as well, because I'm treacherous and conniving, but Daryl is a good man. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, have a great evening. I'm just going to drop down to listener now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Get better. And one more thing, you never drop down to listener. You might drop up. No, that makes no sense. But it's not as if there was a ranking hierarchy. There's no such thing as normal listener, non-normal listeners, speakers, etc. There's people who speak a lot, and there's people who speak less. So maybe they're a bit better known, but we are one community, one love, one spirit, and one fight. That being said, yeah, I have to admit, I had a bit of a long day. The discoveries I had yesterday, discoveries for me, sharing them with you. If you haven't heard them, fantastic. If you did hear them, when was it? 14 hours ago when I talked about it this morning. Well, I'm very sorry for repeating myself. Sue me. Anyway, there's a few great news that are coming from the economy. Some of them are great, some of them are fantastic, some of them are absolutely stunning. Among the great news, there's the fact that the largest, what do you call it? I always forget this word. What do you put on plants for them to grow? Nitrogen. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to teach you a French word. In French, it is called engrais, and I will use the word engrais until either CJ, Abdullah, or Daryl comes to my rescue and tell me what to put on plants for them to grow faster. No one is helping me.
What? What are you asking?
What's the chemical stuff you put on plants for them to grow faster?
Nitrogen.
Yeah, no, but in general, how is it called?
Fertilizer?
Yeah, fertilizer.
Oh.
Thank you. God, can't believe.
Why'd you have to go general? I mean, nitrogen is the principal one to make them jump, but then you have potassium and potash is what it's in. So, but anyway, where are you going with it?
Yeah, fertilizer. Thank you very, very much. Okay, now everyone's laughing at me in my DMs. You're cruel. You all are cruel. What was this? Yes, so there's a plant. There's a plant in Lithuania. They call it the fertilizer. It is the largest in the Baltic states, so it's a pretty big deal. And as I said, it produces engrais, which you people are calling fertilizer, for reasons that are beyond me. And it had to close because you see, fertilizer, as everyone knows, uses a lot of energy. And this summer, energy prices were at the highest ever experienced. So it was not economical to run this plant anymore, as the price of input was higher than the price of the product. So the plant closed. This was great for the Russians because, first of all, you had a few angry and worried workers, I assume. And then you also had the following problem for them, which for the rest of the world, which was that, well, the largest producer of fertilizer in the world, exporter as well, is actually Russia. So if their competitors have to close one after the other, they're getting ever more market power. So that was a win-win-win situation for Russia.
Ben, hold on, wait a minute. If they got sanctions on and nobody can buy the fertilizer, of course, fertilizer prices are going to go up. And those that have bad energy pricing, their fertilizer price is going to go up. Wouldn't it kind of wouldn't it kind of even out a little bit?
Not at all. But okay. First of all, there's a commonly held belief, which is that there are sanctions against Russian fertilizer. It is not true. As a friend of the show, Tomas Vlotsic, once said, there are no sanctions against foodstuff and against fertilizer. The Russians can export to their heart content as much grain and as much fertilizer as they can ever want. Europeans and Americans and even those goddamn Canadians are not crazy. We don't want the world to starve, so we are allowing them to export as much fertilizer as they can ever produce. That's the fact. And what were we saying? Higher prices, higher prices of energy means more money into the bank accounts of the Russians, and it means less money into the bank accounts of the fertilizer producers around the world that are not Russian, because the Russians get a better deal on their energy. And the result is that the Russians are conquering more market shares and acquiring what is known as market power. But that's not what I was going. Yeah, so the closure of this giant plant was a true success of Russian hybrid economic warfare. It was a true success, but if you pay attention, is actually in the past. The plant has reopened. This is a fantastic kick in the gums of the Russians. First of all, it means that the price of energy has gone back down, so it is a lot less money for them. Secondly, it means that there are more foreign competitors on the world's market. So that means more competition, lower prices, less money for them. And finally, and maybe most importantly, that means that there are alternatives to Russia. So that means that the next time country that imports fertilizers is in a it's trying to buy fertilizer, they won't need to go to Moscow hat in hand and beg. They can go to Moscow potentially, buy their fertilizer, and if the Muscovites ask for either too much money or something along the lines of, yeah, you're going to vote for us at the UN or something along those lines, those countries will be able to tell them, oh, but there's this plant in Lithuania that has reopened. We think we're going to buy our fertilizer with them rather than with you. So yes, usually talking about plants in the middle of Lithuania is not the sort of things dreams are made of. But I thought that was an interesting and heartwarming point for the good guys. So there, you got the story of the fertilizers. But one thing, it is a less important story of the 4 or 5 I got for you. So the other ones will come later. But for the moment, we're very lucky to be joined by Timu. Timu, please go ahead.
Yeah, regarding the fertilizers, there really isn't any sanctions, though it has had some effect because one ammonium pipeline, it goes through Russia to Odessa, and obviously, even though it's anhydrous ammonia, it isn't as dangerous as ammonium nitrate, which made the Beirut explosion. So obviously, Ukraine doesn't want to have that Russian ammonium pipeline running through Odessa because there has been some accident with ammonia gas and it can still explode under certain conditions. So that isn't running. So that has some effect on world fertilizer markets also. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I didn't know about this ammonium pipeline. That's very interesting. If by any chance you have a source mentioning it or something I could read about it, I would much appreciate a DM.
Okay.
Gosh, I could hear my voice. That is something very unpleasant. I'm sorry about this, guys. James, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening. Hope you're all doing well. The reason I hopped on was also fertilizer, and I see that's sort of been discussed, but I'll throw out that the bat guano is a very valuable natural fertilizer. It's just the bat poop dried. And cow pies are surprisingly useful in different ways for fires and all this, but I wouldn't ever recommend it for that. But as something to feed your plants, it's pretty cool. So that's separated from fossil fuels. And so again, the sooner we get off fossil fuels and get back to figuring out how to integrate and let's make sure that the cycle of life is really big and none of us think about poop when we're eating our food. You know what I mean? So we want a big circle of life, but we want to figure out how to take that poop and put it to good use in Ukraine and everywhere else, and we'll be a better world. Anyway, that was the main thing. And at some point, I hope we get back to talking about bridges. But anyway, thanks.
All right, I would love to talk about bridges. I don't have much to say about bridges right now, but if some of my friends, the sort of men who you never quite know on which side they are they frog, are they men, are they frogmen, we don't know, want to come up and talk about bridges, if there are something new about bridges, I'd be delighted. And one more thing, yeah, poop. We talk about poop all the time. We're talking about the vat mix. Daryl, please go ahead.
I gotta follow poop. Really?
We said we were not going to talk about this in front of everyone, but we got something to tell you.
No.
Daryl and I. No, we don't say it. Okay, we don't say it.
No, definitely don't be saying that. Well, you saw the tweet in the nest about the bridge and the prospective date on that bridge going back in service. It's up in the nest. I posted it up earlier.
Oh yeah, of course. So when is it? Mid-December for the road, and somewhere around the last Q3 2023 for the railway junction.
That's it. That's
a
that
long
tells you
way away.
They're thinking for a great country, quote unquote, to be inefficient at not building a bridge, just replacing spans of a bridge. You're not so great if you can't do that. And that's not saying that they could. I mean, that's not saying, HIMARS coming in and destroying it again. But that's just the fact that they're trying to build it and they can't, even without the threat.
Yeah, as we say in France, a lot of truck bomb over this bridge or underneath, or is it water? I don't even know. English is hard. No, yeah, you're right. It is. Yeah, the probability that not a single HIMARS falls on this bridge again before Q3 2023 is slim. Although you never know, maybe the Ukrainian leopards will cross that bridge before they have time to finally fix it. Or maybe, you know what, they will fix it and right after the leopards will cross it. That's where my money is. James, so we're talking about bridges.
Yes,
I can feel you're not happy. You wanted another bridge.
I am happy with the Kirch Bridge for the moment because I wanted to talk about Malcolm Nance, who I called a Negro to be provocative in a tweet, but nobody noticed. But anyways, he'd be the first person I'd put across the Kirch Bridge, and it'd be televised with the target that we would knock out half of the talking heads who are inciting genocide on Russian TV, which I think, that might happen if the first guy across the Kirch Bridge is Malcolm Nance.
You're African American, of course, right?
I am not.
Okay, so
but I think that he's a wonderful man, and I think that he represents all the things that have gone on with him, and the talking heads kind of shows that he's got them tickled, if you will, or troubled, and he's sort of got a line on him. And so I think if he really was the first man across the Kirch Bridge and it were televised, I think a lot of people would be throwing up their coffee or whatever it was they just drank. So in Russian TV studios.
Ben, can I inject something here?
Please, because I'm mostly confused at the moment.
I want to know why would there be a bridge? Why would there be a bridge to Russia?
Oh, just the Kerch Bridge, and I'll need to have Malcolm Nance walk across it to give the genocide insiders heart attacks.
No. We need a bridge.
Is that wrong?
Yeah, of course it's wrong. We need a bridge because we need a simple trade link between Ukraine and Georgia. That makes sense. And there are neutral roads all over the world, roads that go through a country but that don't belong to this country. They're called points on a map, and that's it. That would be the road going from Tbilisi to where? To Odessa. That's the Black Sea Road, and that's a wonderful story. What do you say,
Ben,
Daryl?
shipping's quicker and more efficient.
Yeah, but let's face it. Don't you want to be with me driving Mustang from Odessa to Tbilisi?
Put me on a fast boat. I'm more happy on the water.
You don't know the Black Sea. The Black Sea is dreadful. You want to be you want to be driving. Any other sea in the world, I'd be with you, but the Black Sea and the Red Sea, you want to avoid.
Ben, I've been in the North Sea. I mean, not the North Sea, the North Atlantic during a hurricane on a ship. I'll be okay on the Black Sea.
You know what? The Black Sea has probably sunk more ships than the North Atlantic ever have the chance to. They're killers. They're nasty little killers. Trust me. This is one sea you don't want to sail.
Let's think modern times. How many have gone down in modern times? We're not talking about wooden sailing ships and rowboats from the Vikings and all of that. We're talking just sailing. I mean, just regular vessels, cruise, container ships, cargo. How many has it sunk?
Cruisers?
No, cargo.
Why not cruisers? The Moscow went down because of the storm. It's official.
That's a play on. That's semantics, man. That's semantics.
That's what's written on the paper. It went down because of a storm. It was a stormy night. The flagship of the Russian Navy went down because of wind and waves. If Gunny was here, he
Waves
would
saw a hole in their hull.
Yeah, but it was also windy and wavy. So there. All right. I don't have the numbers, and if a ship is made of anything else but good cooperating wood, it's not truly a ship. In my book, sue me. So what else is in the nest? Oh yeah, that one I did not see coming.
Tanks.
Yeah, tanks. American T-72s. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Losing
Wait.
my words.
What? American T-72s?
Yeah.
No, Ben. No. Reread it.
It says T-72s made in the US of A, and I don't know where could they come from. Buffalo is making T-72s. I don't know. They're co-financed.
They don't even have a tank plant in Buffalo. You'd have to go to Lima or what is it? Dearborn.
Well, I bet you didn't know they had American T-72s 5 minutes ago. So now that you know where they're being built. Come on, man.
No, that's
bad
what the
faith.
M1s are built. We don't have T-72s.
Well, no, you do. Mazel tov. Okay, no, yes, they're being financed and apparently refurbished with, well, what I assume is mostly American thingies, gizmos. Okay, Dr. Nick, who has been at the helm for a while, probably knows better.
I don't know that I know better, but I will say that T-72s are Soviet kit, aren't they? We might be upgrading or providing some sort of upgrades, maybe. I don't know. That's my thought, Daryl. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? But really, I was trying to pop in because I was gonna solve y'all's problem about who's going where with who and what, and I was just gonna say, Ben, I'll drive with you to Tbilisi, and Daryl, you find somebody that is willing to do it on a boat. That's what I was gonna say. But yeah, the T-72 thing sounds strange to me. Daryl, what do you think? I think that I mean, because it is Soviet kit, is it? I mean, right?
Absolutely. And wait a minute, you're a Marine and don't want to ride a ship? Come on now.
Hell no. I wanted to be on the ground. Sure, there's some of those Marines that will go in the go in there for a dip, but I'm not big on boats, especially when they start to get a little wonky and all of that. I need to take me some Dramamine. I'm woman enough to admit it. I don't like rough seas, so I'm better on land. But yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I used to jump off the back of them, so we're good.
Yeah, you were serving on the USS Crayon.
Oh, that's low there, Ben. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, but I didn't eat those crayons. I'll leave that to some of those other Marines. But yeah,
All right,
so
back to
getting
you,
back,
Ken.
getting back to those tanks, right? I think that those are Soviet kits, so that seems strange to me, unless they're here, or part of them are here for the purposes of retrofitting some new technology or something. I mean, what does that article say?
They are financed.
Say
Daryl.
that again. You
No,
blanked
wait.
out.
No, he said they're financed. But Daryl, if you go to a shop and you buy something, let's say a bathing suit for your jumping out of the USS Crayon, it belongs to you. It's Daryl's. So in the same way, those T-72s, they're American T-72s.
No. Okay, so look at what it says there. It says that they are co-financed, right, by the U.S. and the Netherlands. Looks like, right? So I think that that's what it is. That was kind of how I thought about it. I thought that we were helping to facilitate the purchase. So I went and looked at what Colby put up there, and yeah, it looks like we're providing money to help, the transfer and sale and all that to take place. So they're not here, and they're not American made. Maybe American financed, right?
Dr. Nick, I love you, but once in a while, you need to recognize when Daryl and I are exchanging banter. Of course, they're just.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I must have maybe I just totally missed the sarcasm there. Okay, got it. Never mind. Sorry.
No worries. Well, okay, for all of those who fell for it, no, there are not American T-72s. The Americans are buying how many? 95? Something along those lines? Of
90, yeah.
Of Czech tanks. And they're gonna not retrofit them, but fit them with advanced, I assume, night vision. What else can they put on those tanks, Daryl? Daryl is upset. Oh.
Well, no, I stepped away from my phone. They could redo the barrels if the barrels are of a type that are less what do you say, accurate, if they are rifled or smoothbore, depending on how the Russians did theirs. You have sighting, targeting, night vision. You have more efficient fuel if they made upgrades to the engines to make them more fuel efficient. You have armor that they can up armor the turrets and maybe the side skirts. There's a couple of different things that they can do to them to make them more survivable.
Okay, fantastic. So, and the Dutch are also providing something like 45. I was surprised by the number the Dutch were buying. But yeah, so that's 150. What is it? That's 150. That's a brigade. We'll go with the brigade. I like the sound of it. James, your mic is out, but no one
Yeah.
is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go for it if you want to say something.
I do about this very issue, and that was that. Was it? I think it was a dog named Jimpy or Gimpy that spoke about this, and was kind of raving about the quality of the product. And I believe the product was as they already had it, not upgraded yet. But I was kind of seeking clarification about that question. Was he talking about this was already really pretty good and way better? And obviously, it depends on who's driving it, but it was already way better than the standard issue kind of Russian tank. And so, if there were further upgrades to come on top of an already great upgrade package, it could be really, really great. But I wasn't sure if he was talking about that's after the upgrades or before.
I think what he was saying, because I was there for that, that the standard T-72 isn't ideal. It definitely is better than earlier iterations of the tank. However, that it will be made serviceable, more desirable with these additional upgrades that they're talking about throwing on there. But at the same time, we also mentioned, I brought up and he brought up, and I think it was Craig too, about that really it's, having even a Ukrainian tank group, right, on a T-72, even before these upgrades, is better than especially these new Russian conscripts on a brand new T-90, because they aren't trained long enough. They aren't, they're not veterans. They're just these sort of very green troops that don't even get a full amount of training and all of that, and they have a tendency to abandon them as soon as something happens. And so, while not having the best and the newest tank is
Daryl, can you hear Nick?
Oh, wait a minute. Say that again, Nick.
Did I say a
that
curse
again,
word? I'm sorry. Can
No,
you hear me? Oh, okay. Oh, I was saying that the Ukrainian tankers are better than the Russian tankers right now overall, right? So even on the T-72, they are more effective than Russians are on the T-90. So once they get those upgrades, they'll be in a much better position. So that was kind of the summation of the discussion earlier.
Yeah, what it has to do with is the fact that the tank troops that Russia is fielding don't have near the experience that the Ukrainian tankers do at this point, because so many have been lost. There's going to be a deficit of leadership in the tank corps. So that's what that's aimed at. Long term, they would probably be near parity if the Russians had a way of training theirs and having enough time to do it where they're proficient. But at this point, no, they are putting them in tanks, old tanks to be exact, and are getting and sending them to the front. There's questionability about the mechanical ability of the tanks because the way they were kept, they're having faults, maintenance issues. So that's the other part. That's the other side of that coin is you can maybe have a good crew, but if the mechanics of it are not doing great, you just got a hunk of metal. It could die on them, and they could be stranded with just a gun, and it would be no better than an artillery piece at that point.
Yeah, good point.
All right. Yeah, so cool. Dutch and American financed T-72s with who do you think is going to improve them? The Poles or the Czech? I'm an idiot. The Czech, of course, the Czech. They have a fantastic industry. They probably have everything they need on the spot to improve those tanks.
Well, they probably
apologies.
already have the kits. If they've already upgraded theirs, they probably have the kits because typically when they are doing, say, massive upgrades to weaponry, they build the kit, and the kits are shipped, and the mechanical facility, the maintenance facilities will go in and take off what they don't need anymore, and just put in the new parts of the kit. Unless it's being modified, and then they'll take the old pieces and just modify them to the new standard. So, yeah, I would say that Czechia has kits possibly.
All right. So I think we've exhausted that subject for the moment. No, Daryl, okay, I've got a very stupid question to ask you. When they're saying that they're putting night vision on the tanks, do they dig a hole into the armor and then put a giant night vision goggle in it, and then they put their
No, they would probably take the couple of hatches and modify them, whether it be having a new design, or they just basically laser cut the holes to fit the new sight. Or they may have to weld a plate on and then cut, just so that they can add them in. If they don't already have, because if they have a standardized design for a new retrofit, in other words, they take the same holes that current night vision systems that are in them, and they just modify it to fit into the old hole, it's a lot easier and faster to do it.
Wait, and how many tanks are there? Is it 90 plus 45, or is it just 90 in total? According to Colby, it's 90 in total. That's okay. I was hoping for 135, but I won't be greedy. Never mind. All right, Dr. Nick, have we exhausted the
at a cost of $1 million a piece, too.
Wait, that's for like that means that it's 100.
That's on the cheap. Yeah, that means
how much?
That means it's
how much is a new? How much is a new Abram?
it's not 100. It's not 100. I mean, it's not a million. I can tell you that it's not a million. I'm not sure what they're up to now, but it's not a million. They're getting these for the cheap, on the cheap.
But a modern American battle tank, it's 10 or 100 million. I don't know. I don't have an idea.
I don't have. I can't tell you, but I know it's not that number.
Daryl, you've broken enough of those to know how much they cost. Shame on you.
I don't break them. That's the Bigfoot jokers. They go in them and break them. I'm a fixer.
Okay. All right. So moving on from the T-72s. Oh no. I was about to say, but we've got a specialist in this sort of deals who came up. He's not raising his hand yet, so keeping the.
Who is that? Auntie? Is he here?
No.
Oh.
A Canadian man.
I'm gonna say Auntie 3 times and see if he comes up. He's usually on in the mornings, so he may be asleep.
Okay, I'm gonna make a Domin joke, or maybe he has exhausted his reserve of word, his allowance of word for the day. Okay, anyway, moving on to Timu, who has his hand raised and comes from the same place. Please go ahead, Timu.
Yeah. Hi. So new tanks, they are about 10 to 15 millions, depending on the model. At least the newest Leopard is about 13 to 15 million. And then regarding the chest tanks, the T-72, the Warsaw-back models, they were made in Czechoslovakia and Poland. So they generally had better quality controls than the ones made in the Siberia. So they are pretty good tanks.
Where's that other planet?
The Ural something, it was the Soviet ones were made in Siberia, Western
okay.
Siberia.
Okay, I got you now. Oh, you say in the Soviet Union, the Czechia and the ones in Poland weren't for the Soviet army?
Those were for the Warsaw-backed army. They had generally better quality control.
Thank you for that.
Okay, I cheated. The name of the factory is Ural Vagon Zavod. All right. So, Aaron, the floor is yours. Oh, wait, Colby has joined us, and maybe Colby wants to teach us all something about tanks, or not. No pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Yes. Russia just has one operational tank factory left, amongst other things that it builds, which is the Ural Vagon Zavod plant, which is in fact out in Siberia. The T-72, as Timu was saying, was licensed produced in addition to being produced domestically in the USSR, was licensed produced to both Poland and Czechia. And the ones that they produced had downgraded technology, but the quality control was in fact superior. So even though the technology that was in them was slightly different, there was less armor and there were some other factors, but there was higher quality control. So overall, you would have fewer defects, and they would be more reliable in some ways. Quality control was notoriously bad in the USSR.
Kobe, he was mentioning upgrades. What the T-72BU, I think it is. What is that signifying?
Are we talking about like what upgrades these tanks are going to get, or?
I guess, yeah. Let's go to that, because that's what the Ukrainians are going to get. So what kind of upgrades are they looking to get?
Yeah, so I don't think we know definitively yet. Caliber Obscura posted, I retweeted it, it's on my timeline. I'll throw it in the nest in a second, actually. That they have sources, they said, that were explaining that they were going to get new thermals, new fire control system, new engine, and new explosive reactive armor. And this has not been publicly confirmed, to my knowledge, yet by any governments. So I'm still waiting if there's anybody in the Czech Republic that's able to get more information from the Czech Ministry of Defense or any of the defense industry in Czechia. That would be helpful, because right now we don't have a whole lot of information. Just the Pentagon said that these were T-72B variants, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but that's what they said, and they said they're going to be upgraded, and Caliber Obscura has detailed on Twitter some of the different upgrades that they believe they will receive. It's kind of a mix of different stuff. It seems to be a new standard. It's not the existing standard that the Czech army has itself. It's a different group of upgrades that's going to come to be known as the T-72UA, which is a new standard, new designation that doesn't yet exist for this package of upgrades that it's going to be receiving.
I would assume that UA may be for Ukraine. I wonder, will it be something where it can standardize the gun, the shells, the actual rounds, standardize them so that across their platforms they have one shell that they would have to field, which makes it a lot easier. It doesn't matter which model you have, as long as the guns are the same, at least, and that makes supplying them a lot easier across the system. Now, what that may be, we don't know. Do we know if the Polish have upgraded theirs to the 120?
Daryl, are you asking if Poland put a 120 millimeter gun on their T-72 that previously was armed with a 115 millimeter?
Yeah, that probably would be the answer. I mean, that probably would be the question. I don't know if Kobe.
No, it's the PT-91. That's still using the base gun. It hasn't changed out for a NATO caliber. It still uses a 125 millimeter gun.
Okay.
Gunny was on earlier, and he's saying that the problem with these tanks is not the actual main gun. Like, the Soviets have fine tank guns. They're okay. Like the gun itself, the ballistic characteristics and all that. The problems are in fire control and optics and all the other, important technology that, makes the gun accurate and enables it to, be effective. But the gun itself is a capable platform that can put, capable ammunition on target. Again, provided the ammunition is actually meets quality controls and isn't being, cheaped out on. But the guns themselves are powerful guns. So that's not the issue with the tanks. It's all the other things and just the design philosophy behind them, having the auto loader, a 3-man crew, the ammunition carousel, and just being so small and low profile. Those are the fatal design characteristics of Russian tanks. But the guns are actually powerful.
Did that one have the gun stabilizer system on it? Do you know?
They all have stabilizers. It's just a question of how good the stabilization is.
Yeah, okay.
All of these modernized, tanks. I don't remember the first Russian tank that had a stabilizer, but pretty much they all have them. They're just not as nearly as good as Western stabilizers.
And for everybody out there, when I say a stabilizer, if you're going across rough terrain, that allows the barrel to stay on target. If they have laissez a target across a field and they're maneuvering to avoid fire, they can have the gun aimed at a target, run and fire. And the stabilizer allows the gun to stay at the level on target, even as the body of the tank is moving up and down. The barrel will adjust itself to remain in a fixed firing position at the target. All right, Ben, where are we going next?
Okay, I've received some news. So very a lot of thanks to the people who sent it to me. I've asked some friends to confirm before sharing it with you, or dispelling it. Could be fake. Well, not fake, but false. And I think in the meantime, we can go to Aaron, who had a very good question earlier today.
Hey, thanks. Okay, I got a triage of questions, all related to the tanks. One is easy one. How is Ukraine looking like with tank ammo? Is that likely to be a problem at all? Another one is the Secretary of State, I think, said that these tanks are going to be the best in the field. So whatever upgrades they're getting, are they likely to be better than the T90M, or was that a bit of, like, I don't know, a hyperbole? Do you think they'll be able to fight at night? And then the last question is the Russians refurbishing their old junk that's been rusting out. What sort of standard do you think it's likely they're able to refurbish their tanks to?
Daryl, can I try to answer at least two of those questions, and then you tell me if I'm wrong? Okay, well, I'll give it a shot, unless Colby wants to answer you. I think.
Go ahead, Ben. Take a crack. I'll fill in whatever blanks I can.
Oh yeah, or delete the memory from the mind of our listeners if what I'm saying is too dumb. If I'm not mistaken, one of the main issues with tanks is that they can only take a few shells at a time. I don't remember exactly what's the number, but something like 20. So the tank itself is likely to run out of ammo, but the result is that consumption is fairly limited, and as a result, the likelihood of being short on tank ammo is fairly low, unless you're really using a very exotic type of ammunition. What was the other question?
I was asking, like, also what
yeah.
the general situation of ammo is like. Do they have like plenty of stocks? I just saw someone message on Twitter saying that the Ukrainian stocks of ammo are low. Like, I've never heard that before. I just want you to deny it. And yeah, then the other three questions, I can remind you.
Okay, we can just deny it because we don't know.
I don't think Ukraine has any trouble with ammunition. No, I mean, not for these 125 millimeter guns, which, Ukraine has a lot of these tanks. Ukraine was producing a lot of different munitions that they needed. All these other countries in Eastern Europe have, very substantial stockpiles of this ammunition. I still have to dig in and see what the Czechs have been doing, because they may be producing 125 millimeter ammunition for their tanks. So I'm not concerned about the availability of 125. If you want to talk about, the T-62s, which is more of a Russian problem because the Ukrainians don't have many of these that they're using, because that has a different caliber. Those are 115. We've seen extremely old ammunition being utilized for those, so that's a totally different ball game. But these 125 millimeter guns, I don't think there's any problem with sourcing some kind of ammunition for them.
Okay, that's cool. And Kobe, I think I saw the Secretary of State said that they're going to be the best on the battlefield. Do you think that what they said is likely to be true? Because for that to be true, it would have to be better comparatively to the T90M. Is that likely with these upgrades? Do you think they'll be able to fight at night?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much unanswerable without knowing exactly what upgrades these tanks are going to receive. I'm not going to, make an opinion based on, anonymous sourcing at this point in time, even if I, am inclined to trust the reporting from Caliber Obscura. So I'll wait and see if somebody can actually get a government official on the record about what standard these are going to be upgraded to. But even then, I would say no. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I mean, the T90 is not nearly what Russia claims it is, but still, it is a much newer tank. It's going to have technology that a refurbished T-72 probably still won't, even if it's upgraded by us. So I'm a little bit skeptical of that claim, but I explained this earlier today, this afternoon. That the most important factor here to consider is that a good tank crew is much more important than a good tank. So you can have the best tank in the world, most technologically advanced tank. That doesn't matter at all if the tank crew that's operating it doesn't know what they're doing. And that's Ukraine's decisive advantage, is that they actually have good tank crews that know what they're doing, and the Russians don't. So Ukraine operating these tanks, or really any tanks, I give them an edge over the Russians in most cases, in any sort of engagement on rough parity, rough equal terms, just because the crew skill is much better. So even if their tanks aren't quite as capable, that's a very significant advantage for the Ukrainians to have. So I think they'll be able to, do pretty good work with them. And, Guy and I were having this conversation earlier that, these upgrades, whatever they may be, they are significant. I'm sure that they will have the necessary upgrades to ensure that they can fight at night with some effectiveness, which has been a Russian weak spot. So, whatever they get, I think they'll be reasonably effective, and the Ukrainians will put them to work and get good use out of them. I see Raver's upside. Defer to him; he can probably add more.
Hey, good evening, everyone. So I think the Ukrainians probably have a better supply of 125 millimeter ammunition at this point than the Russians do, for the reasons you outlined, that there's other suppliers. And then the Russians, the standard for the T-72 is going to be like the 3BM42 or the 3BM42M. And I don't know how much of that Russia and the Soviets actually made. And then the latest T-90s are going to be firing like the 3BM69, and that T-72 cannot fire that. But again, how much of it did Russia actually make versus how much did they pay for, and how much got grafted off into something else, some new Dasha or mega yacht or something. But I've advanced the theory for a while now that the reason they're bringing the T-62s back is there are ample stocks of 115 millimeter ammunition, and their 125 stocks are getting dangerously low. So that's just my point, that I think the Russians are running low on 125.
And Ravo, do you have any idea of to what level the Russians are able to refurbish their tanks? Like, they're pulling all the T-62s, T-72s out of storage, whatever that means in Russia, and refurbishing them, sending them into battle. But what does that mean? Does that mean like making sure the engine works and saying away you go? Or are they still able to put in some advanced optics and whatnot? Or with the sanctions, are they having to seriously compromise on their refurbishments at the moment? Do you have any idea of what, when they're rolling out of being refurbished in their tanks and rolling into Ukraine, are they basically just giving it a bit of spit and polish, or are they actually being refurbished in any meaningful sense of the word?
So they can add oblique armor, they can add ERA tiles, obviously, replace the seals and whatnot in the engines, do all that basic mechanical stuff. I think they can probably churn out stuff like the T-62M or MV, pretty unlimited, because that's an 80s level tank that they can do. But if you're talking producing T-72 Object 2016s with the French Thales Catherine system or T-90Ms. They might be able to squeeze out a few, but high rate serial production is pretty much out of the question because they don't have access to the tech, and it's not something they can produce domestically. Russian domestic chip production is junk, and so they simply do not have the tech to recreate what they were buying from France.
Thanks a lot. That's really helpful. Thanks, Kobe. Thanks, Raven. Thanks, Ben. Thanks, Darryl.
So I was just informed that apparently today, Defense Minister Reznikov announced that Ukraine has established production of 122 millimeter and 152 millimeter caliber artillery shells, and those are the two main gun calibers that they use for their legacy Soviet systems. So that's significant news because there were some concerns about dwindling supplies of those because there's sort of a finite amount that they had, and there's limited stocks in former Warsaw Pact NATO countries, and there were concerns about whether they could be procured and produced in sufficient quantities to continue to supply Ukrainian artillery. And obviously, Russia has very large stockpiles of those ammunition, and there's been reporting now that they're sourcing munitions of those calibers from the North Koreans. So apparently, Ukraine now has the ability to produce those domestically. So that's big, and raises the question whether they can do the same if they need to with 125 millimeter tank shells. But I think for tank rounds, because as well, armor has not been playing as significant a role in the war so far as artillery has. I don't worry at all about the availability of tank rounds, just because there haven't been so many really significant armored engagements. They've been used more sparingly here and there. So Ukraine's not expending large numbers of those rounds, and there's a pretty good stockpile of them. And whatever NATO countries supply them with the new tanks, I'm sure they're coming with pretty good numbers of ammunition and possibly upgraded ammunition as well. So was more concerned about the artillery than the tank rounds, and now for the artillery rounds we have that good piece of news. So I'll link that article in the Nest that just got announced today, apparently by Defense Minister Reznikov.
That would be interesting. That also fits with Bulgaria, right? It is Bulgaria producing a lot of 122, right?
Bulgaria had pretty large stockpiles of those ammunition, and apparently they do actually have production facilities for those calibers still. And Bulgaria has been providing that ammunition through the back channels to Ukraine, and now we have word from the Bulgarian government. They had a vote, and they have decided they're actually going to overtly supply Ukraine with military hardware, whereas before it was all being sent through intermediaries. But Parliament voted, and they want to elevate their military support for Ukraine, which is good news and also very significant.
Yeah, that's fantastic news. The Bulgarians produce famously a lot of ammo, so having them on your side makes a whole lot of difference.
So where are we going next there, Ben?
I don't know. I had 4 econ stories to tell. I've told one.
Well, let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, so an information that came out yesterday, according to what I think are probably official numbers, the consequence of the recent mobilization in Russia, the immediate consequence for the economy was to withdraw 600,000 men from the workforce. So Russia has a workforce at the moment of about 75 million. So they removed just shy of 1% of the workforce in a matter of weeks. This is a shock to the system. There's absolutely no way around this. This, in great part, explains why the GDP, why both the GDP and the industrial index numbers for the months of September and October are really, really bad. But let's not kid ourselves. This is not the sort of thing that alone is going to kill the Russian economy. Minus 1% is ultimately not that big. There is still, if you do the calculation, there's still 99% left. But that also puts a very clear and a significant cost on the raising of more men. If you hold the ratio constant, which is that for each man mobilized, 300,000 in total, you've got 2 leaving the workforce, because probably the rest is trying to escape the draft by moving either abroad or into the countryside, but in any case away from their place of work. So for each man you raise, you lose 2. That's a bit of a problem, because if the Russians dream to build a 1 million strong army, well, they can do it, but they will lose 2 million men. And this is cumulative, because the next time they raise 300,000, they will lose 600,000. That will come on top of those that they've already lost. At some point, those numbers are becoming unsustainable. All the more because we're mostly talking about young men, some of them in important places, and that may have gradually an impact, a very significant impact on the economy, and potentially the accumulated effect may lead to the sort of enormous problem that will prevent the Russian economy from supporting the Russian state, and the Russian state from keep waging the war against Ukraine. So that was the second information. Those are big numbers. Those are numbers that may be so large that it's a bit difficult to fathom and to understand them. But that's also important to have an idea of the scales that are involved. The Russian economy is a big beast, but the hits that it is taking at the moment are very significant, and at some point, as our friend Craig said, it might lead to the rotting of the body politic and of the economy as a whole. So that was the second one. I'm trying not to get too excited by this information, but let's make no mistake, it is very, very good news. Like, if you think about it, the Allies, it was a bit awful, but the Allies in World War II, were trying to deny the German economy access to part of its workforce, sometimes by bombing directly the working areas where the neighborhoods where the workers used to live. And if you had told them that in a month they could remove 600,000 men from the Nazi workforce, they probably would have signed right here and there. Immediately, it would have been considered as a massive victory. So yeah, it is pretty important, even though it's not the final blow.
Ben, I got one question on those numbers. Is that males or is that workforce? And that's all workers?
That's all workers. So in both cases. So when we're talking about the people that are being removed from the workforce, we're talking male and female. So among those who fled are a number of partners and wives and whatnot of young male who were trying to avoid the draft. So yeah, they're trying to escape, and they're taking their wives with them. So among the 600,000, there's a number of women. And among the 75 million, this is also women. It's actually, sorry, it also includes women. This is actually easy to calculate because 75 million is roughly speaking half the Russian population. Since there in no country is 100% of the population engaged in the workforce. Actually, you tend to be much closer to, depending on where you are, 45, 50, 60, sometimes 65% of the population directly involved in the workforce. The 75 million that I refer to is guaranteed to be with the women, which is, but where you're right is that the female workforce and the male workforce don't totally overlap. There are activities where men are much better represented, and as a result, those activities could be more impacted by this withdrawal of the Russian, mostly male, from the workforce. And if you think, for instance, I don't know, what activity?
Doctors, nurses, those professions.
Yeah, doctor, nurses. I think those guys are less likely to move out. But for instance, I guess people, truck drivers. Truck drivers are what? In Russia, I wouldn't be surprised if it was north of 90% of the truck drivers were male, and they're going to move out because they're directly targeted, and those that don't want to go. I mean, first of all, there are those who have been taken away, and then there's those who are running away. And the result is that there must be a dramatic shortage of truck drivers at the moment in Russia. Okay, truck drivers may be replaced by
miners.
Yeah, miners, but truck drivers and miners, you can potentially replace them with people from Central Asia. There's a uptick in the number of migrants from Uzbekistan and Tajikistan. I said Tajikistan once, I said Tajikistan twice, I said Tajikistan thrice. And Joseph is not there. This is disappointing. But yeah, there's a lot of people and more from Central Asia. But you cannot replace, for instance, okay, software engineers. There's a lot of languages that are very important where the workforce is 90% male. And you don't bring software engineers from Tajikistan. Not that they don't have them, but they've already gone. They've already run away to the US or wherever. So the result is that you cannot compete with them, you cannot attract them, and those firms that are using a lot of software engineers, they're going to be hit particularly hard, I think. Oh, right. The economy is fun, and economics is fun, demographics is even more fun. Right. Third story. Which one is it again? Oh yeah. Oh, that's pretty amazing. That's very important that Craig is not here. Although we do have George, so I'm gonna wait for George to come up. George the tanker. George the tank engine. Hello, George.
Hello, George.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
I'm a bit worried. I think I'm going to learn a lot of things about T-72s, and I didn't know I liked it, but it's very interesting.
Well, it's nice that they're going to get 90 T-72s. Looks like the first delivery is going to be in early December. Looks like the first 26 or 30, and they're going to be when they say refurbished, Daryl might know what that means, but when the U.S. refurbishes something, they usually don't, take skip steps. So they're it looks like they're going to get new optics, new range finders. I don't know if they're going to deal with stabilization, but if they get new optics and new thermals, that, like we've always said, is a plus because it improves their night fighting capabilities. I'm more interested in the M1117s that they're getting, the 250. That's a pretty decent vehicle. It's it gets guys to the front. It's a good reconnaissance vehicle. It's got a 50 cal. It's got a 7.6 machine gun. It's got a 40 millimeter grenade launcher. The cool thing about that vehicle is it weighs about 15 tons. So it kind of fits in between like an armored Humvee and a Striker in its size. But
Are they air mobile?
yes, you can fit, I think, about five. Was it 4 or 5? Maybe, I don't know. At least 5 in a C-17, right? And the other thing about them that's really cool is you can actually switch out the turret to something that's, packs a bigger oomph. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Ukrainians, once they get them, might even swap them out with something like a 30 millimeter cannon or something like that, like an auto cannon, like they have on that. What is that? The BTR Ford, I think that they have. So I wouldn't be.
Yeah, I saw that. The one they modified.
Yes, yes. That you remember, and it's got the remote weapon station where the guy can actually control the vehicle remotely, which is insane. We saw that early on when they were fighting in MriyaReport. The Azov battalion had several of those. Yeah, so you might see this happen with the Striker. The other thing, Striker's not a track vehicle; it's a wheel vehicle, but it's mine resistance. That's what it was developed. It was developed off the old Cadillac Cage commando vehicles that the U.S. used in Vietnam. Those didn't have a turret. This thing has a turret. It's mine resistant. It's got applique composite armor, so it can take a pretty decent beating. Nothing like a main round from a tank, but it could take mortar rounds, RPG rounds, and actually the tires are better than run flats. You could blow out all 4 tires as long as the suspension is working. It can still move, so it can get guys out of harm's way if need be. I think 250. That's a nice number.
Take it and multiply it by 6.
What was that, Daryl?
And take that and multiply it by 6, and
Yeah,
think about that as a troop force.
That would be great. I mean, look, the United States has.
No, I mean as far as the number of troops that you can put in that
Oh
number.
yeah. You can put 6 guys in there, move them quickly. The things. It's got a nice. It's got a good pickup for a heavy armored vehicle, and prove its survivability. And I know Greece has received is receiving or is going to receive like 300-400 of these M117s too. So the United States has a lot in storage. So getting 250 of them are nice. I don't know if they're gonna maybe upgrade some of the optics. That would be nice. Maybe give these guys a thermal on that turret, and like I said, it's a nice addition. 250 vehicles is a nice addition. It's better than running around with a pickup truck, especially when you got a 40 millimeter grenade launcher and a 50 cal on it.
The 40 millimeter grenade launcher is very popular with Ukrainian troops. Konstantin has spoken to that numerous times. They like it very much. They have them mounted on the Humvees, so this is an even better platform for that, more protection. So.
Oh yeah, and it's not like your handheld M203 or your M79. Like this thing's got a 40 millimeter that it's just like it's like a grenade launching machine gun, pretty much. It's got a nice distance to it. So, and it can, and as you've seen in videos, it can lay a nice amount of fire. And the Ukrainians have developed firing tables for the damn thing, which is crazy, so they can even get more distance out of it, to saturate an area target. I mean, that's how good these guys are with their math skills.
They're taking a gun and they're putting tables on it. Damn.
Yeah, think about that. I don't know how they figured out if they elevated how many degrees, you know, and firing it for how many second bursts that those, and remember, this thing is firing 40 millimeter high explosive dual purpose rounds. They're not what we used to fire out of the M203s. These things can take out like lightly armored vehicles, even your BMP. And they're figuring out at this elevation, it's going to go so many meters, and they have all that down. And they've made cards for the damn thing, that laminated cards that every crew that has one.
Just so people understand, that gun is typically direct fire. That means you see it, you shoot it. They're talking about going beyond the line of sight.
Yes, exactly. In other words, you're not seeing the target, but someone's telling you there's something there, and they're lobbing 40 millimeter grenades on their heads.
In other words, they're turning a 40 millimeter grenade launcher into a 40 millimeter automatic mortar.
Exactly. Yeah, they can call it mortar fire with this thing. Pretty much just to make it as simple as possible.
We're really nerding out on these things, aren't we? But that's okay, because the Ukrainians are going to nerd out on them and take care of some Russians with them, get free their country. Folks, if you're listening in, I would like you to please retweet the space, let everybody know that we're here, what we're talking about. There is a little bit of a blackout going on, so yes, we are just talking about things that are happening outside Ukraine, government entities, what they are doing, any policy changes, whatever that are going on, if there are. Excuse me. But we would like people to know this is what's happening in Ukraine and what they are getting to ascertain their liberty from Russia. They've always had it. They just need to let Russia know that they have it. And if you would, retweet the space. The other thing is we firmly support MriyaReport.com. We're behind them, and they provide non-lethal aid to the Ukrainian soldiers, some civilian sectors, and it's not based on what they can get. It's based on what they have asked for, and that's key. Because if they ask for it and we can get it for them via our donations, that's a 100%. That's a 100% good thing, because all of the money that you give will be going toward it. And just know that there are no pizza parties, there are no T-shirts, there's nobody having lavish dinners, this type of thing, going out and schmoozing with your donations. Everything is going toward this aid. This organization was founded by a group of Canadian soldiers that went over there, trained with the Ukrainians. They know the Ukrainians. They know their heart. And all we ask is, if you are here, if you can, please donate And the thing is, it's not like you're giving. If people have a penchant for not wanting to give a bullet to somebody, you're not doing that. You're giving somebody a tourniquet. You're giving somebody night vision goggles. You are helping get a drone, something to that effect. So please, do what you can, and Slava Ukraine.
Thank you, Daryl. That was very moving.
Where'd you move to? I thought you were here with me.
No. You convinced me. I'm going to Canada and I'm going to help them pack stuff.
Oh, really? You coming to the States? You coming to the other continent?
Used by one of the either the commander or the driver or the gunner in the hatch. So one of the things that 250, that's a solid number. And one of the ways that I think about the usefulness is, especially on the offensive, when you see Ukraine moving forward and taking ground. One of the main roles that this plays is for the MPs. It's a very mobile vehicle that can also, hold the position pretty well. I mean, unless you're up against something bigger, it can handle, insurgent type activities, infantry. So I really see, this being a really big way to get some of the heavier infantry fighting vehicles from the rear or in those kind of cleanup operations. But it's great to see vehicles like this starting to make it there. So we're just one step away from the Bradley, which I'm waiting for with pins and needles. But also, I'd love to hear if anyone knows. There's 40 armored boats. I was wondering what those could be. But anyway, it's great to see these kind of aid packages making it through for right now.
Amen. Amen. Good evening, Erlen.
Good evening. Nice to hear someone else talking about infantry fighting vehicles that I don't know about. I saw it earlier today, and it looks good, especially because it protects probably a lot better against mines because it's elevated. William, is it well panzered underneath?
So I don't know exactly what the ratings. For mines, especially just your basic anti-vehicle mine, I'm pretty sure, especially with the design methods, with the V-shaped hull, that it's going to be able to take a punching and take care of whoever's in there. But CJ might know a little bit more of the specifics, though, also about that. But no, they're better than a Humvee, that's for sure. But they're a great little vehicle.
Yeah. I know that the Sisus from Finland, they're already there, but they're way older. So this is a good upgrade, I believe. Anyways, I started a little free the CV90s thing. So if you guys wanna help me retweet that or make some better memes, I'm not a good meme creator. That would be great, because I think that Sweden is in a very good position to send some, because they are just standing around in warehouses in Sweden with no soldiers to man them, and there are more than 500 of them, and they're probably the best available infantry fighting vehicle that there is the links, but that's not really available. So yeah. So please help me with that.
Erling, y'all got to come up with a cool name now. CV90. That's not a cool name. You got to give it a cool name.
I'm sorry, it's the Swedes that made that. They have an even worse name actually in Swedish. It's Stridsfordron or something. Yeah, it's even strange for Norwegian.
Wait a second, Erlen. It has a cool name. We've christened it.
Yeah. Well, they have one version which is called the Armadillo, but it's like, but it's not the one that we want them to send to Ukraine, unfortunately. Well, they could send that as a support vehicle, but yeah, it's more like a modern version of an M113 in the CV90 chassis. Why I came up now is I've been very busy last 2 days, but I've known for a while, and a lot of people have known for a while, that there has been 100-ish Ukrainian soldiers trained in Norway since the summer on NASAMS 3, and I guess that they are on their way back because the news is out, and that's great news to share with you. It's been rumored for a while. I got to know it a few weeks ago. And since then, I've shut up about it, but that's very good. They got a full course on it, I think more than 3 months, so that's great.
Thank you, Erland. All right. George, do you mind if we let CJ speak first before he runs away again?
Sure. Go ahead.
No, obviously, William was the one that was in Iraq. I was only in Afghanistan at a very different time in the scale of that war. But, what I heard William, at least from the vehicle reports in terms of performance, was that the M117 had performed exceptionally well against at least IEDs, right? So not maybe necessarily the same as anti-tank mines, but considering the fact that wasn't really what it was designed for, the fact that it fit that role for mine resistance is a great thing for Ukraine, because as we all know, there's so many mines in the country, and even in areas they don't expect. So that's just very important to have. In terms of answering your question, I've seen, and I'm pretty confident to say, that the 40 boats refer to riverine patrol boats that have previously been given, I believe in April or May. This is double the number that were given before. So I think the confusion was when they said armored, people thought it was one thing, but it's just, obviously they can take up to, I think, 7.62, because they are either steel or some type of metal plated. So they're not like Zodiacs or, rigid hull type things. They're actually full on boats or full on ships, sorry, Navy people. But yeah, these are things that they've used in a couple different areas, and very hopefully, we see them used more and more on the Dnipro eventually here. But I guess we'll have to wait on that.
You were right, CJ. They are boats.
Hey, CJ, since you're up here, if you got a couple of seconds, I was just wondering, I really, if we're starting to see, we're really looking at some stagnation on the Russian side, and I think it's only going to get worse. When you're seeing these casualty numbers as high as they are coming from the Russian side, is a lot of that just the inability for them to seek cover and actually survive? Is it offensive, or is it just simply Ukraine's able to pick them off with this incredible array of artillery they have right now?
So part of it is the trend of having just people with absolutely no military training, right? I mean, it seems pretty obvious, but I think it's important to say. What we're waiting for right now, and what I'm obviously curious in, because it'll help influence what Ukraine needs in the future, is just how many conscripts they've gotten into action so far, right? We know that between 300 and 500,000 were mobilized, and we know the numbers are increasing in Ukraine, and we had this number in our head of about 180 to 200,000, but I'm afraid it's probably a bit more than that now. So that's the one factor. The other factor is, this massive wave of attacks that Russia has unleashed basically northwest of Donetsk City, all the way down to Polivka in Zaporizhia, right? They attacked with about 20,000 people over the last 4 days. One of the largest attacks Russia's done across a wide scale in quite some time. Unfortunately for them, they ran headfirst into about 8 mechanized brigades, or about 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers that you could say were perhaps preparing for a counterattack, for later on, or were rotating through. Hard to say exactly. If we're going from the point of view that Russia was trying to capture territory here, it's been not very successful. They've advanced forward, anywhere between 1 and 2 kilometers, but they've been pushed back in others on the sector of the front, and this is where they're taking most of their casualties in the last 4 days. They're literally taking 500 killed every day in this battle. It's absolutely brutal, unlike anything that we've seen so far, really, on that large of a scale. However, my only concern, of course, is if this was a spoiling attack to prevent an encirclement, and by that I mean, if this attack was done to prevent these Ukrainian troops, basically pushed down from Zaporizhia to Mariupol and kind of go in conjunction with what's going on in the Kherson front, then it may be somewhat successful as a spoiling attack. I think the jury's out. I mean, obviously, if I was betting man, I'd be betting on Ukraine in that regard. But to say that, just because Russia's losing people in this way, that it's only a good thing for Ukraine, I would just be a little bit more hesitant now that there's so many more Russians in the country. But, I'm still pretty confident, obviously.
Wait, CJ, are you saying that they're sacrificing something like 1,000 men every 2 days for probably the coming 10 days or maybe even 20 in order to save the 27 that are on the west bank of the Dnipro?
I mean, that's one way of looking at it, right? We know that they're effectively tying up 40,000 Ukrainian soldiers that could be helping, with what's going on in Kherson or in Donetsk, and those guys aren't doing that right now. So, Ukraine has a lot more people than Russia still in this fight, even with the conscripts, but it's still important to watch closely. Again, I'm not trying to be too doomy here, but at the same time, we'll have to wait a little bit longer to find more details. But what I really would want to know, and I don't think we really can know right now, is how long are these casualties sustainable? Because I think less important than lambasting Russia for not having an NCO corps, because I don't think it's necessarily productive. I would just say at this point, lambasting Russia for not having seasoned military leaders of any type, right? And this is the thing, when they're taking 1,000 casualties a day, they don't get people to get that veterancy that you need in a large scale combat, or you really need in any war, but especially in this, where you need to know so many technical skills over a large period of time. If these people keep dying, then they can't pass on that knowledge. And that becomes a real limiting factor, I think. And so it's not so much can they bring new people up, but can they keep those experienced leaders alive moving forward?
Thanks. That makes me think of Hannibal, the Carthaginian general. I mean, of course, but he was famous for using his Hispanic and Gaulish troops in sort of I lose a lot, but I don't care because I have a lot of them. And at the end, my African and Greek troops can crush the Romans. And he worked time and time again until he had run out of this light Hispanic and Gaulish infantry, and he never managed to just field an army for a battle again because he had just exhausted his light infantry. So there's the Hannibal paradox for you. George, save me for myself and say hello to John Spencer for me.
Good evening, Colonel.
Good evening. Somebody said infantry. Somebody said M113.
Well, they're heading to the cities, possibly, not too long from now. They have the M117. What do you think?
First, I don't know what an M117 is. What is that?
What is it? M11? Yeah, the M117. It's that
Triple one
infantry
seven.
fight.
777 ASV.
I've never heard that. So I had an M113.
John, it's what the MPs use with the Mark 19 and 50 cal.
Yeah, I've never seen it. I thought they got like 250 113s.
They
No,
already
it,
got 113s, but this is a new delivery that's forthcoming.
Okay, then I can talk to the 113 because we kept those even as we modernized the mechanized infantry formations with the Bradleys. We kept the 113s as a FLA, medical vehicle, and for the first sergeant. The first sergeant hated it.
you say you use the 113s alongside the Bradleys?
100% is part of MTO. So even the first sergeant didn't get it, which first sergeants around the Army still are pretty upset about, didn't get their own Bradley. They get a 113 because it's a protected, cheaper medevac vehicle. I mean, they're always upset about that. So I'd always fight with my person who would rather be in a Humvee than be in that boxed 113 who has lots of maintenance issues, doesn't have advanced optics, which is really a big deal. Doesn't have an advanced weapon system. You got the guy sticking up there with usually a 50 cal for us. He just hated it, but it was only used for. It was always used, even in 2008 in Baghdad. It was with us, even though the other person didn't want it to be. It's his vehicle for establishing, the casualty collection point.
Did they? Did you guys use the mobile command center when it looked more like the hospital, but it was actually more like a command center on the inside?
Yeah, some of those we didn't know. So I was in a tank. I was actually in a tank battalion, but it was a combined arms battalion, which is something that we did back then. We have one tank company, 2 mechanized infantry, but didn't matter if you had a tank commander or a mechanized infantry or an infantry commander. But the command and control suite, I have seen what you're talking about. I mean, there's so many variations now, especially with even when it went to the MRAP fleet. But a straight mechanized infantry, the battalion talk will have something like that. But I'm telling you, the battalion commander either gets a tank or a Bradley, and then the S3 gets the opposite. He gets a tank or a Bradley. But those are the fighting vehicles you want. I mean, there's been some, and CJ could probably talk much more than I could about these mobile command systems. The Army is toying with this, having no, established talk or attack in this tent complex, having something very mobile with the lethality of the battlefield at the moment.
All right. Colonel, I just want to let you know that I was reading the book on the plane this morning, and I got some questions when we have a longer time for that.
All right. Which one?
The connected soldiers.
Oh yeah, a lot.
Yep.
A lot of nice. I will say I heard somebody say that the V hole, I can't speak to the 117. Yeah, these are the 113. These are Vietnam era tracked vehicles. The V hole is really, I actually went into 2003 with an M114, which is an up armored Humvee. It gives you more protection against an ID than a 113. But no matter what, I've said this from the beginning, like we have 2,000 plus 113s in the guard and reserve or in depot. Ukraine can definitely use them. It is absolutely going to be more protection from small arms. Really, what the 113 is, it's a metal box, but it's protection from small arms more so than a Toyota pickup truck or an open Humvee. We've seen everything right now, so I'd be a big fan of sending them 2,000 113s. There is a maintenance issue though. They do break down a lot.
Well, with these are new 6-man type vehicles, and looking at weather and coming on, these are wheeled, of course. How in cold weather would you guys still would you mount or would you unmount? You know, at certain times, you know, just for rest. Would y'all stay mounted? You know, if it was super cold, or would you still bivouac outside?
I still bivouac outside. I mean, you say mounted for movements or for attack. I mean, if you're going to be stationary, there's more security, more safety by establishing, digging in, or doing something. But yeah, even if it's depending on the vehicle, like the MRAP's not a fighting vehicle. It's a transportation vehicle. Many of these platforms, if I had them, you get to your assault point or whatever you're going to call it, and you dismount, and there's safety in that. Hope that answers the question. Yeah, with the cold, I mean, it's a hard question. Depends on the security posture, the enemy threat. Absolutely, it dictates what you would and wouldn't do, and then everything from having a warming vehicle, that's farther back or middle. These things. I was just discussing this last night. It got pretty cold at our kids' football game, like 20 degrees, and most of the dads are all prior military, talking about different things you do in cold weather. But security is always number one. And of course, common sense.
Yeah, of course. I was looking at it being like a temp shelter. They can cycle out. One man stay warm, the others they rest, and then the one stays on guard there, and it just gives them a
Right.
way to cycle it. It gives them a way to cycle out.
Yeah, death before
necessary.
dismount for those tankers. Yeah, and you got to talk about which formation it is too, because it's death before dismount for those tankers. They ain't getting out of nothing. But if you're talking, I'm an infantry guy, so my mind goes to the infantry. But yeah, as you know, there's such many great variations, and what you just briefed would be absolutely depending on what posture you put the security at, whether it's 33%, which is the lowest that we teach to go to, 50%. You get them out there for 100%. During critical hours, all that stuff we still do.
So let's see. We've talked about the tanks. We've talked about the M113s. You did see where they were getting the tanks this morning? The 100 or 95 T-72s. Girl?
I'm sorry, Daryl, but we're driving up to a travel game, so I got asked a question from the home camp. Say again.
Oh, the bosses spoke.
Oh, I wasn't the boss. It wasn't household 6. That's the young one. He follows orders. Well, I heard you say we talked about tanks. We talked about armor. What was the question?
No. I was saying you did see where they're getting the 95 T-72 tanks.
I did see that refurbished, right? Refurbished from somewhere.
That's correct.
Very nice. I think, like Malcolm said, that stuff isn't going to be out, like little sprinkled everywhere. They're going to take that, a tank unit that you can put into play, like in a combined arms formation, adequately. That's great, dude. Yeah, I love seeing that.
As in terms of now, I'm gonna go to your book with this. In terms of not just unit cohesion, now they're looking at getting new kit. How does that figure on troop morale at this point when they start seeing stuff like this come online?
No, it's a big boost. There's actually only a few things that boost morale, but when you get new equipment and you've been trained on it, it's a giant boost. I actually, some of the best training I ever had in 25 years of my military career. We came back from Iraq in 2009. We were basically a Humvee base. We hadn't touched our Bradleys, and we had gotten an upgrade. So basically, gotten a new variant of the Bradleys that none of us had ever. I mean, they're just an upgrade. And they put us through 2 weeks of new equipment training. by an external teaching unit. So from company commander down, all of us got training, got new equipment, and then ran through gunnery. And it was an amazing 2-week team building event. But when the soldiers get new kit like that, it really reinforces the message that does matter, whether you're a private or you're a general, that there's trust, because the trust that they care about you and they're trying to get you the best equipment on the earth. And it's severely cohesive bond. It builds bonds. It builds that trust between you, your leaders, your nation, your army. And we've heard it. To be frank, I've heard it a few times with a couple of people. There's always this underlying, even in the greatest, when you know the reason you're fighting is so high, but there's still, like, when you don't have everybody has the right equipment, like James Velasquez was talking about in the beginning, like, if people didn't have helmets, didn't have weapons, eventually people are like, man, do people not care about us? So when you get some high-speed equipment like this, it's a big boost to morale, motivation, cohesion. If you've gotten just a few pages into my book, and they're not all the same, but morale is something that goes up and down day by day. And you can have big boosts and you can have big hits to morale. The other elements are more consistent, like cohesion. But yeah, absolutely, it'll be a big boost. You still there, Daryl?
Oh yeah, there we go. I had my mic on mute still. I'm sitting here talking to you. Talking speed with the new equipment. We know that they've been going with the Humvees, of course. And this kit is a little bit more mobile. I think with the V-hull, they have a lot more security going across open fields and stuff, because it may be able to take mines a little better than a Hummer. Well, I'm sure that it'll take a mine a little bit better than a Hummer if they ran into one. But the overall speed on the battlefield, when you guys change vehicles, and did it change your ability to maneuver faster when you did that? It went from the old vehicle to the newer one, or did you have to adjust?
No, the variation I was talking about were really upgrades in the computers and stuff, right? Giving the commander the capability to take over the gun and things like that. I will say that change in battlefield mobility really is significant for the commanders on the ground to open up different options. Not saying wars like football, but give you more plays, because you do have the ability to move faster than the enemy. Because fire and maneuver is about your mobility. All vehicles Daryl knows this. I'm sure people have heard me talk about it. There's something called an iron triangle. So it's firepower, protection, and mobility. And no matter what, there's trade-offs for each one when you increase the other. So that's one of the reasons why the U.S. military went to a Stryker vehicle. They wanted something that was lighter, that could be deployed around the world, but also could move faster, the real part, and be a supporting element, but it's all about the overall picture. So for me, you get a new piece of, a new unit, right? So it's not a new vehicle. So now you have a tank battalion attached to a brigade or regiment or division. It gives him a lot of options to not run plays, but to develop courses of action that include the shock and awe that a tank formation gives a combined arms team. Really a lot more options open up, not just in protection of the vehicle, like you said, across across danger areas, we call them, but also that ability to have a shock effect, an overwhelming punch. Like, let's say you're trying to do a breakthrough. So it definitely opens up options if you have that, firepower, mobility, but then and also protection. That's why there's no replacement for a tank on the modern battlefield. I don't care what anybody tells you. There's that mobile, protected firepower. There's nothing that can replace it. There's nothing that will replace it. It's still a vital part of war fighting today. Yes, there are trade-offs. There are tactics and technologies that have to adapt. But that thing is very powerful. And I'm an infantryman. I'm not saying that. You can quote me. I'm no smart soldier goes into an urban fight without a tank, and only a dumb one does it without it.
I know when I was in, we still had the M60s in the Marine Corps, and I remember when we
Marines don't have tanks anymore, Daryl.
No, I'm saying when I was in, we still had the M60s along. We still had the M60s next to our AAVs, and I remember when the M1s came online, it increased our ability our speed that we could do across country, because where the M60 was, if you got 20 out of it, you were lucky, speed wise. And the amphibious assault vehicles on land, we could do 35, 40. And the tanks were always if we were trying to make a run across the desert, something like that, the M60 was the limiting factor for us. But when the M1 came along, the amphibious assault vehicle actually was the slower one out of the two on the flat deserts. So I know in Iraq, the sand over there became more of an issue for them. But I'm just, when I think about the changing of vehicles and the speed of the force, I know that can be a factor when you making mission plans and you're trying to do a fast pencil movement or something like that, get in and really disrupt the lines. I know that's something, having that speed to do it is, can be, an advantage, especially bringing in a new vehicle like that.
Yeah, 100%. Any vehicle, to be honest. And I'll be honest, as the U.S. military doesn't have it figured out, right? So I jumped into northern Iraq, part of an infantry regiment of 1,000 soldiers, as you'll soon read about. Hit the ground.
I read it.
We hit the ground, and now where are you going to go? The battlefield was moving so quickly. Militaries that don't have vehicles, look how many infantry brigade combat tanks we have. Everybody's working on it, but the Humvee was never meant to be a fighting vehicle. In Iraq in 2003, I was, what do you do with infantry? You got to move them. You put them on anything you got. You can put them on the outside of a tank, and that's a great tactic. But you're right. You have to. The battlefield is fluid, and outfitting and doing that iron triangle of, really for us, it includes weight, firepower, mobility, and protection. You're 100% right. We've seen evolutions of, especially modern combat. Like, everybody needs a vehicle, and it's really interesting because we have the Joint Readiness Training Center out in Fort Polk, Louisiana. It's an infantry fight, right? It's 12 to 14 days of just infantry walking through the woods. If you're a observer controller, you walk with them. Now, if you take some of those forces, you stick them out at the National Training Center. If there's a dismount of force, they call it the snail trail, because it'll take days, for an infantry unit to move what a mechanized unit can do in a few hours. And I think we're seeing that in Ukraine, right? And that's why we see all of our friends, Malcolm and you name it, talking about we need vehicles. It doesn't matter what role they're playing, whether it's frontline or service and support. You know, the medics and how many ambulances have been lost, and I think a lot of people are still waking up to that. And I, you know, Craig was here to talk about World War II and how many trucks were given. Militaries need that mobility, and especially you talk about operations, right? There's getting people into position to conduct an operation. Then there's the ability to maneuver in the operation. Like in the Kharkiv offensive, we saw so many different vehicles and so many people hanging on to vehicles in support of an operation to put infantry in place to seize and hold ground. You got to get them to the battle space and then deploy. But the fact is that you need, that's why the Ukrainians haven't been provided even a little bit of what they need in just vehicles. Now, see, actually, there, so I have to say release the Leopards, but they need every type of vehicle they can get, from Humvees, which I'm not a fan of. And I understand they're doing amazing things with Humvees, and Constantine has some really cool graphics on, they're adapting fire and maneuver, incorporating the Humvee as a platform, but it's never meant to be a fighting vehicle.
Carl, I'm gonna let Erlen jump in here. Erlen, go ahead. Over.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you anyways, Colonel. It's very insightful, lots of very good information. And yeah, I wanted to go a little back to the M113 and what it can do for, it's anyways a part of this discussion. Like they made so many variants of that. There is the mortar variant even, where there's a top hatch, and I think it's like a big old mortar in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I actually don't tell anybody, but a long time when I first came into the military, I was a mortar soldier, and that 4.2 mortar on the 113. So it's actually built into the bed of the 113. It is what I was trained on. It's really cool stuff. But actually, most of the mechanized platforms have a mortar variant, even on a Bradley chassis or whatever like that. So, but yeah, absolutely, I agree with you. This is what they do, right? They take a 113 chassis, right? You have lots of variations of it, just like the Bradley. It's not just the M2A3 Bradley. The Bradley chassis, actually had the amazing opportunity to go to the plant. They can put that that chassis on any type of vehicle you want, and create you a whole bunch of variants. Matter of fact, the manufacturer's more than happy to do that.
Yeah, and they have of course the hospital or the ambulance version, which is crucial. And like now I'm just listing what we should supply them with: the mortar version, the ambulance version, probably the command truck is the command post vehicle.
So you made me think of something. The mortar thing, I 100% agree with you. So we took Humvees into 2003 into Iraq. You put a 9-man squad, if you can fit it back there, really crammed together. And then we started wanting sandbags in the base of the Humvee. Again, those are not meant for that. So a mortar vehicle has to carry a lot of weight. So we broke every coil spring of every Humvee in our entire formation in Iraq in 2003 because we were fighting with them. We were moving troops fully loaded with combat loads, rucksacks attached to the outside of the vehicle, and just having the troops in the back of even the cargo, the wood slatted M998s. We broke every coil spring because they're not meant for that. But you're right. I mean, I agree with you. You give them hundreds of mortar carrying vehicles on tracks. They're going to be carrying a lot of their own ammunition. You can even put trailers on those that can pull the trailers through rough terrain. 100%. You just triggered that in me. But.
Yeah, that's great. And also I think there are at least 1,000. There were at least 1,000 M113s with tows in Europe, and I know Norway had, well, like we in Norway had 150 or 200 of those, and I don't know what happened with those. If they're out there, they should not stand in a warehouse. They're never going to be used by a Western army, but they could be very well used. And all of these elements, they need to be the support of what we need to supply them with: modern infantry fighting vehicles like the Bradley, like the CV90s, like the Marder. And yeah, we just need to do that. We're talking about the Archer a lot, and people are pushing for that. It's fun, you know, compared to what the real stuff that would make a change is. Yeah.
Yeah, and when somebody tries to push me, like, what's the one thing? Like I can play that game if you want, right? And Attackums would be the one, you know, massive battlefield impact immediately, but they need everything. And there's my friend Bold with the Forbes Ukraine, starts with a D. Bold. I don't want to say Voldemort. Voldemort. No, that's still coming out wrong. Has a really good graphic of what hasn't been given yet, even from the United States. And then he has at the bottom what's available, like there's 2,000 113s. You're like, we don't use them anymore. Like, it's a National Guard or in a depot that could just be sent. I 100% agree with you.
Yeah, and it just needs to happen. And yeah, 113s, I've seen a few of them there, but they're unfortunately been used in the wrong situation, because that's the best thing they have instead of like they had the pickup truck. So when the Humvees arrived, they started using that as an infantry fighting vehicle because they were using the pickup truck in the first place, right? And then it's the 113, but that's not well utilizing the platform.
No, they're still using pickup trucks, to be sure. Whether it's the Legion or the Army, whether it's the Special Forces or not, they're using whatever they can because they don't have what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. And but it's like the M113, for instance, that we're talking about. It's a pity that we supply them with that, and they have to use it for something that it's not fit for. Of course, it's better than what they already have, but that just shows that we're not supplying them with the stuff they really need to conduct movement and fire. And that's yeah, somebody needs to understand that around in Europe soon, because I think this is something Europe can easily help with as well. There's yeah, full warehouses of these things all over Europe.
Alan, I got a question for you concerning, you guys were talking about trailers right now, and the 113 being able to pull trailers. Water. In your area of the woods, it got really cold. How did you guys transport water and to keep it from freezing?
Oh, you would if you had a Camelback, you would put it on your stomach inside your jacket. If you had a canteen, you would put that somewhere inside your jacket. We have a very good Gore-Tex, or it's not really Gore-Tex. It's a layered shell
I'm
jacket.
talking
And
more transport of your water.
Transport, like heavy transport.
Yeah, you transporting your water for your troops.
Oh, you have a heated vehicle. Like, you need to have a well, if it's in the terrain, we would probably use BV 206, which is about two. It's like it's like two vehicles in one. It's like a trailered belted vehicle, and it has a heater in the back. Because either you have troops there, or you have stuff that needs to be not in the freezing temperature. Yeah. But if it's to the logistics point, I have no idea. Like, it's probably some special vehicle that has a big tank and keeps it liquid and warm enough. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just thinking about, we use just a regular water buffalo. It hooks on the toe panel and goes with you. And I was just thinking about how you guys would do it in the colder climates, because I've never been in the colder climates. You know, working and being out in the field in them. So that it was just a point of concern for me, because they in some cases are going to be in cold, really cold climates, and when your water freezes at night, that means you don't have water, or if it's frozen during the day because the temperatures are too low. So I just was wondering about that kind of stuff. How they
I'm sure they do something special. I'm not into logistics at all. I don't know a lot what they do, but I remember whenever we needed to fill up our supplies, if we were doing a big exercise, they created these kind of a roundabout, like a little station where you have to move through different areas of fuel refill, water refill, MRE refills, and all these things that you need. And they have all these special vehicles transporting that stuff, and also recycling all the stuff that the trash that you produce during an operation or an exercise. And I'm sure that the water supply truck is a special one for our Arctic conditions, but we would keep the water tanks inside the vehicles where they were heated during winter. In the summer, we would strap them on top of the roof.
All right. Thank you, Erlen. I'd want to say one thing. My buddy Ben, he's trying to leave me right now. He did have one more economic thing that he wanted to tell me, but I guess we can hold that one till tomorrow. Or do you want to make it real quick, Ben, before you head out?
No, I want to take my time. I'll bore you to death for real.
Uh-oh. And I also want to say good evening to Michelle. She's just joined me up here. How you been today?
Hey, Daryl, I'm doing really well. Hey, Ben, Colby. There's quite a few people up here right now.
Yeah, and I think the Colonel was moving outside. His signal was starting to get a little weak there. So I guess he went up in the mountains or what have you. If he comes back, he comes back. We welcome him always. But I think he was getting a little further away from a signal. William.
Yeah, well, I'm about to have to run, but I just want to say, to Erlen's point, any of these vehicles that we can get to Ukraine, they can fill a role. We found that in Iraq, we had to, improvise many different things, from whether it's an M113 guarding a gate or a checkpoint, giving a little bit of cover, or warmth to, a checkpoint, 50 miles behind the front line, or 20 miles behind the front line. It's important. It's good to see more offensive ones like the 117 coming in, and with the hopes of more aid. So what we have to make sure is, as always, we need to get more aid to Ukraine, and that takes legislators and laws and all of that. So just remember, in this crazy time, pay attention to what your representatives are talking about when it comes to Ukraine. If you're a Ukraine voter, just pay attention to folks who are talking about not spending money in Ukraine versus people who are. I think it's real important, because we need to get things like Bradleys and better tanks so they can protect their homeland. So anyway, talk to you guys all later. Thanks for the space as always.
Thanks, William. So what's been going on today, Daryl? Has it been a busy afternoon?
For me, it has. For me, it has. But hey, I traveled this morning, got home, and I'm home. I'll be home for a little bit this week, thank God. But I just, filling in where I can here. But I'm gonna let Ben go ahead and he wants to bore us. I want him to bore me before he goes to bed.
I know. I can tell he's sitting there, sitting beside you, itching to get his words out.
All right, Ben.
I was just clapping for your dedication this afternoon. Well, this evening for me. You really saved my bacon, so I wanted to thank you. Yeah, no, the last two stories. Okay, the first of the last two stories regards the fact that the Russian government has been spending a lot of money, because not only do they have to prosecute a war, they have to prop up a whole economy, and then they have to buy friends all over the damn world. And all this is very expensive in its own accord, but they have to do everything while maintaining the value of the ruble, while keeping the governors happy, while etc., etc., etc. So a lot of things to do, a lot of money to spend, and while Russia is a rich country exporting a lot of oil, they've run out of that money, and they're for the first time running a very important deficit. Running a deficit, the government is very happy about this because they need to borrow, except that Russia is a bit of a special case. First, they have had recently hyperinflation. Most people alive in Russia right now would remember that in the 90s, in the mid to late 90s, they were running inflation. You would go in the shop one day, and whatever would cost 1,000 rubles, you'd come back the next day and it would cost 2,000 rubles. This is the sort of things that people do remember. So there's this, so they're very, very careful not to have too much inflation. And if you have too much deficit, you tend to have a lot of inflation. That's how it's related. But more importantly, they're also been very, very careful not to spend too much of their money, put it in a big pot, and then lost the big pot, but that's another story. Anyway, so they don't usually run too much of a deficit. They don't run a deficit at all, except that now they're running a massive, massive deficit, and they need to finance it. The way you finance a deficit, usually very simple. You go to the financial markets, you address people like finance, and you say, finance, I'm a nice government. With the money you're going to give me, I'm going to build roads and pay for education, maybe pay for some hospitals, who knows? All the things that make a country go around, and investors go, that is a smart way to invest the money. I'm going to lend it to you because I assume that your country is going to be better off because of this, and you'll be able to raise taxes, and with those taxes you'll be able to pay me back. Except that when Russia goes to the market, first of all, the finance guys say, well, we're not allowed to give you the money anyway, but even if we were buying tanks that don't work, spending tons and tons of money to build factories producing ball bearings that never produce a single ball bearing, this is not the sort of things we're interested in financing. Thank you, goodbye. So no financial markets for the Kremlin. They had to turn to the place where the money is, and this is the banks. So they went to the banks and took the bank's money. Well, they didn't take it. They were very nice, and they said, please, we'll sign an IOU. Now give us the money. Daryl, Michelle, you know numbers. How much do you think they withdrew from the bank? Like they have their credit card and they used it. So how much do you think they withdrew? How much money do you think they withdrew? Give me a number.
0.
Okay, that is a number. That is not the right number, but it is a number. Daryl, how much?
Oh, 200 grand. 2 million.
2 million. The value of half a tank. Guys, you're not playing. No.
Okay, hold on. How much was there to begin with again? I kind of missed the first part.
I haven't given any number yet. The question is,
okay,
how much have the Russians withdrawn from the banks? How much have they taken from the banks? I don't think it's going to be in one swoop. I think it's going to be spread over a few months. But the banks, 70 what?
7 trillion.
Seven, exactly, 6 trillion. Well done. 6 trillion rubles. You cheated.
I was way off then.
I'm off by a trillion.
Yeah, at this point, who's counting? They took away 6 trillion rubles. 6 trillion rubles. That's $100 billion. $100 billion. That's the sort of money that the Bundesrepublik of Germany is going to invest in its military over 10 years. That's 10 years of the old budget of the German military. But we're talking about Germany. Germany is about half as populated as Russia, but about 3 times more productive, if not 4. So the result is that it's twice easier to raise money in Germany than it is in Russia. They're going to raise per capita twice as much as Germany has, and over a period of months rather than a period of years. This is they just robbed the bank. This is massive. And there's a bit more to the story, but I'm not quite sure I fully understand the rest of this. But what the consequences are difficult to assess yet. But it could very, very, very well be that the banks at the moment are going to be very empty. And I don't really need to tell you that if you go to your bank and the bank tells you, yeah, we swear we still have some money. We cannot show it to you at the moment, but we swear we have it. That the probability of a run on the bank is suddenly very, very high indeed. And there's only so much you can manipulate through legal means and regulate away. There's the financial institutions in Russia have been a lot stronger than one would have expected, but they may come to the end of their rope, and this is very important. This is if the financial system collapses, that could mean the end of the invasion within weeks, and if not within days. But I see Prince has her hand up, and I'm sure she found ways of proving me wrong on whatever I said.
Oh, you're funny. It's like economics, yawn.
Come on, they've been speaking about goddamn tanks for the past 3 hours, discussing the difference between, oh well, this one, the floor is pink, and this one, the floor is green. It completely changes everything.
Well, and I put my hand up to talk about an armored medical vehicle I saw on Twitter last night.
Okay, I'm leaving. Bye-bye, guys.
I love you, Ben.
Good night, Ben.
Love you guys. Thank you, Daryl.
Take care, brother. Be good. Be safe.
Thank you, Tyler. Bye-bye, Tyler.
Buonanotte, Ben.
Ciao, Belluccio, ci vediamo.
Okay, see, now I've got to learn me a few languages too. Y'all just doing this. That's what happens when I'm in between the European hours and the American hours. But I don't mind. I don't care. It's a beautiful.
I hear you.
And that's what makes us different and interesting. And the food makes the food better too, because then try new things.
Yeah, I speak a little bit of French. Well, my French should be much better than it is, given I was in French immersion for 12 years. However, it's c'est terrible. It's really bad, and I don't really speak Japanese either, so I'm in a similar boat as you.
I speak Spanglish. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
Good evening.
The two of us will hang out together.
There you go. Good evening, Craig.
I don't know if we'll get very far, but we'll try.
Yeah, that's right. We got Craig and Greg. Good evening. Greg, you got your hand up first. Oh, wait a minute. I got Prince over here. Hold on. Hold fire, guys. Go ahead,
No
Prince.
problem.
Hi, Daryl. Hi, Michelle. Sorry, Ben. Hi, Erland. Hi, everybody else. No, it was just interesting with you guys talking about all these armored vehicles and all of the different variations. Yesterday, I came across a tweet with a good link to an interesting article about a Dnipro or a garage or something in Dnipro who created a unique medical armored car. It was based on the BTR 60, which I believe is a former military armored vehicle. And it's not in use in Ukraine. They're trying to raise the money to buy it. But the features that it has are just, it's, the drive is an 8x8. So I imagine if you lose one tire, it's not going to matter much if you've got 8 of them. It's air conditioned, it's got a kitchen, it's got a refrigerator, it's got a shower, it's got stoves, it's got all of these different things. So it's this amazing armored vehicle that can transport 20 to 24 people sitting down or 10 people lying down to be taken out from like the front lines. So it's just it's a beast of a vehicle. I've seen the pictures of it, and it is like almost surreal and futuristic in the way that it's made. Their goal is to collect 10 million hryvnias in order to buy the Ark from the owner who sponsored the production of it. And I would love to be able to see them get that and be able to maybe even have more of them made, because I could just imagine this thing is so armored, they'd probably be able to drive it so close to the front lines to be able to gather people without fear of damaging the vehicle or the people inside of them. So I just wondered if anyone else saw that and if they had any thoughts on it, because it's a beast of a looking vehicle. It's pretty cool.
I mean, I just got through looking at the picture of it. It's huge. But the thing is, being that large, I mean, they must have a reason that they want it. I mean, to me, it looked like it could house a command center, more like than just be a hospital, because you'd have to still be able to stand up in it if you were doing any kind of work. But the thing is huge. I mean, if
right,
you
Daryl? Isn't it just like a beast? But could you imagine
it's quite large for a personnel carrier. Usually your personnel carriers are squad size. That thing looks like it could carry half a platoon.
Daryl.
Yeah, go ahead, Erlen.
Normally, so let me just, if I can, inform a little bit. So normally these big medical vehicles, it can of course be operated as an ambulance, but the point is that sometimes the only way to save soldiers' life is to actually bring the surgeons quite close to the front. So the point of these big vehicles normally is to be able to have a station somewhere where you can perform emergency surgery on soldiers close to the front, and then probably evacuate them with normal ambulances, or because you have these personnel carriers that are ambulances that can probably fit 5 or 6 people laying in flatbeds inside them. But those are the people that are stable, that can be transported to hospitals. But in order to make them stable, you have these up-panzered taller vehicles, because they need to be able to stand to, the doctors to operates on people, you know.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I was going with what I was going to respond to Daryl with, was, being able to stabilize some people who are extremely critically injured. Daryl, you ever watch the TV show Station 19? You remember when they had the rescue vehicle that had an operating room in it? I mean, that's what this could be like for them. It would be just really, really interesting, and it's so well protected that I can't imagine. I mean, it would be just very well protected. So you could have an amazing medical crew in there to work on some extremely critically ill people, and it has the ability to transport if needed. But it just, I agree with Erlen. It's just the way this thing looks. I feel like it could do some good stuff.
Yeah, I could see it as a trauma vehicle. But looking at it, it didn't look like the person could stand up and do what they needed to do. It would be more of a crouching position, a bent over position, and that's why I was like, that it's big, but there are the 113 variant type hospitals. They have litters, but they also could be outfitted to perform emergency, trauma surgeries in them, because you can stand up in them and they are well lit on the inside just for that purpose. So, but yeah, that thing is hooch. But I think it would probably need a modification for something like that where they could stand up in it, because I don't think you can stand up in it.
I don't know. You guys were just talking about the lot, APCs and infantry fighting vehicles and all kinds of things, and I came across this and I thought it was a cool thing to add to the conversation. So if you want that tweet, I'll go ahead and send it to you.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, but I mean, anything they can do to have for survivability on the battlefield, that's a plus. I'm not saying it's a bad thing at all. It's just it just struck me, for it to be a hospital when they're still going to be crouched over in it, but it could serve the purpose. Just not optimal, but it can serve the purpose. It's armored, and that's the big thing. All right, let's see. Wait a minute. Where did I had Craig and then Greg?
I think Craig dropped down. Greg's still there though.
Okay.
So I guess Greg go, but I just wanted to say too, like, thank you, Erlen, for describing that so well, because I was able to visualize it. And so when Prince said Station 19, I was actually thinking the same thing, that the vehicle from Station 19. So thanks, Erlen.
So
go ahead, Greg.
Y'all date me because I never remembered Station 19. But anyway, Greg.
Hey guys, how you going? Greetings from sunny Australia.
Greetings, Greg.
Good day.
G'day. Sorry to bother you. I just wanted to, if we can get something on the nest regarding that hospital vehicle that the Ukrainians are working on mass producing, if I can get the rights, that'd be fantastic. So I just want to compare it to like the Bushmasters, because I know, for example, that the Ukrainian army used the Bushmasters not just for special forces, but also for medical evacs. So it'd be really interesting to see a picture or the story on that vehicle I think Michelle's talking about, to see how it compares to the Bushmasters in design, layout, and everything else. You know what I mean?
No worries. Prince, you gonna set up?
Go on.
Yeah, I'll put it up
Fantastic.
in the next.
Okay.
So awesome. Great. Sorry about that.
No. Great. By chance.
There's a bit of a delay between when we speak. That's all. Sorry, don't mean to be rude and talk over the top of you.
No worries. I was just wondering, which vehicle did you guys use as a emergency hospital vehicle in the front lines?
I'm not sure because I'm not military, but I do know I've seen stories on Twitter where I've seen photos of like I said, the Bushmasters painted with the Red Cross insignia on the side and specifically used for that purpose. But I'm not sure. I do know we have medical ambulances, but I think they're a little bit less advanced than the Bushmaster, put it that way.
All right, copy that. Appreciate it.
The only thing I was going to ask before I go, sorry about that, guys. I was going to ask one more question. My apologies to interrupt again. The only thing I was going to ask is I missed out on that information that was really quite interesting as it came in right at the last minute of the conversation with, it was a Ben or somebody that talked about the banking system in Russia and how it's potentially on the verge of collapse. And I know they've got a fantastic central banker, because I know Putin wouldn't let it go when she wanted to resign. So obviously she was threatened, like everybody else is in Russia, if they resign their post and are wanted. Are we able to get just a quick summary of what that was about? Because I'm in finance and that's very relevant to what I am interested in. Is that possible?
I'm gonna say Ben 3 times and see if he comes back to and
I love your work, guys.
Yeah. Actually, Daryl can do it quite every bit as well as me. Apparently, to finance their deficit, the Russian government has decided not to print more money, but to obtain a massive grant from a sort of consortium of banks. I don't have many more details. I don't know how long it's going to take it. It's going to take them to get that money, but they're getting $100 billion out of this. So yeah, I'm since you're in the business, I'm checking the interbank lending rate, but it seems like it's very strange because after early March, it became completely flat, almost completely flat. So normally it's something that changes every day. So you've got a normal graph, plus 1%, minus 1%, plus 0.3, minus 0.7, and then suddenly there it was completely flat. And then one day plus 1%, and then nothing, flat, and then 3 weeks later, etc. So it's clearly managed by the government. I don't know exactly what it implies, but clearly the government is preventing the free market from percolating into the banking system so as to strengthen the banking system in certain regards and to prevent bank run, because there's if you add to this 100 million the vast amount of money that has been withdrawn by private individuals, plus whatever has been withdrawn by companies, sometimes to, for instance, buy foreign assets, all those foreign assets that belong to foreign companies that have moved out of Russia. There's starting to be a lot of leverage and not a lot of core capital.
Is this something that could could this cause a collapse of the ruble, or is it still propped up so much because of the demand of paying gas and oil in ruble?
I wouldn't look so much at the ruble at the moment, even though I guess that could start to be a problem, because with a lot more money traveling within the country, you're starting to have some inflationary pressure. But the main issue at the moment would be rather the strength of the banking system. If people start losing confidence in the banks, they're going to try to withdraw. And if everyone sees the neighbor starting to withdraw, they are starting to withdraw. And if there's no more banking system, many of the levers that have allowed Nabolina to manage the Russian economy will disappear. And she has lost quite a few, some of them fiscal, some of them related to the currency. So she has lost quite a few recently. And but if she loses the banking system, the rest of the economy is probably going to go into a tailspin, and that will be it.
By the way, Erland, I had put your tweet in the nest, but it's gone. Someone took it off. I think it's Daryl. He doesn't want to pressure the Swedish monarch for him to give away the CV90s.
Ben, sorry, could I ask you a quick question?
No,
Sorry,
I
Daryl.
didn't do.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
Sorry. So it sounds like Russia potentially may be about to suffer a GFC moment itself in the collapse of their banking system.
Okay. To be completely honest, I don't know how big the banking system is in Russia and how much this withdrawal of $100 billion is. I would strongly encourage you to look for some information about Gazprom Bank, because apparently something big just happened to it. But again, is it just an inconvenience for them, or are we reaching the level where they should be extremely careful, and because some of the banks might disappear? I don't know. I don't really have good metrics, and there's almost something political in the trust you give into the banks, and we know that the Russian people have been depoliticized thoroughly. So maybe they will just keep doing what the TV is telling them to do.
Ben, this is quite important because the thing is, as you can appreciate, and everybody else on the panel here and the listeners, is you have a look at what happened back in 06 to 12 with the GFC, and half the reason why we were on the verge of collapse is confidence in the banking system. So remember, all it really needs to do is, have a trickle before the dam bursts, and all of a sudden there's a run on the banks and everything just gets magnified. But then the problem is, of course, and this is why it's an important topic not to just forget on this conversation today, but to keep an eye on the panel for all of us, because it could be quite a shock to the world financial markets, because we know what the media's like, and always run with any rumours. I'm assuming most of the actual companies that have finance-related investments in Russia pulled out many years ago, not many years ago, quite some time ago, since the start of the invasion. But from what we're hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, some of the German companies still have their fingers in the pie in the Russian economy, and to what extent they're involved from the investment angle. In other words, is it going to actually hurt the viability of some of those companies? Will be something to see if the banking system there really wavers.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's the case.
Okay.
For me, some companies could lose something. Greg, be careful. Your hot is mic. Your mic is hot.
Sorry.
I don't think the financial companies are in Europe and the United States are very exposed to Russia. Not directly, at the very least. If nothing else, because of the sanctions, they've had to disengage from Russia heavily since 2014. I would strongly encourage you to read the literature on the sanctions following the invasion of Crimea. A lot of the very significant hit that the Russian economy took in 14-15 is related to this withdrawal of Western capital that sort of starved the Russian economy of capital for the best part of 3 years, until the gas prices went back up, and that cost them several points of GDP for several years. But the result is that we're not exposed to that.
So it's just something for us to keep an eye on, because that could be very interesting. Because, as you said, if problems really start developing in their banking system, and it's not just one bank, Gazprom Bank, that's affected, but it starts becoming more of an issue, then it could actually end the war, which would be fantastic for Ukraine and the West, and even for some of the people dying, from their own country on the front lines. Okay, well, I'll step down, but I appreciate your time. And thank you very much for allowing me to speak. In Slava Ukraine.
Slava, Ruim Slava. But Greg, if you want to have a look at something else, look at the real estate in Moscow, the real estate market in Moscow. Yeah.
Okay.
And think that Russian banks are heavily exposed to the real estate market in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And every time the value of this real estate goes down, is their balance sheet that takes a big, big hit.
Yes, you're right. And also defaults as well, not just the value of their LVRs or their underlying assets.
Yeah. Again, I don't have measures. Like, I don't know how big are all those things, but they're step by step, they're going towards a massive, they're starting to expose themselves to the perfect storm.
Sounds very exciting for the West and for Ukraine if it works out the way you're saying, Daryl. And yeah, I mean, considering it's a very command economy, yeah, it'd be interesting to see exactly what the Russian government can and can't do. But you know, that's where it's very important. There's $1 billion a day oil revenue coming in to really, you know, damage that severely, so they can't bail themselves out and survive financially and bail out the banks if necessary.
Great. Oh, sorry.
If I'm not wrong, they have very high interest rates on the housing market there as well. The mortgages they pay plus 10% for mortgages, if I'm not wrong.
That's interesting you should say that, and I'll tell you why. Because if you look at some of the videos on Twitter from some of the actual intercepted phone calls, some of the actual wives or mothers are saying that they don't necessarily want the sons to come back because they want, well, compensation to pay out the loans that have been bought because they're paying so much and I don't know how they're going to pay them back. So, yeah, it's only tip of the iceberg. I think what you're saying is very interesting with the amount of money, I guess, GDP per capita people in Russia earn compared to us in the West. If they're paying 10% interest on those loans and their assets are dropping in value, it's looking very dark for the Russian economy and their war effort.
Absolutely. Well, the what do you call that? The interest rate is very high because actually the leading rate of the bank, the Russian central bank, has been very, very high historically. If I'm not mistaken, in 2021 it was at 11%.
Wow.
Yeah, no, it's a weird country. And the other thing is that when you're thinking of the Russian economy, you need not think about it the way you would, for instance, the United States or Australia, because it's not an economy where financial markets are very important. Most of the capital is not raised on financial markets. It is raised by banks through banks. So that's why the banks are so important in ways that people who are used to analyze the American economy are not used to. Russian banks systemically much more important than American banks.
So you're saying the Russian banks pretty well sink or swim on their own merits?
No. What I'm saying is that even if you have a small company in the US, you will go through sometimes regional financial markets and raise money through the markets. So you have brokers and you have stock exchanges of different sizes that will allow you to manage all that. Not the case in Russia, where they depend on loans from banks. So their banks are much more important to the system than our American banks. Think Germany rather than thinking US.
Understood. I think just to finish off, they'd have probably a lot more difficulty in raising capital through bond issuances there than compared to the West as well.
Absolutely. And it's historically difficult and now almost impossible.
All right, guys, I'll let you go so somebody else can speak, but that was brilliant. Okay, thank you. Have a lovely day, everybody. Good night, everybody.
Good day, Greg.
Thanks, guys. Ciao. Bye.
Daryl, that's called payback.
I appreciate it, my brother. Hey, I'm looking at that vehicle, Heather, Prince Heather, and that thing is a beast. It is not the typical BTR 60 or 59, whatever it is. It is a beast called the Arc. And now, when you said a BTR 60, it wasn't. I mean, I didn't realize it had been modified though. So he's actually made the thing a lot larger to be able to stand up in. It looks like so it would perform that hospital role, that um, triage center. It would be able to perform that role very well.
Right?
By the look of it.
Yeah, I mean that's what I guess maybe I wasn't clear. It was based on the BTR 60. He basically took the bottom part of a BTR 60 and built the rest of it around it. And
Yeah,
it's a beast.
he looked like he cut the top, re-welded it, and then protected the front cab quite a bit. So I mean that thing is a beast. No wonder he calls it an arc. But yeah, yeah, they need to get that. They need to get that. I mean, they may have to paint over that white in the field, but they need to get that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. It's pretty amazing. And Misfit sent me a second article about it that's in English. You don't have to open it in Chrome and translate it. So it's up to you. This one is, I think, just about the same as the other one, but yeah, so whatever you want.
Yeah, I hit translate. They can translate it. We got it here. They can see it. They can hit the translate button. Now Colby actually posted another tweet here about shell. Somebody asked about artillery rounds, and Ukraine has established their own domestic production of artillery rounds in the what is it, their main two calibers. I think it's the 122 and the 152 calibers that they have set up their own domestic production, which when somebody was speaking about there being shortages, this should sage any this should um, assuage any fears of there being a shortage, being that they are able to produce them local, domestically. And you got to say this: it being produced domestically is a plus for their economy. When we talk about the money that is going into the economy, being injected into their economy, this type of production actually injects it right back into their domestic um, economy there, where people are buying groceries, they have jobs, and it's actually working for the war effort, much like what the U.S. did in World War II, where we had, industries, Ford, others out there, Whirlpool, I think it was. They went from making, domestic items to making war items, and then at the end of the war, a lot of these places turned right around and made domestic items all over again, and fueled a um, Pax Americana, I should say. Well, not peace, but a a a a what they call it. It was a period of well, I mean, as people were building wealth here in the states. I'm trying to remember the name of it from my history books. What they call that period of time when the U.S. was at the height of its own domestic production after World War II, as soldiers came back and um, The golden age, yes. The golden age where, we came back, the soldiers came back from the war. They were educated, they became educated, there were homes built, highways built, and the economy was humming. And this is like one of those things that fueled that for the Ukraine. It could fuel it for the Ukrainians, having production, um, being brought back home for the war effort. If everybody's wondering and worried about where the money's going, hey, it's being injected back into the economy here. Okay, let's see what's the next one here. Um, let's see. There's who's that got the hot mic?
Sorry.
Yep, there you go, Erlen. You got something? Go ahead, Erlen.
Yeah, I wanted to say that. Well, what we really need to do is we need to make them able to produce stuff that other countries in Europe might buy as armaments, etc. Stuff that Ukraine needs now, either being it infrastructure-wise, rebuilding, or for the war effort, that also countries in Europe want to buy when the war is over, when the Ukrainians don't need uh, enormous amounts of artillery shells anymore. They can produce it for Poland, for Czechia, for all the countries around, or even other European countries, because that would bring investments from abroad. And right now they're going to produce stuff for their Soviet artillery. That's fine. It's good for the war effort and supply, etc. But for the economy, the best boost would be if they could produce 155 millimeters, for instance, because that would be something that European countries would like to buy back after the war.
Well, I think that's one of the things that I think I was just reading another tweet where they're saying they're not going to build the 155. Um, I'll go back and I'll take a look for that tweet. I thought that was one of the things that they weren't, because if they're going to switch over to um, NATO rounds and whatnot, and if they become part of NATO, then the need for Soviet calibers is going to become less and less. And you know, we are their army is the one that's currently at war, and they are seeing the needs, um, firsthand. And I think that will bring about that innovation that you're talking about, that will bring about the need for exports. Now, we know what the companies that are making the Gimlers, the Attackums, and all those, they are definitely they're hitting the jack. They're going to hit the jackpot after this, because those items have shown their meld here in this war. So that's something that I don't think those companies are going to have to worry about. But I think Ukraine is going to figure out something unique for their own use. They're seeing what their problems are down in the down east there, and what problems they had in the northwest, the northeast, early, as they've been fighting, and they see what they need. And so I think that um, their prowess and their abilities as a nation, as a very intelligent nation, I think they will come up with things that we have not seen yet. As far as equipment, they have the ability to make something. It may be based on a platform that's in current use, but they may have seen the difficulty of using it in real world battle situations, and may modify for that purpose.
Yeah, what I meant is more like in the sense of, let's help them get the machine park, the tools, the knowledge, or maybe some licenses, to
Well,
produce
well,
stuff.
they did. Well, they did have the helo plant. They did have the helicopter plant, which the owner just got arrested for. They did have a tank plant there as well, although it was set up to build, old former Soviet tanks. That's nothing to say that they can't build a Western tank in the same facilities. So they do have that ability as well, or hopefully they can regain those abilities, I should say, because the plants have been destroyed.
Yeah, well, I think it's important that we see the long term, that we need to help them get some better modern machine parks, the top stuff, and it can happen already now, and also some licenses for producing stuff that is under license, whether it being the assault rifles that are they're already starting to adopt some Western 5.56 based platforms, etc. They could easily produce some of that stuff themselves and turn it into a business, whether it being artillery rounds or vehicles or anything. But they need probably licenses before they can invent their own stuff. It takes years and years to develop a battle platform, as you know.
Hmm? Well, I mean, they certainly have an agrarian sector that they could innovate their farming, and that equipment could be shipped abroad. They have, of course, they got mining, which there's not a whole lot you're gonna do in the mining sector, but it was it did have um, it had an a an economy that was broad. So that's one thing prior to the war. So hopefully they can get back to that and innovate and bring about change. Bring about an economy of scale for their country. Um, so that they can finance, they can pay back loans, they can do all these other things. Mm. Are, are we bereft of hands? Are we bereft of hands, Michelle?
We are. It's just it's you and I, Sleeping Ben, Erlin, and Prince.
Well, there is one more um, item up in the nest, and we were talking about the items that were going to go into those T-72s. Um, Ukraine is going to get a T-72 M1 with thermals, proper fire control systems, um, better engine, etc., and will proceed to cover every square inch with contact one to create the T-72 UA. And I think that's what Kobe was mentioning earlier. So, hey, there we go. All right. Let's see what else we got here. Now, I hope I hope everybody
Oh,
has to look at that video. The one that we were talking about earlier, the PBS video, Bucha, because we are everybody here can be a voice to for the Ukrainian people. Um, when you see this, and hopefully we can get a lot of people out there looking at this video, um, and it can really, really multiply the awareness to the issue and help people understand one why everyone is on the side of Ukraine, why why everyone should be on the side of Ukraine, because you get those stalwarts that don't want to do anything. They want to be peaceniks. Oh, we don't want to do anything. We're not on any side. I've been going back and forth with somebody with that type of attitude today. I'm not on Ukraine's side. I'm not on Russia's side. I told them, I said, you are on Russia's side because if you allowed the genocide to happen, then you are pro-Russian, because you don't care if there's an aggressive nation and killing people. So everybody here is an ambassador to these crimes, to raise their awareness of them. And I hope everybody reaches out to their prospective governments, their prospective law enforcement agencies, and national law enforcement agencies, because and help get victims to in and have them give testimony where they can, and you know, see, there's video, so faces don't go on. Once it's captured in that camera, they can be found. Hopefully they're found on the battlefield, tits up, but that's a different story. um but if they are still alive, they need to be prosecuted for the crimes. So please watch it, retweet it, send it out there, let some, tell friends, hey, watch this. This is what we are battling. Heather?
Daryl, I'm going through all my bookmarks and I'm looking for stuff of things that I could bring up. Chuck actually just tweeted out about an hour ago, our good friend Chuck Farrer, that, and I hadn't heard this, that they're saying that in Poland is going to help the Ukraine adapt its Su-24 strike fighters to carry the NATO Storm Shadow missiles. I think most of us here follow Chuck, and he's got a great little graphic here about the Storm Shadow. I'm not a missile person, but I thought this was a pretty cool thing. But it's a cruise missile. The warhead of 450 kilograms, and targets range about 560 kilometers or 350 miles. So it looks like a pretty low flying thing, 100 feet, but it looks like it could be a very good deep strike missile if it's something that they can figure out how to integrate into the bombers there, like they did with the HARM missile, because that would be a really, it looks like another nice tool in the box for Ukraine.
There's also the news that they are getting the Reaper, I think it was, drone, which I believe can fire the Hellfire missile. Did you see that one yesterday?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think they are. I believe it was the Reaper that it was the tweet said, and that thing it's one of the American long range drones. Um, that's the one that they fly from the states around the world. So I'll need to check to see to make sure, but I'll look for it, and I'll post that one up.
Daryl, I believe it was the manufacturer that wanted to donate plus sell the Reaper, and it was, I believe, one of the most modern versions of it as well. I read that as well, but there's no government information about it, and I believe that the
Yeah,
U.S. administration
that
is
was
not.
that the what was it, General Dynamics or whatever, whichever company it was. But of course, they would have to get an export license from the U.S. government though for the transaction to happen.
Yeah, that would be an amazing asset for them, especially because of the Hellfire capabilities and also the laser designation capabilities that the Reaper has. I know that the Ukrainians have built some capacity on their own when it comes to laser designation, but it's more of a home built thing, probably not the same range. And yeah, the laser designators are heavy stuff, and you can't just put it on a small drone. But I know the Ukrainians built some small ones.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's got the loitering time on it. Like I said, we fly them from around the world. I believe that's the one we fly halfway around the world. Um, and no, maybe not. I can't remember which one of them is that they fly halfway around the world.
That's
But
that's the Global Hawk.
the Global Hawk, yeah, okay. This is the shorter range one, but it does have a long loitering time on it. So that's key. You can keep an asset up, and when you get a target of opportunity, being able to hit it without, the planning process. You see it, you can hit it right then.
And especially because in a lot of the areas the Ukrainians are getting air superiority, that's when the space opens up for these kind of weapons like the Reaper, the platforms, because it's an expensive platform. You don't want to risk it in a zone that is contested. But when you know that you have air superiority, this thing is like it creates a whole different picture of the battlefield, because you can roam around the whole time. If you have a couple of them, you can make sure you have 24-hour coverage of an area.
And that's the thing with satellites. You have to wait for passes, and of course the Russians can know those times, um, you know, based on where the satellites they know like we know in some cases. But with these, you could actually have, like you said, 24-hour coverage, and any movements, micro movements of troops, repositionings, you can catch it as it's happening. All right, Michelle, what do you think? Where are we going with this?
I think there's a few things. I really liked what you said earlier about the PBS episode and sharing it with whoever you can. And I think too, like we look at how many people are in the space right now, and there's 450 approximately. So if every single person were to share with one friend, or even share with what's going on in Ukraine with one person, because you had mentioned today that you had a conversation with someone that you know, and I have many of the same conversations with some of the people in my life as well. And I don't think we'll ever be able to convince somebody, but at least to be able to provide some proof and provide more evidence, and even have them come into the space and listen to what's going on here. And all of that information spreads a lot quicker. One of the things I did want to mention is that I saw on Twitter today that there's, I guess, a photo campaign with the lost children. And so I don't know if anyone else has seen that, but if you get the opportunity as well, check it out. And I mean, it was very haunting for me, and I'm sure for all of you as well, with regards to where are these children and what's going on with them. And so I think the more information and the more just knowledge and discussion around it keeps these stories alive. So thank you so much, Daryl, for bringing that up, because it's a good reminder for all of us to just continue spreading the good word. The other thing as well is it was announced easing of sanctions on state agricultural lender to help facilitate grain exports. So essentially, it's just more evidence that Russia's temporary pullout from the Black Sea grain deal was a bargaining tactic to scare the West into sanction relief. So that was an interesting report or announcement today as well. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on this. I don't know if there was some discussion around it. Sounds like you guys were talking about tanks for quite a while before I got on. So I think this one was released by Samuel Ramani at 5:40 p.m. Pacific time. So in the last 45 minutes or so. So new news. And we do have a hand. So Dan. Oh, sorry, Daryl. I don't know if you wanted to make a comment first.
No, I was just coming back in. No, go ahead, Dan.
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
All right, so first I got a question on the 250 armored cars. There are 2 or 3 grades of those things, and the highest grade one has a turret with a 50 cal and a 40 millimeter grenade launcher, and is really a nifty little light IFV almost, and then there are 2 or 3 less capable ones. Do we know exactly which ones the Ukrainians are getting? And does whatever turret it does have any thermals? Because both of those are sort of big questions in terms of the actual capability involved.
Do you happen to know that, Daryl?
I'm sorry, Dan. I was going through some tweets. Say again.
Do you know which level of that armored car we're giving them 250 of? Because there's a top level one where the turret has a 50 caliber and a 40 millimeter grenade launcher, and it's really a fairly capable infantry fighting vehicle, if not exactly on the Bradley's level. And then there's a couple of less intense ones, shall we say. Do you know which one we're giving them, and do we know if whatever we're giving them has thermals on the turret or not?
Okay. Well, what it's saying here is that funding to refurbish 250 M777 armored security vehicles. So it's not saying which one, but it's to refurbish them. And I guess if they're M117, M777, it may be just a basic, because technically they would, I would hope they would designate the numerical number if it was a different type of vehicle from the basic one.
All right, that makes sense. Or if we're lucky, maybe they'll pull a sneaky refurb and put the good turrets on them. But who knows? I just was very curious about that because it's a factor of several on the combat capability. And then you and Michelle were both talking about people who want to both sides this. Russia has launched the least justified war in at least 100 years and fought it more barbarically than like anything since the 17th century. I mean, at least the Germans were organized about their atrocities. This is just completely, I can't even figure out how to describe it. It's crazy making.
You say you can't describe it, Dan?
Totally agree.
Well, I really do kind of struggle for words. It's just like you let a pack of rabid dogs loose in a neighborhood that happens to be a whole country.
I know.
Does that work?
That works. That works. Erlen.
Yeah, what I want to add on to something that Dan said that there, and it's that when Hitler launched his war, the army, the Wehrmacht, it wasn't the same as the SS, and they didn't necessarily operate on the ideological conviction. It was more of a disciplined military. It did follow the orders, and most of the atrocities were not committed by the army, the Wehrmacht. Now we're seeing something totally different here. It's a whole army in any different form or shape, being it the people from Chechnya, the Kadyrovites, or the Wagner, or the regular army. They're all committing atrocities all over the line. So yeah, what you said, Dan, it's true in a way, even though they're not organized as the Nazis, and thank you for that, because things would have been a lot more
horrific.
Yeah, but it's anyways, it's unbelievable that this thing is happening, because it's just normal people basically doing these atrocities. It's not the SS, it's just all over the line.
That's right. The Wehrmacht was more. It was transactional. This is our job. We do the job that we are told to do. The SS were henchmen, basically. I mean, they were ideologues in the sense that they performed the worst of the worst crimes of that army, or of the different groups that constituted their security forces. Well, let's see. We brought Lexicon up. She doesn't have her hand up. Ben, what are you doing?
I'm being not very happy right now. I'm going to try to stay polite and not to get too excited, but this is absolutely false. First of all, an atrocity, whether well organized or not well organized, is an atrocity. I don't care if the bodies are tightly packed or if they're thrown around. It is an atrocity. Let's not mince words, and let's not find differences where there's none. Beside the Wehrmacht, just like every fighting troop on the Eastern Front at that time, committed an untold amount of massacres, war crimes, and crimes against humanity that you can imagine. There is no such thing as a clean army on the Eastern Front, and the best way to remember this is to not even look at the Wehrmacht. Take the Romanian army, which entered Odessa in October 1941. When they entered Odessa, there was about 100,000 Jews. When they left Odessa a month later, there were maybe 50 still hiding in the, managing to hide. So awful is awful, and it doesn't matter what uniform they're wearing. And we can compare them. We can say they're all equally awful, but the next one who says that there were good guys and good units, of course, good guys, maybe, but good units on the Eastern Front. I will come back.
Yep.
And next time I won't be quite as calm.
Ben, I'm thank you very much for your informative and correcting me there. And I didn't mean that at all. I am probably painted by what happened in Norway, because in Norway the Wehrmacht behaved quite well compared to what the SS did. Almost all atrocities here were conducted by the SS. So I'm probably a bit painted by that, and I stand corrected. I was not talking about the East Front at all. So yeah, thank you.
Stand corrected, Ben. All right, Lexicon.
Hi, you guys and ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you. I've been away a lot because I'm kind of busy. So, and I was sort of waiting for a lull after tanks in case you're interested in changing it up a bit. But I thought the last couple of exchanges sort of did that. And I just wondered if you'd be interested in talking about, I'm getting kind of very pissed off by the persistence of articles about, now it's not the off ramp. They sort of, I guess some of these writers thought that they wouldn't say that anymore. But now there's still things about what will bring Putin to the negotiating table. Both sides must come to the negotiating table. You know, all wars end in a table and so on. Bullshit. And so Mike Ryan, who's the guy I think we all know and love, who posted a fabulous, I think, 24-point thread the other day about how difficult it is to execute a withdrawal under fire, and how the Russians don't have a hope in hell of doing that by way of Kherson. Anyway, he posted today, I think, a link to an article by this guy you probably also know well. People do. Lawrence J. Friedman, is that right? He's a prof at a southern British university. And so it was one of these about what's going to bring people to the negotiating table. So Ryan thought it was a brilliant, or some such word, post. But I thought that 99% of it was all about all the reasons why Putin doesn't want to talk, because as long as the war's on, then Putin's still on. So there's no way he's going to come to the table, and there's no way he's offering anything Ukraine wants. The only relief in there, aside from the final 1%, the relief in the article is that he advances the term, I'm sure it's not new to people, that the possibilities of a military to military solution or agreement are perhaps that's one of the possibilities. And I mean, like, damn straight it is. When, as you've all been looking at this war, looking at the military strength and creativity of Ukraine, of the Ukrainian military, I think that that kind of stuff that we've exchanged with each other has made us all feel very encouraged. So it's kind of that much more annoying to keep seeing the persistence of these articles in The Economist and in the New York Times and all over the place in mainstream media. I don't know if anybody saw Friedman's article today. It's probably from a few days ago that Mike Bryan posted. But I wondered if anybody wants to talk about this idea of how, in fact, the military to military agreement as an end to this is, in fact, not an oddity at all, but is very possibly what we're going to see here. Because one military is smashing the other military, and it'll take time. But anyway, I'm just putting that forward if anybody wants to talk about it.
Go ahead, Dan.
And there are people that know more about this than I do, but the Russian military is not going to agree to a separate peace or make peace on Russia's behalf. What very well could happen is that the Russian military just stops showing up. And I mean, they are already having, whole bases of conscripts basically rebel. Am I still coming through okay?
Yeah.
Okay. They're already having, whole bases worth of conscripts almost stop, just cussing out their officers in broad daylight. So, I mean, I think the shortest and easiest way to win this war is just to convince the Russian military rank and file that when ordered to go to Ukraine, you just don't. I mean, that really is the shortest avenue out of this, because Putin will clearly feed people into this until he's out of people, and he has a fair number of people. But if the people just start going, even if they don't quote unquote rebel, if they're ordered to leave some base in central Russia to head for Ukraine, and like just don't, it might move this part. It could speed the end of this thing right along. Given that Putin's not paying them or feeding them, it seems more than seems like the most likely way to wind this party up, where just Russian units just quit. I mean, not in like a super organized way. They just sort of en masse quit.
Right. Appreciate that, Dan. Gunther, you got more to add?
Yeah, just a comment, which is there's been many videos of soldiers on the Russian side, calling back home about how terrible things are and how it's a mess. They don't have anything, but yet they're still there, right? They're not surrendering. They're not just refusing to fight. And I'm just always reminded by the fact of to actually reach down on the ground and pick up a rifle and hold it in your hand is a choice ultimately, right? And so all these people could simply say, I'm not going to pick up a gun, and I know it's in a way that's very kind of kumbaya, whatever. I mean, they might have penalties, they might go to jail, but it is ultimately a choice.
If I could poke back in here real quick, the thing we have seen a significant amount of is that units that are rotated out of Ukraine in large numbers have refused to go back to Ukraine. So much so that the Russians have kind of stopped taking units, letting units back into Russia because they're afraid they won't get them back into Ukraine. So, there is at least a possibility that the word might spread that you don't want to come here, and if you get here, they won't let you leave, which on the list of reasons not to go seems kind of high to me.
In the response, go ahead, Lisa.
Can I? Yeah. Yeah, well, that's pretty interesting. The another thing I loved yesterday on, if people know Jake Bro's podcast, he had Ben Hodges on for almost an hour. Really great interview, and Hodges did address specifically why have more soldiers not surrendered, although we think there have been a couple thousand at least responding to the I Want to Live hotline that Ukraine has running. But he talked about how difficult it is to get yourself from where you are through lines and so on to safely get yourself out. And so it's not a small step to have to take, aside from all the psychology of betraying your home and your family and your country and all that jazz. The another great thing, I mean, Hodges, as we know, is always totally solid, and one of the main elements in his conversation with Bro was talking about the importance of bringing this war to an end faster, because so many people are dying needlessly because of the whim of one guy, of one man and his setup. And he again reiterated the stuff we had. He talked about the importance of putting the emphasis on anti-air and aircraft. And he talked about tremendously, and also armed withdrawal, ambulances and so on that are armored vehicles. And then the other thing he talked about that's interesting was in logistics, which always interests him a lot, the need that Ukrainian military has now to take wounded, what do you call them, damaged vehicles out of the country to NATO, to Poland and wherever for repair by often American technicians, because NATO members cannot have boots on the ground in Ukraine. I'm not sure why this is still necessary, but and somebody here probably knows, but he talked about how maybe this problem could be resolved by some kind of private company being engaged with personnel drawn from wherever, of whatever citizenship, to be engaged to come closer to the lines or onto Ukrainian territory to conduct this kind of repair work that's, of a major sort. I don't know if anybody knows about that. Anyway, I do recommend yesterday's Jake Bro podcast, because that interview is terrific and encouraging.
Did you happen to catch Mick Ryan on here yesterday? Let's go.
Yeah, I heard he was up, but I missed him. Yeah.
Yeah, he was on yesterday here. We do have the Spotify on him, his interview here. That was about 11 o'clock yesterday, I think it was. So if anybody, if you're interested in it, we did have General McRyan on here yesterday for his interview, and like all our interviews, they are on our Spotify account, and you can go there and check them out. Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hey, Dan, don't you think like the rumors have pretty much spread everywhere. Like, I mean, the military is a pretty gossipy place. I can't imagine that pretty much everywhere there isn't some realism setting in. There has to be.
Well, there's degrees of realism. And, there's a ton of intercepted calls out in the last few weeks about people home and saying, look, we hadn't eaten in 2 weeks and 80% of our units dead. Their wives are going to tell the wives of people that haven't left yet that maybe it's worth a trip to Kazakhstan or wherever. How fast this will, it's one of the hard lessons of this whole deal has been everything takes longer than you think it does, at least until it doesn't.
Yeah,
Hopefully Kherson will demonstrate that with like it means it in a very few days. But that's at this point that's a hope. There's an expression about bankruptcy, very slowly and then all at once, and I think there's a fair amount of evidence that military morale is kind of the same thing.
Did you see that video of like a whole battalion basically mutinying and yelling at their officers and all that? Did you see that video?
Yeah, I brought that up, I think, just before you came up.
Okay, roger that.
But yes, I've definitely seen it, and the thing about it is there's more than one. There's, I think, one that's getting a wider circulation, but that's becoming a genre, which is what I was saying about very slowly and then all at once. If 5 different bases with the conscripts all of a sudden come up on Monday morning saying, no, bleep, no, we won't go, this war is not the same. Whether that will be this Monday or, a Monday in the middle of January after the first batch of trench foot casualties go home, we'll just have to see. Go home or don't go home, as the case may be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you were in the military, but and mine was only in peacetime service, but I was just, I mean, I can't even wrap my head around a battalion like calling their commander a name, and I mean, just all of it. I mean, it's just unbelievable freaking believable.
Sometimes I wonder about the motivation of what's the difference in the motivation of the World War II Russian army and the motivation of the army in today's Ukrainian war for the Russians, and wondering if the actual, if there is a motivation, or was it fear? Because in World War II, you ran up to the line. If you tried to run back, you got shot. So it was death or death. You had 2 choices. You only had one choice. In this case, you're given a weapon, but in certain units, they are refusing to go. Which, what's going to happen to those units is unclear, I guess, because we probably won't hear the aftermath of it. We're seeing videos, but we don't know what happens after that.
Well, that's just the nature, fog of war was invented for a reason. There's a lot of it, but he was referring to the fact that it was a whole battalion behaving. But what the Russians are putting together now are not battalions. They're just mobs of around 1,000, 500 or 1,000 people. A battalion has a long-standing structure of senior officers, junior officers.
There's a unit cohesion.
NCOs and so on that are, it's a process to turn what the is into what the battalion does. And the Russians are trying to cut out 3/4 of it. And I can't believe it's gone as well as it's gone, but it's hard to say that it's going well. And I expect it to go much worse once it gets colder at the front. You know, it's one thing to ship out from somewhere when it's 50 degrees and sunny. Talk about shipping out from somewhere when it's 5 below and snowing sideways, and you expect it to be the same way when you get where you're going. That's not going to make people any more eager. You know what the crack point is, though. I mean, I'm sure people will claim they saw it coming when a month after it happens, but the moment it's anybody's guess.
Hey guys, I think we're getting treated here to somebody that's actually there in the midst of all this, but not on the Russian side. Saffron?
Hey, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad you're hosting the space. Yeah, I kind of wanted to. I'm on Starlink connection right now, really slow. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you fine. We can hear you fine.
Okay, awesome. I just kind of wanted to speak to. I forget who was speaking. I apologize. I kind of wanted to speak to the choice that a lot of the newly conscripted Russians have, and as far as the rebellion on the front line, people calling their commanders names, writing, like graffitiing and spray painting CDs about their commanders on bus stations and tanks, etc. I think from my experience, in general, people have less of a choice the closer they are to Moscow and St. Petersburg, as far as the Russians are concerned. If you refuse conscription, or if you're caught after being conscripted trying to flee the country, there have been cases that I've seen where people are literally raped with metal rods, and then so that their actions are corrected.
That's
if you
their own.
demonstrate. I'm sorry.
That's their own troops.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. And if you demonstrate against this war, especially now, you are sent to the front. As far as the rebellion on the front is concerned, against commanders, the people feel a lot more free and unmonitored the closer they are to the front line. That seems to be the case, at least from my observation. And so, a lot of times people start posting videos, and many of these videos, because they're amateur soldiers, they reveal a lot of significant locations, and so HIMARS and artillery can attack these battalions on the front. But the further they get away from Moscow, they start battling the elements and experiencing the lack of organization, the lack of command, the lack of supplies on the front. They do begin to obviously rebel, but by that time they are on the front. And someone was talking about choice, but what the Russians have is at line 0 and at line 1. That's the front line, and the line just behind it. That's where most of the fighting forces are. But the lines behind that, line 2, line 3, they've got guys stationed there who are ordered to fire upon retreating Russians. And so it really does become this issue for the people who are conscripted. It is death or death. And the propaganda that they are fed is Ukrainians don't take POWs. They will kill you on the spot, even if you do surrender. This is the propaganda that they're drilled with before coming to the front. And so they're usually not ready to surrender, because in their minds that means death, and they're unable to retreat because that is sure death. And so, when it really comes to choice, I think the choice for Russia, a lot of these conscripts, a lot of these people who are sent to the front, their time to rebel against the government and to demonstrate against this war was essentially decades ago. When Putin was still struggling to really gain a strong foothold, like a totalitarian foothold within Russia. Um, his method of operation has become so pervasive and so omnipotent in Russia that now if you demonstrate against this war, even as this war was beginning, um, demonstrating against it, that's risking your life, that's risking rape, and if the rape wasn't enough for you, then you're looking at a 15-year prison sentence. So I'm not trying to justify any of the conscripts or any of the people who volunteered to enter this war on the Russian side. But currently, there really is very, the Russians are stuck between a rock and hard place, uh, essentially. And a lot of these guys are civilians, and they lack any kind of experience and any kind of willpower, really, to fight this war. They weren't really involved in the politics. A lot of these guys, they were just staying silent, understanding that living under Putin is probably not ideal, but they're still Russians, still their home. They just went along about their business. Um, but then when the war really comes, not just to your door, but inside your house, and you are now directly involved in the war, then that's when a lot of these demonstrations really blew up. They didn't really care much about Ukraine because of the propaganda that they were being fed. Yeah, this war is somewhat justified. Whatever, let's just go on with our lives. But then now they're being conscripted. Now they're going out and demonstrating and say, no, we're anti-war. We don't want this battle. And it's too little, too late for them. It's a failure on the Russian society, and of course a detrimental failure uh, as far as the leadership is concerned. But yeah, it's just not a really great place to be socially and politically in Russia. It's quite brutal. Once
Let
they
me.
do get on the front line, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a question. You said from the people that you've met, you've been around some of the POWs.
No, I was actually on position when we were close to capturing some POWs, but they were able to flee over a hill, and we discovered that a few hours later they were killed by a battalion in a different tree line. But no, I was very close. No, but I
Okay,
haven't spoken to POWs directly.
okay, because I was going to ask you, did you find them to be uh, from the ethnic Caucasus, or were they ethnic? What do I call it? Ethnic Russian, say like from Moscow, Petersburg, that type of thing. But you didn't meet any, so yeah.
I understand what you're saying. I've seen pictures that aren't published of some of the soldiers that I'm with right now. They're personal pictures, and many of them were like ethnic Russian, as in they were white Slavic Russians. I've seen a photo of a POW who was from Ural Mountains. I forget the ethnicity. Somebody
The
remind
Urals,
me.
from the
Sorry.
Ural area.
Yeah, that's right. Asiatic looking.
Buryat.
But
That's Buryat,
Buryat,
probably.
Buryat, correct. That's right, Buryat. Um, yeah, as far as Putin's sort of strategy there is concerned, he is brilliant in the sense that he's conducting a double genocide where I wouldn't say a majority, but quite a fat portion of the conscripts are Buryat, and so he's eliminating the populace, the most poor populace, the same way he eliminated quite a few of them by sending them to Bucha and Irpin, a suicidal mission, a mission that was never to succeed. So yeah, it's double genocide. He's killing his Asiatic population in the east of Russia by sending them to the west of Russia or Ukraine.
Saffron, I just wanted to ask you, well, first of all, welcome so much to MriyaReport. Welcome to the space and for coming up as a speaker. And also, just to give some context to the listeners, so you're a photographer, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. I'm here in Ukraine as a photojournalist since April.
Perfect. Have you been in the space before, or is this your first time?
No, this is actually my first time. I joined a Ukraine topic space just a few hours ago, and that was my first, and this is my second.
Welcome. So we're really happy to have you here. And so just a little bit about MriyaReport. We do run 24/7. We've been on since prior to February 24th. And it's a group of volunteers that run the space 24/7. And we're just here to just provide information to the listeners about what's happening in Ukraine and try and just give as much information as possible, as current as possible. And we have quite a few guest speakers that come up, like retired Major General McRyan was on yesterday. We have current or I guess people that are currently fighting in Ukraine that are Americans, that are Ukrainians. We have Constantine, who's up in the panel right now, who just mentioned or just spoke to you, who is Ukrainian, currently living in the U.S. and he served in the Ukraine in the war between 2014 and 2015. So we have like a huge diverse population, and all the volunteers are from around the world. So I'm from Canada, Daryl's from the U.S. We have a lot of Europeans. So just to give you a little bit of idea of what MriyaReport's about. But if you're open to it, are you willing to just speak a little bit more about your experience, like why you decided to go? And if you are open to staying a bit longer, I'm sure the audience would love to ask you a lot of questions. So just feel free to let us know, like whatever you want to do.
Absolutely, no, absolutely. Anything that spreads awareness about Ukraine and what's happening here, for sure. It's 4 a.m. out here, but I'm not doing anything today, so I can I can spend the time. Yeah, just right off the bat, I'm sort of in like a whisper voice right now because just next door there are some soldiers sleeping, and I'm gonna call this a bunker, the basement that we're in. Um, the sound insulation isn't too great, so I'm gonna try to keep it down so that they can get their rest. Yeah, I've been out here in Ukraine since April 16th, I believe, if I remember correctly, and I came in through Poland, um, and I made it to Kharkiv in the beginning on a big semi truck. An organization allowed me to join a truck driver, a very young truck driver, and he drove me directly to Kharkiv, northeastern Ukraine. And ever since I've been all over Ukraine, my first big project was going to Zaporizhia to welcome or to document the arrival of the final civilian evacuation out of Azovstal, the Azov steel plant in Mariupol. That evacuation convoy reached Zaporizhia, and I was there to document that along with several dozen other journalists. It was an amazing experience, really. My goal in Ukraine, to put into one phrase, is to document the development of humanitarian corridors. And humanitarian corridors is essentially, pathways through which people can go back and forth between occupied and liberated areas, so Ukrainian and Russian areas within Ukraine. Um, they can go back and forth freely, not just to transport people, but to perhaps do trade even. But yeah, a ceasefire is the first step to making this happen. And so I've been doing a lot of sort of experiential research out here. to kind of discover what are the arenas um, that I would really have to go into and document in order to understand how ceasefires uh, begin to happen. And a ceasefire, I guess, is the first step in the ending of any war. And so, uh, yeah, that's what I've been doing. And I discovered that following volunteer organizations and volunteers in general is a great way to do this, not just logistically, but it really gives you a very wide sort of perspective as far as this war is concerned. Uh, Constantine might be able to speak to this, but in 2014, a lot of people, you know, besides the annexation of Crimea, a lot of people saw this war in Ukraine as a civil war between the people of the Donbass, who were theoretically trying to become independent, Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic. And so it wasn't on the global stage as much, but I had been following them since the Maidan Revolution, the huge demonstration in the middle of Kyiv that happened in 2013. There have been demonstrations like this against uh, Russian-backed governments or Russian-leaning governments, both in Belarus and Moldova and Georgia, even. I'm sorry, not Georgia. There's another country that I'm not remembering, but a lot of these demonstrations have been shut down by very militant and aggressive police government forces. And I was assuming, as I was watching different news channels about the Maidan Revolution, I was assuming that they get shut down in a week. Give it a week, maybe 5 days. This whole demonstration will come to an end with brutality. And the brutality was there. The Berkut, and not the Tush. Constantine, help me out. The Tushki, the
Titushkas.
Titushka, the Titushka, and the Berkut. The Berkut is they're pretty much the iron fist, the police force in Ukraine, or were at least. And they were very pro-government, and the government was very pro-Russia. So by proxy, they're pro-Russia.
So just to correct, Titushkas are not exactly pro-government. It's just like rogue, semi
Right.
semi league criminal organizations. Semi criminal. They are like just local
hooligans, essentially.
Yeah, hooligans. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
armed.
are used. Yeah.
Yeah. But the Berkut and the Titushka, they hammered down on the populace, and this continued for months, 2.5 months, I believe, which really blew my mind. And not to get stereotypical, but like I saw like a samurai spirit essentially within the Ukrainian people. Um, I don't know if I could go out there and demonstrate against an authoritarian or totalitarian government and get my face smashed in and continue doing what I do for 2.5 months. I don't know if I could do that myself, but these people did. And so I've been following Ukraine since 2013. And coming out here, I started and I was there for a good 4 or 5 days. And so I documented an organization called BCA Poland, and they deliver humanitarian aid into Ukraine by semi trucks. And so there are warehouse workers loading up trucks and loading up vans on a daily basis. And then there are humanitarian delivery people. So they'll take that aid, they'll find medication on the different markets within Ukraine to supply people who have, diabetic needs, heart conditions, people who can't get medication otherwise. And they'll go into when Kharkiv was still under occupation. There's a very famous place called Saltivka. Saltivka is very large urban sort of area, urban city, and you can see entire department stores and markets and homes and apartment buildings just completely devastated. I've never seen anything like it. I've seen places in Ukraine that are more devastated, but not in an urban setting. Saltivka is just it's very eye-opening kind of place. You see, 8-story buildings that are split in half, and you see them block after block. It's quite unbelievable, really. But some of these delivery guys will go into places like Saltivka to deliver medication, deliver food. So I started following them. And then I started following evacuation volunteer groups. They'll go into places as far as Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, even while the Russian occupation was closing in. And so I followed them into places like Lysychansk. Lysychansk is a sister city of Severodonetsk. A lot of you are probably aware. But there are villages surrounding Lysychansk, hills, valleys, and those are the places that get swallowed up by Russian forces before the city proper gets swallowed up. And a lot of evacuation missions were going into Lysychansk city proper, but the villages were being neglected. And there's this kid, German kid, Andre West, who has been out in the Donbass for probably longer than I have now. And he was doing evacuations with an organization called TAUSAR. That's TAUSAR, Technical Assistance Ukraine Search and Rescue. And Tausar and Andre West, they were doing evacuations in suburban or rural Lysychansk. And a lot of the places that we went to evacuate people, 2-3 days later, that area would be under Russian control. And so there was a lot of live shelling, live attacks, drones, things like that. And in these really extremely dangerous places, some of these evacuation missions would go to. And so I covered them. And then I realized that there's this whole gamut of volunteers, and all of these volunteer stages matter, from the warehouse worker in Poland, and even further away, like the fundraiser in Canada or England or wherever. Even some of my friends in Japan, they do fundraising. Um, so you've got volunteers like these, and then you have volunteers in Ukraine doing evacuation missions and deliver to extremely dangerous locations. And then you have all the way to volunteers who, not just foreign volunteers, but Ukrainian volunteers included, who literally join the military with no military experience and fight on the front line. And so my roughly 6-month journey so far has led me to, is it 6 months? Yeah, it's October, 6 months, has led me to the front line. And just about maybe 10 days ago, I was finally able to go to, when we say the front line, there's a continuum there, but when you talk about the front, apparently in the military, they call it positions. And just about 10 days ago, I was able to go to the positions as a photographer, as a journalist. Um, I'm with this battalion that I'm with for about 2 months now. And so after about a month and a half, they kind of caved in. They're like, all right, you can come to positions with us. And so I was finally able to make it out there. And I had to dig trenches with the soldiers. We took tank rounds, artillery, even air attacks. The Russians have everything, really. And yeah, it's a brutal place to be, and an extremely cold place to be. In fact, our trench that we dug, if you can call it that. It was just like this little hole. It started raining, and the entire hole just filled up with water, and it was essentially a puddle. And if you can imagine, um, late October, uh, just sitting in a puddle of water and sitting there all night. It was just freezing, and even as tank rounds were coming in, I was actually more scared of hypothermia than anything else, which is quite insane. I mean, if there's something worse than tank rounds, it's definitely hypothermia and the cold. And yeah, soldiers from all over the world, 30 countries, actually over 30 countries are represented in the battalion that I'm with, um, including the Czech Republic, Slovakia, the UK, the US, of course, Canada, um, um, Scotland, Colombia, Argentina, Japan. It's just endless. Taiwan, Australia, and in fact, we lost a couple of we had a couple of fatalities the other day, uh, and a boatload of injuries the same day. Yeah, they got hammered out there. I didn't go with them that time, but they got hammered, and yeah, it's been quite the experience on the front so far. Just FYI, we're in the basement of this house because this command center itself also gets shelled. Um, we try to be as discreet as possible, but when you're moving in quite a big number of people into a neighborhood, the Russians have very excellent drones. Uh, a lot of you guys are probably familiar with this drone, but it's the I'm I'm losing I'm losing my memory here.
Hey,
Copy,
Saffron.
help me out.
Hey,
Russian drone.
Hey, wait a minute, folks. Saffron, do me a favor. When you talk about places and positions, you just keep it very general. Don't say anything because
Oh,
just small.
absolutely,
So just
absolutely.
we'll just keep it to you're safe in a basement somewhere.
Yeah, basement. But the place that we're at gets directly shelled at times, not always, but at times. And so, I have this huge temptation outside and to photograph and document all of the things that are outside. From a photographer and a journalist standpoint, it's gold outside, if you can call it that. But we stay indoors for the most part, just to be safe. Um, so yeah, these soldiers, what I've documented so far, these soldiers they go to positions, uh, and it's a massive feat just to get to the position and to survive the position. But even still, when they do come back to rest, the location where they're resting gets shelled as well. So it's game for them. Not that it's a game, but it is 24/7 for them. Sorry for the long ramble, but that was the general
Oh
breakdown.
no, you're fine. You're fine. When you are with them, um, how are the units? Um, how are the men? You saying that they're from different parts of the world. What do you find is the most galvanizing thing among them?
Oh yeah, there's definitely there's definitely a hatred toward the Russian invasion, but more than that, there's this sort of love for the fight for sovereignty. Um, I was talking to the one Japanese soldier that is here, and he doesn't have a particular hate for Russia or Russian people or the Russian Federation or anything like that. On top of that, he doesn't have a very particular admiration or love for Ukraine itself prior to this war. But when he saw civilians and mothers and children and cities being bombarded, and regular civilians just being murdered by the Russian invasion, the occupying forces, he stood up and said, "Yeah, I have to go. I have to go do something." So he came out here to fight. It's a very pure, you can call it pure intention that he holds. And yeah, he says he's willing to stay here until the end of the war. Yeah, other people, you can tell just by talking to them and being with them that they were sort of born for battle, born for war. So war is where some of these guys sort of feel themselves, their natural selves. They're born soldiers essentially. So there is that. Um, but very few people very few people are here for the money. They do. This is a volunteer battalion. One of the three, I believe, volunteer battalions that have now been incorporated officially into the Ukrainian military. Uh, Winter is another, and Karpatska Sich is the third. This is the one that I am with. There are only three. Disorientation, nausea, and migraines. And for some, these migraines last, several weeks, and it really debilitates them and hinders them from going back out to the front to fight. So you have a lot of these able-bodied soldiers who are still dizzy and suffering from vomiting and nausea, and are unable to fight, which is very, it's a big waste as far as the military is concerned, because they're still able-bodied. So fast helmets is one thing. The second thing would probably be winter sleeping bags, negative 25 degree, negative 30 degree sleeping bags. That's one thing that I really haven't seen anyone carrying around, except for a couple of the American folks who brought their own military grade sleeping bag. And the third, of course, is vehicles. A lot of our transportation happens via civilian grade vehicles. None of them are armored. And a lot of these vehicles are actually donated by the soldiers themselves. They'll gather up funding from their friends and family, and the friends and family will buy a vehicle either in Poland or Romania, something like that, have it driven or shipped over, and they will donate that straight into the military unit that they're with.
Did you hear? I'm not sure if you got news that um, you guys, the Ukrainian army will be supplied 250 wheeled armored personnel carriers, armored fighting vehicles. Um, they that was just went out today, so um, I hope the unit was able the unit is able to get some of these vehicles. Um, but yeah, that was just released today, so there may be hope to get better vehicles to them in the coming months. So that then they can look
I
out for.
lost connection. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
I
my
was
bad. Okay, yeah.
yeah, I was saying that one thing that you can tell the guys is that there are the U.S. just released 250 armored fighting vehicles to Ukraine, and so there may be. I'm hoping that they're able to get some of these vehicles, and so you get some better
That's
protection.
amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
Michelle, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks, Daryl. I guess we do have a few hands. I might have a question later on, but I first wanted to see, I know Constantine, you had your hand up to begin with. I don't know if you had a question or comment for Saffron.
No, I don't think I had a hand on, but I will comment those 250 armored personnel carrier. Well, it's more like a policing vehicle. They are absolutely great, and we're very thankful that we get them. But and 250 is a great number, but it's not. If you take the scale of the war, you will understand that it's like a drop inside the sea. As an example, I think in Iraq, United States used around 10,000 MRAPs, and you can imagine that this war scale of this war is much bigger than what's happening in Iraq.
Yeah, thanks,
that's
Saffron. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Saffron.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I had no idea that there were 10,000 MRAPs used in Iraq. That's a huge number. In my months on the front, I've only seen probably a dozen MRAPs out here, which is quite brutal. These MRAPs are huge, machines. They look like gargantuan SUVs, essentially mounted with guns and
Yeah.
etc.
Unfortunately, it's a good target.
Yeah, they're great targets. They're great targets. Something smaller than that is what the commanders use, and it's a four-wheel vehicle. Uh, also looks like a giant SUV, but they are able to ride through extremely sort of harsh roads and ride over mud and places that tanks can usually only go through. These vehicles really are able to travel through. Our battalion, or the battalion I'm with, actually had to leave behind quite a few of the vehicles that they do have, just because the terrain here isn't accessible by regular vehicles, and so even if the
I'm sorry.
250.
Sorry to interrupt you. Which battalion are you in? Karpatsky Siege?
That's correct.
That's 93rd Brigade right now, right?
Yeah, for a moment, yeah, we are, for the moment, we're under the 93rd Brigade. That is
Got
correct.
it. Yeah, it's attached to it at the moment. Got it.
Yeah, we're not officially a part of the 93rd, but the 93rd oversees us, I believe.
Yeah, thank you.
I just meant to ask you, from like a photography standpoint, can you think of, or what would be one of your more like memorable photos that you've taken so far?
Wow. I can think of two. They are polar, and neither of them have I published. One of the photos, it makes my voice shake, like just thinking about it. In Zaporizhia, there's this really big tent where they have a bunch of tables and food stations. Essentially, it's a big cafeteria, and that's where all of the people who get off of the evacuation buses and vans first go into. That's the space they enter to grab tea, coffee, food, biscuits, etc., and just warm up a little bit before they're sent out to their temporary housing facilities. But there was this one girl who was sitting right near the entrance inside. She had just come back, come in Azovstal, Mariupol, and her parents were at the food station just grabbing food and water, etc., while she was sitting there. And there's a soldier sitting right next to her, and her parents had given her some chocolate to eat, and she was eating that chocolate, and you can see all of this chocolate just, you know, smudged against her chin. And she's looking up at the soldier while chocolate's running down her chin, and she's eating it. And she doesn't realize, that her hands are getting dirty and that her face is covered in chocolate. And in the photo, you can see the AK-74 of the soldier, and his camo sort of outfit, and then the tent, the massive tent, the insides of the massive tent in the background. And I don't know why I haven't put that up or posted that, but that's just a big sort of image that really is ingrained or just tattooed in my mind. It's very yeah, it was one of those moments where you realize that this war probably has consequences that we just can't even wrap our heads around, and these consequences will reverberate for probably for decades. The second is a video, and I also haven't published this video, but it's a video of 13 dead Russians right outside of Liman, right outside of Liman, and they were gathered in front of a makeshift field hospital, which is just a village house. That's where the medics were, I guess. And the bodies were sort of laid out on the street in front of the house, and they didn't have time to pick those bodies up when the Russian forces evacuated Liman. And we had come across it just driving by, so we stopped and started taking photos. And then a cat came by and started eating out of the neck of one of the corpses, and that's when I realized how fresh these bodies actually were. Uh, some of the bodies were 2 days old, some 4, and some I'm sure were older than that. You can see maggots coming out of people's mouths and eyes, and it it, uh, it it was the first time I had seen just a massive amount of fatality all in one place, and it really reminds you that you are approaching an extremely dangerous zone. Um, the more dead bodies you see. We've passed quite a few dead bodies along the road, Russian soldiers, as we started heading toward the forward operating base, the place where we live nearest to the front line. And to this day, there are still bodies along the road that people haven't had the time to pick up and put away, I guess. Yeah, there are scenes like this within our neighborhood, actually, the neighborhood that we live in. And thank God it's cold enough outside to where we don't have to experience the stench. But again, there's a lot of shelling that happens within this neighborhood, and so it's not safe for even the military to go out there and try to collect 100% of the bodies that lie on the road.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing those two, the photograph and also the video. And do you think you'll end up posting them on Instagram or Twitter eventually?
Um, Actually, I want to redact that the video, if I remember correctly, I have posted the video. It's a Telegram channel that I have, and Telegram's pretty okay about that. So yeah, I just remembered I have posted the video. The photo itself of the little girl with the chocolate, um, that I probably should post sometime in the future on my Instagram. My Instagram is just Saffron. That's SAPHRYN. And then my Telegram channel is called magictumbler.io. And Magic Tumbler was a media project months before the full scale invasion happened. So a lot of people ask me, Magic Tumbler, what does that have with Ukraine? It doesn't. It didn't initially. But yeah, magictumbler.io is the Telegram channel.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
We do have a few hands, so if let us know as well. I know it's really early in the morning your time, and I also wanted to welcome Anda as my new co-host. So welcome, Anda. Hopefully you had a good sleep because I know it's been a long few days, a long week for you. So welcome. And Anda, I know we kind of spoke offline, but this is Saffron. So he's a photographer who's currently in Ukraine, and so we're it was a pleasant surprise that he was able to join us tonight. And so anyway, Saffron, this is Anda. So we'll go to Leonard, Leonard, Dr. Paul, and then Naranja.
Thank you. And thank you, Saffron, for taking the time to share some of your absolutely fresh observations with us, and even some of the graphics that you've been subjected to, I would say. But I have a question for you, and it relates specifically to some things we're dealing with. I'm in Canada, and I'm just wondering, this relates to an assessment as to what you may have seen directly, or what you may know specifically regarding Russian surrenders, primarily, and without disclosing details. I mean, don't give any information in terms of where you are or any geographics, but specifically, we've received some indications that firstly there were substantial casualties on the Russian side in Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and it sounds as though you may have had some opportunity to have information on that point. So, and I'm just wondering if in that connection, you had any information or observations pertaining to Russian surrenders. And then I'll just ask you one follow-up regarding surrenders after that. But if you could maybe shed any light on that particular issue, in other words, Russia, the extent of and the sort of details surrounding any Russian surrenders, and whether it's a growing or what kind of rate we're looking at right now by your assessment. So thank you, Saffron.
Absolutely. Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, specifically, they aren't really known for swaths of Russian surrender, as the Russians were actually quite successful there. But the way that at least the battalion that I'm with approaches POWs and potential prisoners of war on the front, they see these guys as huge bargaining chips. So is it possible that they rough them up a little bit? Sure, I think it's possible. I haven't witnessed this personally, but they will not kill Russians who are trying to surrender or Russians who are surrendering in any way, shape, or form. They will make sure that they are not wanted dead or alive, but definitely wanted alive. This is huge for them, as not only is this battalion a very newly official battalion, but the leadership here is, well, it's quite impressive, to be honest. There are both experienced and inexperienced commanders in this battalion, but there's a unilateral agreement among these guys that anytime they come across a situation when where they can potentially grab POWs, they really do take that chance, and they have. The second company, which is this company that I'm currently with right now, they went into Izium, and a Russian MTLB or tank is essentially a tracked vehicle with a bunch of guys on top of the vehicle. That's how they transport themselves. It's a dozen or more people on top of the vehicle, while inside the vehicle is all of their gear. And this vehicle was rolling down the street, and it stopped in front of them. And the guy started asking them, "Hey, which way out of Izium?" And the company put up their guns and said, "Actually, there is no exit. This is your last stop." And they arrested all of the men, the Russian soldiers there on the spot. And that just goes to show how in a hurry they were to get out of the city, and they had no idea that Ukrainian forces were not just encroaching on Izium, but were within Izium proper. And so the fall of Izium was just drastic, to say the least. They were looking at the enemy without knowing that they were the enemy. That's how much distance they thought they had. But yeah, they see POWs as bargaining chips. Just recent, recently, I believe about a month ago, 250 of the Ukrainian POWs from the Azov battalion were released, and so that's all of the remaining Azov soldiers that the Russians had. They were all released back to Ukraine, and I don't remember what the number was for the number of POWs that Ukraine had to release, but they had this huge prisoner exchange, and so prisoner exchange is a real thing, and you need as many prisoners as possible to bargain. For example, I think Medvedchuk is his name. Konstantin again could probably confirm this, but Medvedchuk
Yes, you're
himself,
right. You are right.
yeah, it was he was worth 50 Azovstal soldiers. It was either 50 or 200. It was one of the two, and then the rest were 50 soldiers for 50, something like this. But yeah, if you capture, say, a colonel or a general, even, yeah, this is a huge bargaining chip. So the higher your rank, the less likely it is that anything will happen to you. Of course, there still is a likelihood of just privates and infantrymen on the front getting a little bit roughed up. I'm pretty confident that happens. I haven't witnessed it, so I can't confirm that. But yeah, huge bargaining chip.
Yeah, thank you for that, Saffron. And just one further a question. We've heard that the Russians may be using blocking battalions, which effectively are like commissars behind their existing forward lines, designed specifically to put the gun to any Russians who flee or go sideways or whatever. Have you seen or heard of anything in that regard specifically, or do you know anything of that particular area? Thanks.
The closest I could come to confirming this is hearing the translation of one of the videos that the soldiers here took of a POW, talking about how there's a line behind their front line ready to kill them if they retreat. Of course, there's a possibility that that Russian soldier is making that up. The second sort of possibility of falsehood is that the translation is incorrect. But yeah, that's the closest I can come to confirming that the POW was talking about how there's a line behind them ready to shoot them down if they do retreat.
Thank you, Saffron. And I take it you're based currently out of Japan. Is that correct?
Yes. Before coming here, I lived in Japan. That's correct. I grew up in Indonesia. Long story short, Indonesia for the first 17 years of my life, and I went to American schools growing up, and that's how I speak English. In fact, I speak better English than I do Japanese. But I'm still trying to correct that in Japan.
Oh, cool. Thanks for that, Saffron.
At least you speak Japanese. I'm like, my
Yeah.
Japanese is terrible. I could say a few
Oh,
words and that's about it. So thank you for sharing that. So we'll go to Dr. Paul next.
Konnichiwa, Michelle. That's about the extent of my Japanese. So I think you're
Well,
probably
That's really good.
okay. Saffron, thank you so much for being here. Very interesting stuff. I came up to just say a couple things. I have one comment and then two quick questions. First comment is the total MRAPs, not the total actually, but one major contract for the MRAPs that were procured by the U.S. military was $20.8 billion. So 16,000 MRAPs in total. That was in 2005, I believe. Unfortunately, we left most of them or a lot of them in Iraq, Afghanistan, and how many we have. Currently, I actually don't know. Just wanted to say that there's 16,000 at least, and then we have these JLTVs that are kind of meant to be lighter, more mobile, to replace the MRAPs that kind of provide the same sort of protection. But my questions to you, since you're kind of out there in the front, you know, you kind of painted a very interesting picture of what it's like on the front in the positions, I think is what you said. You know, and it kind of amazes me when we hear from the guys on the kind of towards the front lines and what it's like there for the Ukrainians. And I'm kind of curious, your view of why Ukraine has been able to decimate and, you know, kind of make a big impact on the battlefield, to put it lightly, against the Russians, given when we hear stories like what kind of how you said, like more bleak, more fragile, you know, Ukrainian military force, which, you know, human life is fragile, right? So I get that, but like, you know, but what we see like, you know, the amount of damage that Ukraine's been able to impact on the Russians is just, you know, astonishing, frankly. You know, we're you know, if the Ukrainian numbers are right, we've already surpassed Vietnam over 10 years of war. You know, there's lots of different ways to kind of analyze the numbers there. And then secondly, what are you hearing about the amount of ammunition that Ukraine has been able to recover from Russian or destroy Russian stockpiles or capture Russian stockpiles? If you've heard anything at all, that's a key component to when Russia will lose. That's a key component when Ukraine will win. So I'm curious if you've heard anything about that, the impact of HIMARS on the ammunition supplies on the areas you're operating, or, you know, the areas that you're covering. So if you have any comments about that, that'd be great.
Yeah, those are some brilliant, very cogent questions. Wow, if I could, if I could give you any kind of insight as to the operation of HIMARS, I would be a very different level of journalist. They really don't give you any information about the HIMARS, where they're operating, how they're operating. It's very hard to get. One of my goals is to document the HIMARS operation, but that's way down the line. As far as I'll try to answer the second question first. When I interviewed the commander of this battalion, he called it the Russian Lend-Lease. The Russian Lend-Lease, and it really was. The last figures I looked at, which was, you know, roughly a month ago, or a month and a half ago, actually, was 300 to 400 million dollars worth of equipment, and the official figure now probably far surpasses that. It's probably in the billions. But yeah, we came across just our battalion came across a warehouse, a chuck full of unused, fresh out of the box munitions. This includes mortars, just hundreds of tank rounds, weapons I've never seen, bullets. A lot of the vehicles that we now use are captured by the Russian forces, or from the Russian forces. And yeah, just the term Russian Lend-Lease just makes it very clear that one of the biggest suppliers, if not the biggest, at one point in September or October, is the Russian Lend-Lease. What was captured essentially in northeastern Ukraine on the Izium and Liman fronts. I talked to one of the civilians just outside of Izium in a place called Oskil, and our car broke down there, and so we spent a good 2 hours repairing, and many of the civilians came to help. And one of the young men said, for 2 days, it was just nonstop moving traffic along the roads, along the main roads. This is 2 days of heavy armored equipment rolling down the street, day and night. So he said 48, 50 something hours of just armored vehicles rolling. and all he could smell is, diesel and the sound of just really big equipment. And that just goes to show just the amount of equipment they really did have in Izium and how much of a stronghold Izium was. They took Izium very early on in the war and very quickly, so quickly that most of the people there, even if they did want to evacuate, they couldn't ready themselves to. And yeah, even with all of that equipment that they did take with them, they left a whole bunch. And yeah, that's a lot of what Ukraine is using right now. On the front, in the trenches, you could hear the. We were able to hear the base and the village behind us, kilometers behind us, being shelled. So from in front of us, you can hear a big boom. The cannon would go up, and you can hear the round whistling through the air, way above us, and then landing several kilometers behind us, probably where we are based. And the amount of shells coming toward our base compared to the amount of shells hitting the Russian base, it's overwhelmingly Russian firepower, overwhelmingly. And so I think Western propaganda is probably a real thing at this point. Very few Russian soldiers have cell phones or video equipment on the front, as they're very strict about that. You're not allowed to take your cell phones with you. So there's very few documentation on the Russian side of this war. But there's an ample amount of documentation on the Ukrainian side, as 100% of the Ukrainian forces have cell phones with them. And so, if you were to post a video or send a video out to a really big Telegram channel about your work on the front, it's probably going to be a video where Russian soldiers are being killed, or a successful Ukrainian operation. All of these videos that you see are where the Ukrainians are succeeding. And the ones that make really big headlines, of course, are the HIMARS videos, or the videos of the Antonovsky bridge getting blown up, etc. And those things do happen. And Izium, for example, was a huge win for Ukraine. But when you look at the war from a little more macro perspective, I think, and I'm not an analyst as I say this, I'm not a war expert as I say this, Russia has been able to gain so much territory that they have been able to, well, illegitimately, but annex 5 regions of Ukraine, regardless of how illegitimate that is. The only way you're able to annex an area of Ukraine is if you occupy it. And so it just goes to show how successful, it hasn't been perfectly successful, but in the general scheme of things, it's quite successful. They've taken swaths of Ukraine, and Ukraine will have to fight. They will have to take that back, and taking parts of the Donbass back is probably a lot easier than taking, say, Kherson. I know that there's a lot of media out there talking about a huge Russian retreat from Kherson, and that the offensive there is going well. But from my experience, the maps are accurate, and the front line hasn't moved much. I don't see places like Kherson being liberated anytime soon. I may be completely wrong, and I would love that I am. But these are legitimate cities where a lot of civilians still live, very pro-Ukrainian civilians, and for them to, because the Russian military is so intermingled um, um, within these cities, it would be extremely hard to take out their armament and their artillery pieces and their bases, because their bases are right next to, let's say, supermarkets, etc., where the populace still lives. In the Donbass, for example, where I'm at right now, there's not a civilian in sight. Well, maybe if you go a few kilometers away from where we're at, there might be a few civilians here and there, but a lot of these places are completely, 99% evacuated. So it's very easy to roll in, even if we have to destroy houses or destroy villages where Russians are occupying. 90 to 99% of the population there are just military forces. Ukraine's not having to kill their own civilians to take back a lot of this area of land. The further we get towards, say, Severodonetsk or Lysychansk or Kremina, Svatove, these places are populated quite a bit still, and so yeah, the more ground we gain, the harder it becomes to take back land, because a lot of the places that the Russians have occupied, they've occupied for months now. Meaning the populace is out and about doing their thing. Markets are open. A lot of these places, electricity is back online. Yeah, it's going to be a very difficult war for the Ukrainian forces, I think. All that to say, the positive sort of news that's coming out about Ukraine really being able to push back. I think Izium has a lot to do with this. And it's true, huge victory for Ukraine, Izium. But yeah, I think a stalemate is a stalemate is what the future holds, especially with winter coming. And I hope to God I'm wrong.
Sorry, Sarin. I have a question before I go back to Dr. Paul. You said a stalemate. Is this the feeling that you get from the soldiers you are with? Is this what you talk about with them?
That's a really good question as well. The soldiers that I'm with, no. They'd be like, stalemate. What in the world are you talking about? No, the soldiers forward is the only direction that they know. The soldiers that I'm with their morale is extremely high. Their energy is extremely high, and their willingness to take back Ukrainian sovereignty at any cost is also it's undaunted. It's unwavering. And that's what gives me hope that I'm wrong. But when you start to take mass casualties on front, the sentiment within any battalion can fall quite easily, and the Ukrainian effort, I think, is a collection or a collective, right, of battalions. And so when several battalions at a time take really large casualties at a time, then the I guess what I'm trying to say is morale is a very fragile thing, and momentum.
Okay, I'm
is
going to
very
jump in
fragile
here
thing.
for a sec. Hi, Saffron. I'm Battle Moose. I'm one of the managers here at the MriyaReport. One of the things we don't do here on the space is discuss Ukrainian casualties, specifically any numbers or disposition of troops or equipment along the front. We have to maintain a certain level of OPSEC here, so we can talk about it in generalities, but we don't want to really see the trees through the forest, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not here to disclose specific anything. Really. But yeah, all that to say is just the casualties are real, and from my experience, the sort of the energy that any group of people, squads or platoons or entire battalions, uh,
It's true, but you
those are
just said
nimble. Those are
you,
nimble.
you you just said that the morale is good, right?
The morale right now is fantastic. Yes.
Awesome.
Yep.
I have a second question, and sorry, Dr. Paul, but how I missed that part. I lost the first part of your discussion with Michelle. Um, how are you? Do you know Russian or Ukrainian, or you have an interpret, or how exactly do you interact with with the soldiers in your unit? Is it easy to interact with them? You're speaking English, and I guess some of them they are not.
Um, yeah, I use Google Translate quite often. That is for sure. But depending on the company, um, there is a company that is there's an international company essentially, uh, and there are over 30 countries represented in this company, and about half of them in that company speak English, from completely fluent to relatively fluent. So I get along very well with that company. The company I'm with right now is fully Ukrainian, but several of the people still speak English. And when I'm with people who don't, I try to communicate as much as I can through gestures and phrases that I know, and they do the same with their English, trying to communicate with me through phrases that they know. And when you live with them for a while, and your both of your rhythms sort of you know are in sync, so to speak, then communication becomes easy. Even when the languages are different. So yeah, we get by. We get by.
Lots of wavering, I suppose. Pointing and stuff. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Hand gestures, totally. Yeah. The the
Um,
the hard part about this is that I can't interview as many people as I'd like. Um, but yeah, that's just one of the costs, I guess.
Thank you. I will go to Dr. Paul and then to Niranjan. I hope I didn't butcher your name too much.
Thanks, Honda. And Saffron, so just a real quick follow-up question. You were talking about when you're on the front, the volume of the artillery fire, inbound artillery fire towards, Ukrainian base versus outbound was much lower. If you would care to estimate what that ratio was and when that was, that's most important. I actually track this and have a good estimate of, in my view, of how long Russia can sustain kind of this war with artillery at least. And so I just would be curious to hear what your thoughts are on that. And if you hear any sort of quantities about Russian fire, I would be always happy to hear that. So feel free to DM that to me over the coming months. And thank you.
Yeah, for sure. And as far as um, uh, OPSEC is concerned, I don't think this really affects OPSEC. But yeah, probably artillery. You're looking at 8 to 1. Um, I want to say 10 to 1, but I feel that that might be a slight exaggeration. So I'll say 8 to 1. Tank rounds, tank fire. It's ooh, something like 20 to 1. The Russians really know how to use their tanks, and they have swaths of them. Regardless of how many Russian tanks have already been destroyed, they have what feels like, especially on the front, what feels like an endless number of tanks. Yeah, and that is uh, as of probably 2 weeks ago. Yeah, well, I would say 10 days ago. Yeah, I
So
hope
that's really
that
good.
answers your question.
It did. It did. That's actually a good sign. 8 to 1 is actually an improvement versus February, March, April, May, in June. So here in 8 to 1 is not that that's the actual number, but your assessment, right? So, but that's actually, in my view, an improvement. So it's good to hear. That's likely the effect of high Mars.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah, it's still right.
That is
Definitely
very encouraging. Oh,
it is, and it shows that either a lot of it's been destroyed, or b they're having it's been destroyed and they have to ration it. So in my view, that's a net positive. And just a quick question, what and I might have missed it. Did you say when that was? It was 10 days ago when this was when this 8 to 1 ratio occurred.
when I was on position was roughly 10 days ago. Actually, I can take some time to confirm that, but yeah, 10, 12, 11 days ago, something like this.
That's good enough. Thank you. Really appreciate it, and thanks for coming to the space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Niranjan, you have your hand up.
Hi, Safin. Thank you for joining this space. It was very insightful. Well, I think some of your comment might be innocuous, but I also wanted to put record straight. I think one thing you said about they're pro-Ukrainian. All Ukrainian citizens are Ukrainians, no matter what. They're pro-Ukraine or whoever. I don't think Ukraine distinguishes them. Whether people are in occupied region, wherever region, Ukraine wants to protect every citizens. So I mean, this battle space you don't see change because Ukraine doesn't launch, sort of genocidal or brutal war. They have to go through their own people, territory, so they have to be very careful. I think that you have to be very careful when you say pro-Ukraine. Every citizens in Ukraine are Ukrainian citizens, and they deserve protection of Ukrainian government. The other thing you also said about double genocide, there's no genocide in Russian side. What they are doing is they are committing genocide in Ukraine, and that's the story. I guess, I guess I don't care. People are sent to battlefield or put in prison. They have a choice. They can surrender, or they can leave the country. They can leave Russia and go to Kazakhstan or Belarus or some other country. It's not a double genocide situation, which you said. I know you must have said innocently, but I just wanted to put those records straight.
I really appreciate those two comments. I really honestly appreciate those two comments. As a journalist who doesn't have as much experience as he would like, phrasing is something not just journalists, but I think people in general really have to be careful of, not in the sense of political correctness, but just phrasing, and that's very true. But I would like to make one point. Yes, it's
No,
true.
on the same vein, right? Even if the revolution that Ukraine had, I know that there was government which was funded, or even there was allegation of election fraud, during the election of Yanukovych. So people, I guess, as we have seen, Ukrainians are very patriotic people. Yes, people may have, some, I guess, cultural or affinity and whatnot, but they don't want, or they haven't invited Russia to invade their country, whether be it Donbass or Crimea. So what it is it's the war between Russia and Ukraine. There's no civil war or anything, or there was no civil war ever.
As far as the Civil War aspect is concerned, I really have to do much more research, especially around the 2016, 17, 18 era. I don't know much about this time frame. But one thing I will mention is um, there. Hmm, uh, I want to say this as cogently as possible. Um, there is the people who are still, for example, still living in Bakhmut, where their homes are being shelled. Uh, Literally, their homes, like a shell, will land through their roof and into their house. so happen to be in the cellar of their house. And they come out and their kitchen is obliterated. So they're collecting food off of the ground. And the jars and pickles that they still have, they move those into the cellars again. These people are, for the most part, assumed to be separatist leaning or pro Russian leaning. It's very binary and sort of black and white, especially for soldiers on the front. That's not just the unit that I'm with, but all of the soldiers that I've talked to.
Well, you know that under international law, Russia has been violating all norms of international law. That is, as occupying force, it forcing civilian to join army, right? There's forced conscription. So you can't tell them they're a willing participant first. And these civilians, whether they are pro whatever, they are civilians and they need protection. And Ukraine, I don't think they treat them as pro-Russian or anything. I haven't heard anyone living in those occupied land are being charged with any crime or anything. As long as you remain civilian,
Niranjan.
you are not collaborating with the occupying force. You are civilian, you are protected. And I think Ukrainian, as far as I have
Niranjan.
read, they have given that protection.
Niranjan, maybe I totally understand your question. I totally understand your question, but maybe we can rephrase it, right? So, Safrin, you said
I
you
think
you
this
went.
is theoretically this is true, and for the most part in practice, this is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. The military, the Ukrainian military, whenever they can, they will supply civilians with humanitarian aid. We had quite a few civilians outside of Izium come to us for food, for water, and we've provided them with everything that we could at that time. When I say we, of course, I mean the battalion that I'm embedded with, and not myself personally. But yeah, we provide them with everything that we can. In fact, we invited them to come to the Starlink location to connect to the internet so that they can contact their family members, etc. So there's a trust by the military of the civilian population. That definitely exists. So in practice, you are absolutely correct, and also in theory. But this is not 100% across the board. I've talked to soldiers who are very they're very adamant about the fact that there's a high risk that any civilian who still hasn't evacuated from the Donbass, especially those who live in the crossfire, live in the near or on the front line, that they are most likely pro-Russian or Russian leaning, and that they are to be dealt with caution. Now that doesn't mean that they don't have rights. Obviously, of course they have rights, and of course they should be treated not just as humans, but as full first class. And I believe that in practice, the military is very good about this for the most part. Very, very good about this. But there is a story about
Excuse me, I'm sorry, let me interrupt you. I wanted to ask you about the first or second class. Could you repeat that part?
I don't know if I mentioned second class, but as first class citizens, as fully like full citizens with all rights, they should be treated as such. And what I've seen so far is that they have been. But the sentiment among some of the soldiers is that many of these people on the front, if they have not evacuated, it is possible that they are pro-Russian, and so they're weary when it comes to these civilians knowing where they are, where they're stationed, and block posts, which are what we call checkpoints out here, these checkpoints are probably more strict about the people on the front coming in and out than they are about volunteers coming in and out. The documentation, the checkup, the checking of their documentation and what they have on them is probably a little bit more stringent if you do come from the front. That's what
So
I've
I
seen
guess
Thank you.
if you
far.
don't mind,
Niranjan,
or if host doesn't mind,
Niranjan,
I just wanted to clarify that one as
Niranjan,
well.
Niranjan, if I talk to you, please close your mic because I want you to stop. So I will get back to you. I will let Battlemoose go first, then Konstantin, and then we will come to you, Niranjan. Please.
Actually,
Battlemoose.
if Constantine has a follow-up, I'll defer to Constantine, but Leonard, rock, paper, rank, I win.
Son of a gun, that happens every time, Battle Moose.
So, what you're saying about the checkups, that's absolutely true. Indeed, even though you're a citizen, there are rules. There are rules how you're being checked, and during the war, it's not a airport in New York City where you have trained guards, for to be to skip profiling, to be absolutely polite, to be nice, and not do any bias towards anyone. And of course, everyone, whatever the passport you hold on the checkpoint, you can get pretty rough treatment because it's a war zone. People are dying there every day, and you've been there. I think you know it pretty well. So that's how it works.
Absolutely.
I mean, to survive. My parents, oh sorry, not my parents, my wife's parents, they were born in Russia, and when they go through the checkpoints, they live in Kharkiv, and they have some. I would not say it's trouble, but they've been looked at a bit more thoroughly. It does not make them other class citizens in any way, but it just it's there are red flags. There are some hints that you can see in people, and that's all right if your life depends on it. It's not. We're not right now, in this in the they're not in the United States protected areas where you have, all the securities and safety. It's all a different area. Now, regarding the comments, I wanted to say about the civil war. For those who don't know, there was no ever civil war in Ukraine. There was a war that was started by Russia. They started by occupying Crimea. It was not civil war. Occupation of Crimea is not civil war. Civil war is when it happens internally, when something happens and suddenly this part of the state becomes part of Russia. It's not a civil war. There is no, there is absolutely no other way to look at it. It just as simple. It's like if you see, that someone dying, you try to help him. It's as simple as that. Follow the rule, and it's gonna take you right places. And if someone tells you, oh, there were pro-Russian people, pro-Russian people armed with the Russian weapons and and protected by Russian military on territory of Ukraine, was multiple Russians being taken prisoners since 2014, indicate that it has nothing to do with civil war. When you have troops of another country fighting in your against you, it's not civil war. And it happened to me. It happened in the news. There were conferences with them. Multiple VDV platoons were captured. My brigade personally captured 92nd Brigade of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, captured Ukrainian Russian Spetsnaz, two guys when I was serving, and it was pretty close to us. And it indications. So for people to understand, the civil war is when it's not provoked externally. It's not. There are no external troops. There are no other country invading, and there are no troops of other countries, and there are no other countries that want to grab the land of the country in which this war is happening. When you have troops that are invading other country, that's not civil war. I don't know. I don't know when which school you learned what civil war is, but that should be pretty, standard stuff. And for those who think that there were once again there were pro-Russian population, well, of course there are people. You can find. I live right now in Texas. You can find people in Texas who want to be independent. It has nothing to do with civil war. They're not starting civil war. There is no civil war. And same in Ukraine. There are people who are pro-Russian. They have their rights. They're just as first-class citizens as everyone else. They live, and the fact that I'm from Kharkiv, and in Kharkiv we had pretty large pro-Russian population, which was, I don't know, 10-20%, and they lived in Kharkiv without being touched, without any single oppression, without anything happening to them, is a big indication that there is no such thing as second-class citizens. And when you say words like first class, that means you imply that there is for some reason second-class citizens. It's a very sensitive topics for Ukrainian, and it's a very sensitive topics. Not because we don't like how it sounds. It is a sensitive topic because based on that you have people who believe propaganda and start Russian propaganda and start saying, "Oh, there was a civil war." I heard the guy saying "civil war, Ukraine," or words like proxy war, or words like separatist, and they start thinking that okay, that's something that goes in line with Russian propaganda. That's why we're sensitive, and exactly because of that this invasion happened, because people were buying this Russian propaganda, because Ukraine does not have billions from Germany in oil to to fight informational wars, and Russia has, and that's why this war is happening right now, because Russia has fooled millions of people around the world that that there was some kind of internal conflict in Ukraine, and that everyone is pro-Russian and everyone wants to be the part of Russia, and now we're suffering. So that's why we're very sensitive to everyone who is just saying things that just go along the way of Russian propaganda. You think it's just you don't understand, you don't know about this, so just be very careful, because the words are weapons, and whatever you say, it can lead to multiple bad consequences, and people may die because of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantin. Battlemoose.
Yeah, I was just going to ask, Saffron, you sound fairly young fellow there. There's several of us grizzled old buggers here that been around the block, and I was just wondering, is this your first war assignment?
Oh, absolutely. This is my first war. That's correct.
Okay, do me a favor. And this is from Uncle Battle Moose to you. When you get home, you're going to seek out some psychiatric help, and you're going to go to therapy for at least a couple months. Okay? And
no,
I'm serious.
absolutely.
You need to talk about it because you've seen some shit. And the like in the military, we have ways of dealing with that. And when you get home and you start having the nightmares and you start having the night terrors and stuff like that, we have buddies. We have battle buddies that we can go to and kind of talk about that stuff. And you're going to be back in civilization. You're not going to have that infrastructure there for you. So I'm quite serious about this. Create that infrastructure when you go back, and don't kid yourself. And we've had several senior war correspondents from mainstream media on here. They do the exact same thing. You got to make sure that your headspace and timing is checked out, and because the longer the longer you spend in the cauldron, the more cooked you get.
Yeah, I would have to absolutely agree. Just a real quick point before other people come up here. yeah, the I haven't felt the effects, you know, what a person's psyche or a person's emotional state should reflect. Haven't seen what I have seen, and I consider myself very fortunate to have seen everything that I have within over the 6 to 7 months that I've been here. But at the same time, since I haven't felt the effects, I know that they'll creep up in the future, and I would have to contend with all of that in the future. And so, yeah, that's something I'm pretty cognizant about, and I appreciate you reiterating that. I really do. What really
Thank you.
concerns me is just the general populace in Ukraine, not just the people on the front, but people in the cities who are being cruise missiled, and the kids who grow up in this sort of situation. The consequences just nationwide for Ukraine um, is probably going to be something that the entire country has to contend with. So, as far as employment is concerned, I think becoming a therapist or a psychiatrist is probably there's probably not going to be any shortage of work there.
And we've had psychiatrists and psychologists on the space in the past, and they've opined on very much the same things, that you know, we're going to be doing we're going to be giving basically an entire nation therapy for a generation.
Yeah.
Okay, I see Niranjan has dropped. So I will go to Leonard now, and then I have a couple of questions myself.
Thank you, Anda. Just one quick follow-up question for Saffron. And this is just to clarify, because I just want to be sure that I understood you correctly. When you mentioned that Russia was effectively engaged in a double genocide, and I agreed with that, and I just want to be sure that I understood you correctly. I assume that you were referring to case one, a genocide, an act of genocide by Russia against Ukraine and the Ukrainian nation presently, and then secondly, an act of genocide against their own internal Buria, shall we say, population. In other words, there's second genocide being against some of their own citizens within the Russian Federation, who are selected out with certain ethnic or other characteristics in mind, whether they be ethnic, religious, whatever, and that they are engaged in sending these of their own citizens directly into the battle space with a lack of training, a lack of supplies, a lack of any support, and essentially sending them actively to their deaths, which are both elements of malign Russian action. I just wanted to be sure you were clear on that, because I believe one of Naranjan's questions he may have misinterpreted what you were saying on that point. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, correct. That's the point that I was trying to make. I don't remember specifically where I saw this, but there is a map that shows how many Russian soldiers have been confirmed dead and where they hail from. And right now, the lines aren't completely drawn out and clear and black and white. But I think over time, and this is a speculation, but I think over time we'll see that regions that are way outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg is where the majority of these soldiers do come from.
Right. So effectively a 1-2 punch, both punches being Russian genocide. So
Right.
that's the correct.
Two birds,
Yeah.
one stone. Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I I have a couple of questions for you. So without disclosing anything vital, I was wondering about how do you, for example, how do you get the food? Um, we have had here on the space a chef from the military, and I was wondering if you get so you said you're in a liberated town, so I was wondering if they got there, or if you have ratios, or how do you, and the guys from the unit you are on, how do you manage
Absolutely,
this?
absolutely. Yeah, we have food and humanitarian aid, essentially military aid, delivered to us in several different forms. One is raw foods, so just like a big box or a crate of onions, carrots, things like that that we can cook, which is quite like it just goes to show how good of a base we do have, where we're able to cook warm food at times. We also get these military rations. They're just packaged food specifically for the military. Uh, um, we also get a boatload of canned goods. So we're eating a lot of canned meat, canned vegetables, etc. Um, the dietary conditions aren't ideal out here. We're eating a lot of sausages with pumped full of preservatives. They're left out. I mean, it's cold now, so it's quite all right. But they're left outside in room temperature for days, and they just simply won't go bad. So you can tell what kind of quality of food you're eating out here. But a lot of soldiers do have supplements, vitamin and mineral supplements. So they take those. We haven't had any kind of mass sickness run through our battalion, thank God, so far. So that's been all right for the most part. But yeah, we eat generally what we can. The food gets delivered from miles away, and the area that we're at right now is very difficult to access via any kind of regular vehicle. So a lot of it gets trucked in, and sometimes tanks will bring them in, or tracked armored vehicles will bring them in, and they bring them in at different times of day. Sometimes it's during the day, sometimes it's in the middle of the night, like 3, 4 a.m. It just depends on the kind of cover and the kind of reconnaissance that the Russians are doing in that season of time. Um, but yeah, there are we used to get food from a kitchen, our own battalion's kitchen. We get a lot less of that these days, and so we're left eating, a mixture of pasta and canned foods, and a lot of the military rations. They don't have self-heating packets in them, so we'll eat them cold. Uh, and so it's very easy to get diarrhea, for example, if you're only eating cold food for weeks at a time. But right now, yeah, we can eat as much as we would like. It's just not the best. It's not the best food. There's a lot of crackers, uh, and we sometimes get more calories, the calories that we need through just sugars. So I usually drink only black coffee, but I've been putting sugar in my coffee recently just to keep the energy up whenever I need it. And some of you might not be huge on energy drinks. And I wasn't, but I find myself, picking up an energy drink here and there these days. And so, yeah, when in Rome, right?
Yeah, I think the program doesn't um, allow for a lot of rest. Um, I have a second question. um, Around so as you were around Ukraine, right? I understood that you came from through Poland, right? And I was wondering how is the feeling in the rest of Ukraine before you got to before you got to the unit, right? And if you can get a break, you said you exchanged from one unit to another. Did you take a break took a break at some point, for example, and I don't know, went to Kiev or some other town to rest and
Yeah, absolutely. The most time I've spent in a regular city, if you call it that, is Dnipro, and Dnipro is for the most part, it's a fully functioning city. All of the stores that were open prior to the invasion are pretty much open now, unless they've been destroyed, obviously. And there's a lot of nightlife, and there's a lot of activity in Dnipro. Buses are running, trains are running, stores are open, and in fact, when I first came to Ukraine, I went to Kharkiv, and Kharkiv is to this day still sort of like a ghost town. And people I've talked to all over Ukraine, they really appreciate Kharkiv, and they say, I've spent time in Kharkiv. I really love it there. The people in Kharkiv really like it there. But I have never, to this day, seen Kharkiv in full operation. So I don't really know what that city feels like. But apparently, it's a very liberal city, very open city. There's not as much of the conservatism within Kharkiv that you'd find in other places. For example, tattoos, gender fluidity, all of that kind of stuff. It's more accepted apparently in Kharkiv. Very open city. But Dnipro, from what I have seen, is the most active city in eastern Ukraine. Dnipro is wide open. Nightclubs are open in Dnipro. Bars, shops. When I first went there, it just blew my mind because it was it was the first Ukrainian city that I was actually able to witness in its full, in close to its full glory. So yeah, Dnipro is where I spent a lot of time, and it's very convenient, Dnipro, because and the Russians know this. So from a OPSEC standpoint, this reveals nothing new. But a lot of the evacuations from Donbass, a lot of the train, a lot of the rail evacuations end up in Dnipro, Lviv, Kiev. And Dnipro is a huge hub for evacuees. It's a huge hub for there's a big morgue in Dnipro that houses the bodies of soldiers. So as far as a transport hub from the Donbass into sort of actively Ukraine, Dnipro is huge. It's huge. If anyone in here is thinking of setting up some kind of operation that is Eastern leaning as in like focused on the Donbass, Dnipro is a great place to do that from. but since I've joined this or embedded with this battalion, I have not taken a break in any city. I've been with the battalion consistently, and I plan on taking a break pretty soon here, as fast as possible. In fact, as soon as possible, so that I can grab all the gear that I need. A lot of my camera equipment has been damaged on the front due to mud, rain, etc. And I need some more hard drives. I need to reset my psyche, my energy, all of these things. And I plan on doing that in Kramatorsk. And Kramatorsk is it's in the Donbass. It's not, it's not the safest place, but it's definitely safer than here. It'll allow for a little bit of R&R and just recuperation. So I plan to do that for about a week or two, edit all of my photos, publish several stories, and then come back to the front. It's very important for me to be here to document these soldiers. And again, Konstantin can speak to sort of the toll that it takes on them, but yeah, they weren't soldiers before this war. Many of them weren't, and they're here fighting for Ukrainian sovereignty against a force that is overwhelmingly powerful, especially on the front. No, regardless of what the media says, they are a very powerful force. The Russian occupation. Yeah, and they are volunteering. A lot of them have wives, families, children, and they come here on their own volition. Yeah, to help Ukraine fight this war, and that's what I want to document. That's what I want to have a record of, so that I can show not just their families and friends, but the people who can really make a difference, the people who see the photos, see the footage, read the stories, and really stand up and say, "Hey, listen, I want to do something for Ukraine. I want to mobilize myself in whatever capacity that I can." So I guess in that regard, I'm not just a pure observer sort of journalist. I'm here more as a volunteer photographer. That is sort of the capacity that I'm here in.
Thank you. JJ, welcome up.
Thanks, Sonda. Saffron, you had said off the top when you popped into the space that you came to document the humanitarian corridors. At least I believe that's what you said. What is it about that compelled you to want to follow that subject? And how have you had to divert from that goal at times? Thanks.
Yes, humanitarian corridors. A lot of people call them green corridors. A lot of people just simply say ceasefire. The reason I really wanted to focus on humanitarian corridors is because that is sort of where the military and civilian organizations come together to collaborate. And Magic Tumbler, the project that I created before this war, before coming to Ukraine, it was all about collaboration, collaborating between organizations and individuals, specifically between industrial organizations and education, and so I imagined all of the progression and the progression that this war would have. And if the war and the situation within Ukraine were to get better, what would we see pop out? And the first thing that I was able to imagine was humanitarian corridors. If there is ever a time where the two militaries rest, at that point in time, humanitarian corridors will be built. And these aren't just green corridors where evacuations happen. These are sustained periods of ceasefire, and of course there would have to be a lot of negotiation for that to happen. And Zelensky has said, "We will not come to the negotiating table until Russia is out of our country," which very much makes sense. I'm not against that at all. But these humanitarian corridors at some point must happen, and they don't. Someone like myself, and the people that I cover, evacuation teams, humanitarian aid teams, they're not prime players when it comes to humanitarian corridors. This is developed by the UN, Red Cross, uh, Doctors Without Borders, along with the MOD, the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and Putin's Russia. These are huge global players, national level guys who have to come together at some kind of roundtable or any and make this happen. And so I don't imagine myself or any of the organizations that I follow to be a key player in any of this. But I do want to not just personally see it happen, but to be able to document how this does happen. How do we develop peace? And the first step in developing peace, I believe, is some sort of ceasefire, some sort of humanitarian corridor, where the people caught in crossfire can have a little bit of breathing room, and aid can be delivered safely and officially to the people most in need. And so that's why I came with this theme. And that's a great question. How have I strayed from that from time to time? I strayed away from it when I decided that the first step would probably be to document the entire gamut of the volunteer humanitarian effort in Ukraine. So that's what I started doing, and I've been focusing on that. And there are many steps to the humanitarian effort in Ukraine, but the humanitarian effort as a whole will be the foundation of humanitarian corridors. It will be one stage of humanitarian corridors, one key player. And I think if I can at least document that one stage, that one factor that plays a role in humanitarian corridors, then that's okay. Like if that's all I can document, then that's okay. I came to realize that after very quickly, in fact, realizing that there's only so much that I can do. Even if I can spend as much time as I need in Ukraine, which I do plan on doing, I can't document everything. And so if I could document the gamut of the volunteer effort first, then create some kind of body of work that really can help people visualize that stage of work. Then I can start thinking about what I want to do next. And what I want to do next will probably be influenced again by the desire to witness humanitarian corridors actually being developed and operated. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thanks.
If you guys don't mind, I have a few questions myself that I would like to ask.
Please.
So I'm from Japan, and I've been away from Japan for quite a while now, and uh, I keep up with the media as much as I can. But I think the YouTube algorithms and the Twitter and Instagram and Facebook algorithms have probably geared me toward the topic of Ukraine. But in general, how much attention is Ukraine and the war in Ukraine getting in the general media? And that's the first question, I guess. And I have a second question specifically for Constantine. But if you guys can answer that.
Did I hear him correctly? He wanted to know how the Toronto Maple Leafs were doing?
Yeah, I guess that just about answers it.
No, sorry, Saffron. I was switching from listener to speaker, so there's actually like dead time that you can't hear anything, and I missed specifically what you were asking.
Oh, okay. Actually, okay. Yeah, no, I was asking how much media coverage in general in wherever you guys are from does Ukraine get and this war in Ukraine? Because I know the war in Ukraine isn't the only thing happening, obviously, around the world with Iran included, and the China, Taiwan, North Korea tensions, etc.
Well, we're a little biased here because we pretty much eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff. So anytime we see it in the media, it sticks out to us, right? It's like the a person that has been trained to be a roofer, and when they're driving around town, they can see all the roofs that need to be redone. It's like a curse, right? So it's like that. So we see this stuff. It picks it. It jumps out at us. So we're a little bit biased in that regard. I'm in Canada, so I can tell you that we have a very large Ukrainian diaspora, and it's highly supported on both sides of the political lines here. So it's very relevant in Canada, and especially I'm in Western Canada, which we affectionately deem Little Ukraine.
And I would add there were I guess three noticeable jumps in just general media coverage, and we noticed it on the space, just like we got a lot of new people coming in. That would be first the offensive in Kharkiv, and then the offensive in Kherson area was a little bit less of a bump, but still a bump. And then also the Crimea Bridge was a big moment, and also Saki Airfield. So anytime like a big thing like that happens, definitely we can tell there's a palpable increase in coverage because people come in asking about it. Any comment there, Battle Moose?
Moskva.
Yeah, Moskva, definitely. That's a good point, Colby.
No, I concur. Like anytime there's some significant event in the battle space, people come in droves, and you'll see our numbers go from an average to 600 to 1,000 to 2,000, 3,000 people in here at any given time. And then as we get the experts in and they explain it away, it kind of tapers off. So it's always in flux.
Yeah, but that's kind of how I would describe a lot of the media attention, at least in my experience. It's like, pretty intense when something's going on, but then when, nothing's going on and nothing as defined by, whatever. A lot of interesting things happen that don't seem to get a lot of traction, but we all know the Crimea Bridge blowing up, that's gonna be a story. So something like that, it'll get a lot of attention. That lasts maybe a week, 2 weeks, maybe a little more, a little less, but after that, unless something else happens, it starts to ebb a little bit, I would say. Unless anyone else has a comment, I think you had a follow up there, Saffron.
Yeah, a few hands have gone up. Maybe they can ask questions before the follow up. But the question is though to Constantine. 2014, you said you joined the military to fight in the Donbass. And how do you see this war having progressed over the years? Not just the media attention that the war has gotten since the full scale invasion, but how do you feel this war has progressed?
No, again, could you be more specific with the question? I'm afraid on this how you stated it, it will be 30-minute run for me.
Okay. Let's see. If I could whittle it down. I've heard somebody say that Putin should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for uniting the people of Ukraine. Has the Ukrainian sentiment in regards to pushing in and liberating the Donbass changed since the full-scale invasion? And if so, how has it really changed?
I would say that from people that I speak with, general is so before the war, before the wide-scale invasion, before the February, it was we had this. Okay, this war it's a frozen conflict. Let it stay. Let us live our lives. They want to be there. Russians want to control the Donbass. We don't have allies. We don't have any too much resources to fight with Russia, and we just want to get it back over a long period of time until Russian regime collapses, and back then, but and it happens. But right now, of course, when the wild scale invasion started, it's like we suffered a lot, but at the same time we realized that the Russians are not some kind of super soldiers. Most of the people who fought, like me since 2014, we knew that Russians are not super soldiers. It's just mostly disorganized people and don't know what they're doing, but of course they have quite effective units. But we knew that we could fight them in just a matter of preparation and right allies to help with equipment, because we don't have that much gas and oil as Russian do. We're not funded by Germany. And since the war started, since the wide-scale invasion started, and more people realized when after they withdrew from Kiev, Sumy and Chernihiv, we realized, those they can be fought, and they are they can be we can win. And since then, most of the Ukrainians, they are saying, okay, the only way for us is to liberate our country. The only way forward. Otherwise, we would, they would just build up and come back later, because they would, they will not. Nothing but complete victory will save us and bring peace to us. And Ukrainians mostly are ready to pay the price. And the price, of course, like you said, you've seen this. Soldiers are dying. It's not while we see a lot of videos of Russians being Russian armor equipment, planes, people being destroyed on the battlefield. We'll realize that we take the toll as well. And trust me, there is no single family in Ukraine that was not affected by this war, and who does not have a relative or a friend who has already died, who was killed by Russians. And of course, we understand this. But once again, this is if we don't fight it now till the end, it's going to be our children in the future who will fight it. So for most of the Ukrainians, it's just as simple as that. We finish this now, or it's going to be up for our children to do so. And most Ukrainians take a stand that we have to finish this now.
Sorry, I have a bunch of hands up, which is good. I will let Dr. Paul and then Nick.
Thank you, Anda. So Saffron, just to follow up on your question earlier, so I've been kind of tracking like the sentiment of like the mainstream media since the beginning of the war, and roughly the amount of time that they're spending on it. And again, this isn't like a a rigorous study. This is just me through my passive life noticing things. And what I would say, what's interesting is things got really quiet in the summer, what I'm going to call the Battle of the Donbass, and when things were, that attritional war, artillery war, not much movement, but a lot of like just artillery, their Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, etc. During that time, CNN kind of would do a little bit of, highlights on Ukraine. But what I would say is like since September, since the, what I'm going to call the Battle of Kupiansk, um, you know, Aaron Brunette specifically, which is prime time, so that's 7 p.m. Eastern time. So it's like considered what we call prime time news in the U.S., I believe. She's kind of done a consistent, like, I'm really proud of her, honestly. And I've been watching, her and following her just because she was on CNBC, which I've tracked since a long, long time. So she moved from CNBC to CNN, but she's done a really good job consistently. It's not necessarily every night a 15-minute segment, but it's 2 to 3 times a week. She does like a pretty regular segment on Ukraine. And by the way, really good footage. It's like a good segment. Like there's some honest to God good journalism within that, not just kind of reading from a teleprompter about what's going on in Ukraine, but like footage and stuff like that. So in a lot of it, we on MriyaReport, like we generally hear about these things 1 to 2 days before it's on the mainstream news. So that's kind of like the value of being on the space. But it's just to say, since September, there's been pretty consistent reporting, like kind of what I would call deep dive stuff. Not just like, hey, Ukraine got attacked by 15 missiles or 52 missiles from Russia today, but it's like a little bit more granular and kind of bringing the human story there a little bit, and like also, you know, little special deep dives on military topics from here and there. So in my view, it's picked up the last 2 to 3 months of September since September. So that's to me a positive sign. I like that. I like to see Ukraine headline, on the top of the news hour. But during the summertime, it was really dropped off. Like, I stopped watching it, in fact, for a long period of time. I would check in here and there at the top of the hour during, 7 o'clock Eastern, just to see if Ukraine was mentioned. And then if it wasn't mentioned in the first 2 to 3 minutes, I would kind of change it and just come back to MriyaReport or whatever I was doing. But just to say the last 3 months, I've noticed a big uptick. So I think that's a real positive sign. And I think that does have an impact on elections and other things like that, that it is top of mind and it's being brought up like at the beginning, at the highest volume of time when people are watching the news.
Thanks for that, Dr. Paul. Constantine, sorry, my app sort of froze while you were speaking, but I did catch about 70 to 80% of what you said. So thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Nick now.
Thanks, Handa. I wanted to thank Safran for his contributions, and to add that, and in addition to Dr. Paul and oh my goodness, I don't it's escaping me who spoke before Dr. Paul, but yeah, the American media I can speak for, and they were all Ukraine all the time after the start of the full-scale invasion, and domestic events began happening that diminished the flow of information from Ukraine. It's largely because the American news media is profit-driven rather than driven by the desire to give information, which is I don't know. I want to say pitiful, but I actually have stronger words for that in my mind. But anyway, probably the biggest comment I wanted to make for everybody in the space, including Safran, is that what bothers me the most about the way Ukraine is covered is that once upon a time, we would get regularly, and by the way, I'm not giving these moral equivalents. This is purely from a media coverage perspective. we were given updates all the time on famines in places like Ethiopia, and it numbed the public to those. The way the media delivered those things numbed the public to the human tragedies happening in famines in places like Ethiopia. And what I am terrified about right now is that the American public has become numbed to Russian atrocities in Ukraine for exactly the same reasons, because the media doesn't really know how to report for reasons that transcend profit margins. And so when there are vast quantities of war crimes and atrocities uncovered, it's just kind of like, well, that's what happens when you live next to Russia. And it doesn't, and I'm only, that's my editorial comment on the paucity of good coverage. And so I think we all really ought to, if we are Americans and if we are, if those are our news sources, please write your representatives and senators and say, we've been hearing about atrocities that nobody's covering. Could you please bring that up on the floors of your uh, uh, respective uh, congressional bodies? And that's enough out of me. Thanks for letting me speak.
And thank you, Nick. I have a lot of people up and no hands. So I am wondering, what's up with this? It's so strange. So many military on the panel. So I am Dr. Paul. I see you have you have found the question. I will defer to you, and then we can go further. Thank you.
Thank you, Anda. So Saffron, I just wanted to hear if you have any comments about kind of the Russians surrendering, Russians being captured. Have you seen or heard any uptick in that since Kupiansk fell? I think and I missed most of your time on here, so I only caught, the last, it's been a while now, but like, by the time I got on here, the conversation I could tell has been going on for a while. So, if you already discussed this, I do apologize. But if you have any insights into, you know, kind of like increased uptick in Russians, either surrendering or being captured, I'd be curious to hear about some of that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think somebody had asked about that prior. Um, I think it was in the space, but yeah, we came very close to capturing a few Russians, two specifically, I believe. While on the front, we moved from one tree line further up, and when we got to the new tree line, we realized that there were two artillery pieces way up ahead, which was very strange because artillery pieces aren't supposed to be that close to line zero. And we realized that there were a couple of people there that we didn't recognize. They weren't wearing the color. The Ukrainian forces, they wrapped their arms and helmets and guns, etc., with colored tape, and they usually pick blue or yellow, and the colored tape on the other side was different. And so, the moment we unload from the MTLB, the tracked vehicle that we were all piled up on, we realized that there were a couple of individuals down the tree line that most likely weren't friendlies. And so immediately, the commander and the second in command started shouting, like, "Who is that? Reveal yourself." And we could hear voices coming out like, "No, you reveal yourself." And so there was this back and forth conversation between the two. And it, after a few seconds, it really started to look like they weren't friendlies. And so there was a little bit of a gunfire from our end. We shot at that direction. Apparently, it turned out that they were Russian soldiers, kind of stranded in between the two tree lines that we occupied. And so they were able to run away. And we couldn't catch them because there was a small hill that they were easily able to go over. And it turned out a few hours later, they were shot down by a different battalion located to the left of us. That really sort of enforced an idea that I had when I heard about the 300,000 newly conscripted soldiers. We all know that a lot of these soldiers, they're not battle hardened. Yes, some of them have military experience, but many of them don't. They only serve for the mandatory whatever years that they needed to. And many of them don't have the same motivation that Ukrainians have, let alone motivation at all, really. And so you're going to see a lot of these guys surrender. You're going to see a lot of casualties. And I believe one of the really well-known military analysts was talking about how adding 300,000 mostly inexperienced soldiers to the front line is going to hasten Russia's defeat. So it's actually a disadvantage to Russia to populate their front line. And from a macro level, yes, that's probably true. From a micro level, 300,000, even if they're not marksmen, yeah, if there's 40 guys shooting at you as opposed to 8 or 20, yeah, that's going to do some damage. But it became very clear that one of the things that the Ukrainian military isn't well versed on, versed to some extent, but not super well trained on, is how to de-escalate a conflict right on the front so that they can take POWs. How do you take in POWs? How, are you always supplied with zip ties? Do you have zip ties at the ready? Do you have handcuffs at the ready? Do you have blindfolds? What's the standard operating procedure when it comes to disabling and disarming a soldier so that you could take them as POWs? This kind of training, very specifically, this kind of training is probably going to be very crucial to capture as many POWs as we can for the Ukrainians. Yeah, I came very close to not just witnessing, but recording that scene, and I wasn't able to. Hopefully, hopefully I'm able to. But we have captured POWs in the
Safrin?
past. Yes.
Sorry to kind of jump in and terribly
No.
sorry. According to Geneva Convention, if I'm not mistaken, we are not to show POWs. They are not to be publicized or sent around. So even if you take the photos because you are there or something, please be mindful about this, right? Dr. Paul, you have a question, and then I will go to Colby because I have a question for him.
Absolutely, just real quick. Yeah, there's a plethora of sort of standards that is proper to follow if you are to document POWs or the capturing of them. Yeah, and I'm aware of that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Onda and Saffron. In Battle Moose, you go ahead and jump in here and play referee if you feel this, risks any OPSEC stuff. So, but I'm going to ask this question, but before Saffron answers, you jump in here and stop me, okay? I was just curious, from our perspective in the U.S., far, far away, safe and sound from the war, it seems like and I'm talking about the Donbass, I guess. Most of the engagements occur at like very long ranges, and I was curious on your experience at the front. And just talk about the Russians, not Ukraine, but just the Russians, please. What was the range? Before small arms fire specifically, not artillery, but small arms, was felt on your end, if you could guess. I'm just trying to understand how close this gets to be, because so far, again, from the West and all the way here in the United States, very safe place. It seems it's a lot of artillery, it's javelins, it's Stugnas, it's long range missiles and things like that are what we see mostly. But I'm just curious of what that was like being closer to the front, if there was small arms fire, effective small arms fire, kind of like towards your area, and what range you would guess them to be at. Battle Moose, I hope that didn't violate anything.
I think Battle Moose is not near his phone or not.
I'm always here, always watching, and
always watching,
always watching.
I miss when you used to be on the host phone and you would really just be like you would magically appear. Sorry, back to
Go
you,
into
Battle Moose.
God mode, he would say.
Well, we found out that horrific things would happen if you spoke from the host phone, and that it would actually, because there's two host phones. There's a North American one, there's a European one. So Axel, who has the European one, if you speak on the host phone, it activates both phones. So basically the speaker is on. That's why we used to get Axel snoring all the time.
I do recall.
Busted.
Yeah, just airing out some of our dirty laundry here. Just so everybody knows, we're not professionals. We do not
I'm glad
have
everyone's
degrees.
human here.
Yeah, we do not have degrees in journalism. We're all volunteers. Every single person here is doing it from the side of their desk. They're doing it on their own free time. We do not take donations. Nobody here has a Patreon or a Buy Me a Coffee or all those little thingamajigs here. We don't fundraise. That's what Maria Aid does, and we support them.
Amazing. To answer your question, Dr. Paul DeSantis. Yeah, probably about 100 meters. 150, just firecrackers. It was close enough for a ricochet. You can hear the ricochet, and we had to duck our heads. I didn't see the specific tree or the specific bullet that hit the tree or the chips falling off of it, but we can hear them whizzing by. And it wasn't often that the bullets would whiz by, but once in a while, like you could hear like right above you, or right next to you. And so we very quickly realized, okay, yeah, we should really keep our heads down instead of trying to look out to see where the forces are. But quite an embarrassing little anecdote here. I was going to the bathroom out in the tree lines. I really needed to go, so I went. And as I was going to the bathroom, these these armored vehicles passed by. And as I finished, I approached the road, the dirt road that the vehicles were passing by with my camera. And I took photos of the vehicles passing. I waved, the boys on the vehicles waved back. And it looks like those were the vehicles that went straight into the firefight. So I came back to the hole that we dug, the trench, so to speak. And then minutes later, just down the tree line where those vehicles went, just fireworks, AK-74s. They have these machine guns called PKM. Funny enough, they're called Pokemon PKM. So we heard Pokemon fire, AK fire, a couple of tank rounds, and BMP fire. I don't know which side was firing, but it went on for like minutes at a time, probably a total of 15 minutes with maybe a 30-second break. Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. Being I think about it sometimes, being caught in a firefight, whether or not I could take my camera out and start shooting, and in which direction I should start shooting, and should I be up front, should I be in the back, like so I think about like the best way to operate within those situations, but it's just hard to imagine. The intensity of it was quite unreal. Probably 150 meters away. Yeah, at least that's what it felt like. Maybe it's a lot further and I just don't know, but from the sound, about 150.
I was just going to follow up real quick. Battle Moose, the one statistic that stands out in my mind, and I don't know where I pulled this from, but I've heard in the past that the average engagement is like at 800 meters. So kind of, if he's kind of right, even if we doubled it to say it was 300 meters versus 150 meters. Battle Moose, I'm curious, what are your thoughts on that?
300 meters is the standard engagement range for small arms.
Got it. So it's about average.
Right. I just wanted to correct. It wasn't us who were involved in the firefight. So the 150 is probably the Ukrainian side of the firefight. Yeah, it's very likely that the Russians were obviously further down.
Got it. Okay, so I misunderstood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, and thank you very much, Safrin. We have kept you talking for the last, I don't know, 2 hours or more. Thank you very much for coming up and for engaging with us, and for sharing your insights from the battlefield, and for the how it feels to be there with the Ukrainian soldiers, right? So thank you very much for coming up. Colby, I was wondering, in the meantime, what's Air Defense doing, and how is it? What's new? What do you have new for us today, or as an info?
What is air defense doing? Well, John Ridge actually found something interesting out about S-300s recently. So him and I have been wanting to talk about this for the last day or so. So I'll throw it over to him, and we can have a little discussion maybe.
I'd be happy to. So one of the pressing questions that has existed since February 24th has been clearly the availability of the various air defense systems, both short and long range, that Ukraine has access to. And kind of the fundamental issue there is that Ukraine does not, at least the long range systems, following the dissolution of the Soviet Union, they have not had the domestic capacity to manufacture new surface to air missile systems such as S-300, such as Buk, and a number of other related systems. They do have extensive facilities to refurbish and modernize them, but they cannot produce new systems, so their inventory has been fundamentally limited, and this has created a pressing need for deliveries of newer, modern NATO standard air defense systems from Ukraine's allies. However, one aspect of that question is beyond the systems themselves, is specifically the manufacturing of the surface to air missiles individually, of the interceptors themselves, and that's kind of been a big black hole for the better part of the past 8 months. Myself and many others who've been looking into this, we haven't really been able to get a good sense of what the availability is, what the available inventory of these interceptors is that Ukraine has access to. And that has kind of been, again, another long running concern with Ukraine's continued use of these older Soviet heritage systems, is how sustainable is their inventory of interceptors, if they're potentially not producing any new ones. So, as it turns out, I stumbled across this article the other day, which had some extremely revealing insights from, I believe, 2017. It would appear that, at least as of 2017, it doesn't give the exact year that this started, but it does appear that as of 5 years ago, Ukraine had successfully established domestic production of S-300 interceptors. So, in addition to whatever stockpiles they inherited from the now former Soviet Union, they have been continually manufacturing new interceptors for the past 5 years, as well as refurbishing and modernizing the existing inventory of interceptors. And the more interesting tidbit there is that on top of this, they also designed an upgrade, essentially an upgraded version of the 5V55R, which is one of the standard interceptors for S-300. They designed an upgraded version of that interceptor and put it into, it appears, serial production, again, at least 5 years ago. And if the data that I saw was accurate, if the crowing performances and the piece that I saw were correct, it's pretty eye-watering, or eye-popping, I should say. And it appears to be comparable in performance to a number of the very modern S-400 interceptors. So I think that we might have not been giving Ukrainian air defenses and Ukrainian missile engineering enough credit. They have had, I think they probably have access to a lot of significantly better kit than we thought they did. The bad news there is...
Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, is the unfortunate news is that the factory that manufactured those S-300 interceptors was the Vizar factory. This is the same factory, I believe it's located somewhere near Kyiv, that manufactured the Neptune anti-shipping cruise missiles. Unfortunately, this factory was was bombed and completely destroyed in April following the sinking of the Moskva.
So this helps explain why Ukrainian air defense has been as successful as it has, in my opinion, because they have lost a number of S-300 systems over the course of the war, and obviously, the S-300 in the hands of the Ukrainians, who are much more adept soldiers than the Russians are, but still, it is, the system has a lot of limitations. It is old. It is definitely not as quite as capable as the Russians have advertised, but through the combination of the Ukrainians just knowing what they're doing and the upgrades to the system and the production of these new, more capable interceptors, it all fits together and helps explain why Ukrainian air defense has actually taken such a strong toll on the Russian Air Force, and as well how they've been able to actually intercept a number of the Iskander missiles because otherwise they would have had fairly limited defenses against the Iskander M ballistic missiles. But Ukraine wasn't leveled by Iskander M's, which you would have thought if Ukraine didn't have any really relevant or capable anti-ballistic missile capability. But clearly, we kind of knew that they were managing to intercept some of them, but this helps explain how they were able to achieve that result. Is they actually were able to produce a fairly capable intercepting missile to hit those ballistic missiles that Russia was using, and hopefully they still have a decent enough inventory of those available, because we do expect the Iranian ballistic missiles to arrive in theater sometime soon. So the threat is still out there.
Thank you. Dr. Paul, I see you have a question. And then John.
Yeah, John, so glad you brought this up. So if I understand you correctly, they did, quote, in past tense, had endogenous or indigenous production of S-300 missiles. Is that accurate? I mean, I hate to say it, but like, I don't know. I'm kind of questioning whether I should ask this, but let's just say, is it possible that if it was destroyed, the manufacturing site, A, what was the volume of production, if we know, and B, is it could have moved elsewhere safely and soundly, potentially between, because that was hit quite early in the war. So any indication that production is ongoing?
So, in terms of the capacity of the Vizar plant to produce these interceptors, it didn't explicitly reference the capacity to produce new build interceptors, but I believe it did reference the number of um, S-300 interceptors they were able to refurbish in 2017, and I believe it referenced that they had a couple dozen interceptors had been refurbished. Their older 5V, 55R interceptors had been refurbished in 2017. I'm not sure if that's to mean that they have been just refurbished into in extending their shelf life, or if they've been upgraded to the standard of the upgraded 5V 55R design. That isn't specified, but at the very least they have the capacity to refurbish at a minimum a couple dozen per year, and it doesn't have any info on new build production capacity.
Just real quick, so that tells me if it's just a few dozen, that there's something else going on. That's my read of it. It's great that Ukraine has this capacity to do this, but the volume of fires and then volume of missiles and aircraft otherwise shot down. I don't have I'm not actually tracking this one for one, but overall, I think that doesn't quite add up for the number of targets shot down over the course of 8 months. What do you think, John?
I think that it's probably a combination of things. I think that the upgraded interceptors probably played a role. The thing that I keep coming back to is that at the end of the day, the two most critical factors for the success of Ukrainian air defense compared to, say, Russian air defenses is A, the level of integration between the launchers, the command post, radars, and other observation stations to detect hostile targets. That is by far the most critical aspect, followed closely by operator skill, operator training, obviously their motivation, their dedication, and the conditions in which they operate, the nitty gritty human factors of, are they well fed? Are they well hydrated? How are they working, reasonably houred shifts so they haven't been up for 36 hours straight? How's, local morale, et cetera. All of those things play, a pretty significant factor. And there's other, technical human factors, what's the user interface in the command post like, et cetera. And, the list kind of goes on and on and on. I suspect those would be the two predominant factors, but I would expect the interceptors to be making a dent.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. I have a question. You know, I always have a question. But I see Sarin has two, so I will let him ask first, and then I will go.
Yeah, apologies. When you say interceptor, you're talking about missiles that take out missiles. Am I right? Can they also take out like aircraft?
Yes, exactly. So by interceptor, I mean the individual missiles that are launched by a surface-to-air missile system. So when I say S-300 interceptor, I mean the individual surface-to-air missiles that are launched by the S-300 system. And depending on the specific system, you know, they can be optimized to intercept different targets. But so, for example, S-300, it's designed to be a long-range surface-to-air missile system designed to intercept aerodynamic targets such as aircraft, helicopters, cruise missiles, UAVs, UCAVs, loitering munitions, etc., along with some capacity to intercept ballistic targets, i.e., ballistic missiles.
Awesome, thank you.
So I read, because we are talking about the S-300. I read that Bulgaria is going to send some to Ukraine. Is this true? Do you know anything about this?
Oh, so you're talking about the Bulgarian S-300. So the Bulgarian parliament, they recently passed a bill that will allow for overt provision of heavy weapons and munitions, among various other pieces of military equipment, to Ukraine. That has already been ongoing. However, up until this point, it has been occurring covertly. So, for example, they had been providing them to other NATO members, and then from those other NATO members, they get passed around, and eventually they end up in Ukraine. So, for example, I believe what was it? There were a number of the T-72s that Czechia donated some time ago. I think in June. They did not actually. There were two shipments. The second one in June or July, that one did not actually come from Czech inventory. That came from Bulgarian inventory. They were covertly handed over to Czechia, and then from there, they were handed. The Czechs handed them over to Ukraine. So they've been doing this covertly for some time. Now there is, you know, parliamentary assent to begin to do it openly. My understanding from those more well versed in Bulgarian politics than I is that there's still, you know, some remaining hurdles to be overcome in terms of the current government in office, and a few other things. But this is a positive development. Now, regarding the S-300 systems that Bulgaria has, they have, I believe, two systems consisting of a total of 10 launchers, along with an unspecified number of command posts, radars, transloaders for the interceptors, along with, you know, an undisclosed number of interceptors themselves. Those would be a very, very welcome addition. Bulgaria, along with Greece, is one of two remaining NATO members that operates S-300. Slovakia did as well, but they handed over their one system to Ukraine several months ago. Greece has 32 launchers that are currently deployed on Crete. They have thus far refused to hand them over, to my knowledge. So that really needs to be a priority in terms of enhancing Ukrainian air defenses. Ukrainian air defenses, because at this point we have two NATO members sitting on 42 launchers worth of S-300s, which is quite frankly unacceptable. Um, there is also Turkey, which is sitting on 36 S-400 launchers. That's more tricky. Because it's Turkey and Erdogan are very tricky, considering the extent they try to have their hand in both pots and play both sides. There's also issues of there's serious concerns that those S-300s are riddled with malicious Russian software. This is a major part of the reason why when Turkey bought those systems, we kicked them out of the F-35 program, because there was absolutely no way in hell that we were going to integrate and, you know, essentially data link our most advanced stealth aircraft with a Russian-made air defense system. So that those systems would likely need to either come to the US or, some other place in Europe where we can have a good workover of them to make sure there's no malicious software on them or no, other potential, harmful capabilities that the Russians could exploit, and then from there ship them off. It would be difficult politically to pull that off, in terms of getting the Turks to agree to it to begin with, but effort does need to be made. Going back to the Bulgarian systems, I haven't seen anything specific that anything has changed in regards to those systems. If you have, I would love to hear it.
There was nothing specific that I saw. It was just this article I told you about, and I know a bit of their history with being suppliers of weapons prior to this. Colby, you're the next one, and then Dr. Paul and Safrin. Sorry.
Thank you. So I did a very deep dive on this and wrote a thread, which is now linked to the nest. Bulgaria's defense minister, in fact, said that they cannot afford to send their fighter jets or S-300s or other air defense systems to Ukraine because they would not have suitable replacements. So I detailed what Bulgaria has that Ukraine would most likely want of them, and how NATO can assist and have a strategy to get those systems from Bulgaria to Ukraine and provide Bulgaria with replacements, while simultaneously as well, of course, working on delivering Ukraine systems as well that Ukraine should already be operating by now, were it not for a lack of political will of the United States and other countries. So specifically on S-300, I did an extremely deep dive on this topic, and I even have Donnie working on this as well, or at least I asked him to, because he's Bulgarian and he has family members who speak Bulgarian, and they can probably track down information in Bulgarian a little bit easier than I can just with Google Translate. So I am prepared to say that Bulgaria has somewhere between 1 and 2 batteries of S-300 with an undetermined number of launcher. At least 3 of them exist definitively, because I can see, video of 3 in the same place at once. I suspect there's most likely more than that, at least double, I would imagine. But I know at least 3 launchers are in operational condition, and they're organized in 1 to 2 batteries. They, there's different nomenclature for different operators. The term division and fire unit gets used a lot, sometimes interchangeably, so it's all very unclear. But there's at least 1 to 2 batteries with several launchers available. If I had to guess, there's at least 6, maybe more. The 10 figure that you're referencing, John, I haven't actually been able to find any source to confirm that definitively, and I spent a large number of hours that I probably shouldn't have, but I did anyway, trying to figure this out, and I still wasn't able to come up with a conclusive answer. But anyway, I encourage everybody to read the thread, and it details all the information and what the plan is. How we have to make this happen to get Ukraine those systems, and I'll probably end up writing one around Greece as well, because the same basically applies. Long story short, we need to get Patriots into Bulgaria, and we also need to get Patriots into Ukraine. So the training process for Ukraine should start immediately, and Patriots should be deployed to Bulgaria, so the S-300s can be transferred immediately, and Bulgaria should be transferred using Lend-Lease, because Lend-Lease allows this to happen. Bulgaria should get Patriots, and they should get new helicopters, because they have helicopters that Ukraine would want as well. And Poland and/or preferably Greece need to station F-16s in Bulgaria to patrol Bulgarian airspace, so that Ukraine can have their remaining fixed-wing aircraft as well, the MiG-29s and possibly some number of Su-25s as well. And it has been reported already a while ago now that it was believed that some number of Bulgarian Su-25s were disassembled, turned into parts, and sent into Ukraine for reassembly or cannibalization to operationalize existing Ukrainian Su-25s. But Bulgaria does, in fact, still have MiG-29s, which they are planning to retire next year anyway. So it is just beyond me why we can't get those MiGs over to Ukraine, because Bulgaria is going to scrap them anyway. So if Greece and Poland could help out with, putting some F-16s in Bulgaria, that would be great. And yeah, that's what I have to say on Bulgaria right now.
Thank you. I will let you with Joseph right now. The order is up to Joseph. It should be Dr. Paul in my Safrin, Konstantin, and John Ridge. Joseph, please take over from me.
Sure. Dr. Paul, go ahead.
So Colby, thanks. I got about, I don't know how far through your thread, but maybe a third or maybe even half. But it's interesting what you said about the PAC-3s or the Patriots. So there was an allocation to not necessarily Ukraine, but to, like you said, Lend-Lease in your thread. You said Lend-Lease can be applied to the Eastern European countries. So there is some sort of allocation to increase production and likely to give PAC-3 missiles to somebody. But my comment, or my question rather, is to John and Colby. You can comment too. If I was a modern society with some of the best scientists and technology in the world, country X, and how hard would it be for me to take an S-300 missile, reverse engineer it, and then start producing it?
John, you want to field that one?
So yeah, so that's an interesting point. So it's on the one hand, it's going to be easier than you think because Ukraine likely has complete copies of not only the schematics, but a full technical data package for the missile itself, as well as all of the machine tooling and manufacturing equipment needed to produce them, because they had set up a domestic production line of them. So they likely already have all the technical data to do that. It's really, I would imagine, more so a question of, the actual investment in terms of money, time, trained personnel to work in such a facility, to set that up somewhere, either elsewhere in Ukraine or in, a neighboring NATO member. There's also, depending on what the individual components of the missile are, that also makes it trickier. So, for example, one of the issues that we have with trying to replenish the units of Stinger man pads that we've sent is the fact that, as it currently stands, the current design of the Stinger is not really feasibly manufacturable anymore because of the fact it uses the design is fairly old, and as a result, it calls for the use of very old legacy components, which are no longer we can no longer acquire them feasibly at the relevant scale and at a reasonable cost. So, as part of the replenishment of our inventory of Stingers, we're basically having to redesign the whole missile to incorporate modern components so we can manufacture it, at a sufficient scale and at a reasonable cost. Ukraine had to substantially redesign the Interceptor, I believe, because of the way that the Soviet arms industry was manufactured. Everything was highly horizontally integrated. No one single region had the ability to manufacture a weapon system from scratch, from start to finish. That was a major problem for both Ukraine and Russia. Following the collapse of the Soviet Union, both of their arms industries needed critical components that were originally produced by factories now located in the other country's territory. So they would have probably had to redesign it to use domestic components, and then we're going to have to try and source those components or find a way to substitute them reliably with our own components. That's going to potentially require some, R&D and testing aspect. That would be aside from actually physically setting up the a manufacturing plant, that would be the challenging aspect.
Funnily enough, Russia's arms industry now is like extremely vertically integrated, and that brings other problems. So they kind of have the opposite issue now, and it's Russian defense manufacturing is just kind of accommodating errors throughout the history, just going from one extreme to the other now. Dr. Paul?
Yeah, I could see his future spoof movie, like with Steve Buscemi, The Death of Stalin, about the arms manufacturing in Russia. Potentially, that's my first movie, so stay tuned. I guess, John, I was going to say, one of the critical bottlenecks you mentioned is the fund to do like a indigenous S300, S400 manufacturing. I would just say I think there's funding that's been publicly disclosed out there for that. United States $500 million or they're gonna. Not to say that's what it's going towards, but I think there's lots of funding for that. And I think there was a press release or something about the U.S. providing funding for, I don't remember the specifics, but a manufacturing plant in Bulgaria, not Bulgaria, Slovakia, somewhere for something. Sorry for the vague terms there, but just to say, yeah, we're starting to see the dots are starting to be connected a little bit here, and I think that's great. I mean, it explains away. I've been frankly stunned and happy and surprised. I mean, recall, Russia fired over 3,000 missiles. That was back in like March or April of this year, toward into Ukraine. Not that the missile defense have been shooting at all of them, but just to say, Russia or Ukraine's been able to sustain a missile defense for high volume of fire for a long time. So the ammo is coming from somewhere that's being resupplied from somewhere. So Ukraine is being able to be adaptive and able to evolve with the situation and with its allies. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul, and all participated in the answer. So Anna gave me an order. I'm just sticking to it. Anyways, it was Saffron, then Constantine. Saffron, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I was Google imaging the S300. These systems seem to be quite large. From a sort of military operational standpoint, do you think it makes sense for these systems to be taking out Orlan drones? Orlan drones are the quite capable drones that the Russians use, especially on the front and over the forward operating bases. And from almost the moment that we got to this forward operating base, they started shelling this area, and so I think we're quite visible from the air, and Russians know exactly where we're at. But if we were to have a system like this on the front, does it make sense to use it on the front, or are these meant more for big cities like Dnipro, Kyiv, etc.?
I'll start, John can finish. S-300 is not a frontline air defense system. It is intended to be further back from the front, where it can provide much wider coverage. It's part, Ukraine has an integrated air defense network, so all the systems are sort of working together where they should be. And for the most part, they seem to be doing that pretty effectively. So it's part of the network. But the purpose of S-300 is to provide longer range, higher altitude defense over a broad area. So it's not really intended to be shooting down things like Orlan 10. You're going to have a lot of shorter to medium range systems closer to the front line that would be tasked with ensuring that things like Orlan 10 are not penetrating Ukrainian airspace and being able to conduct reconnaissance. Shooting down an Orlan 10 with an S-300, theoretically you could, but Orlan is a pretty small target. So the radars and the command modules could transmit the data so the S-300 could shoot it down, but it wouldn't be a very useful use of an S-300 interceptor, and it would probably be more difficult, honestly, for S-300 to hit it, just because it's not really what it's intended to do. There's other systems that are more optimized for that role, and I will kick it over to John.
I see.
Right. So to Colby's point, S-300 has been used to successfully intercept Orlan 10s a frustrating amount of times, and I say frustrating because that is not the most cost-effective way to use an extremely expensive interceptor. So yes, they have been used to intercept Orlan 10s, in proximity to the front line. For a target like an Orlan 10 or a UAV of similar characteristics, a smaller system like a Buk would be more ideal, or potentially even some other smaller system with a cheaper per unit interceptor cost. But you have what you have, and so Ukraine is going to use whatever it has on hand. But yes, you can use S-300 to some extent in support of the front line, although it's really more so designed for point defense of critical rear areas. You can deploy it in such a way, for example, that serve an area denial role, which is what we've seen to a large extent Ukrainian air defense operating as, whereby they deny the ability of Russian aircraft to operate freely behind Ukraine, behind whatever the current front line is in a given geographic area, and deny them the ability to interdict Ukrainian assets and units in rear areas.
That makes a lot of sense. And before Constantine comes up, I do have a follow-up question for John about a comment that you made about 10 minutes ago, if that's okay. You were talking about how the Turkish, I believe, systems that they acquired from Russia with potentially like Russian spyware or reconnaissance software built in, and they were taken off of America's F-35 program. I'm assuming that means that there's some kind of like tagging system for F-35s and S-300s or surface-to-air systems that tell the surface-to-air system that this specific plane is a friendly. Is that correct? Is that what you mean by that?
More or less, yes. There's an IFF system that accomplishes that task. There's also the more significant issue is that if you were to have a situation where F-35s are integrated with the Turkish S-400 systems as part of an integrated air defense picture, just an integrated air picture in general, I should say, you're going to need to provide data that allows the S-400 system to be able to determine, if a given object is, or a given radar return that it detects, is potentially a friendly F-35, and that data or that capability would be potentially extremely damaging if the Russians were to possess it, because it would enable them to potentially identify, an American stealth aircraft, on their radar picture of their own air defense systems potentially significantly easier. That's more or less kind of at a high level what the general concern of the U.S. government was when Turkey purchased those systems.
Thanks, guys. Up next is Constantine. Constantine, please go ahead.
So I wanted to address one small thing. If it's you ask, if two things actually. If Orlan's, if you have an Orlan flying, and if it's all right to take it out with S-300 missile. Keep in mind one small thing, that S-300 missile, it may cost a lot, and there aren't many of them. But if you have one bullet flying to you, the bullet itself costs a couple of cents. and defending against that bullet may cost million, and you're going to be paying that million. So it's not the cost of what you have above you, it's what it can do, and how much damage it can cause that you should take into your calculations. And another thing, that when you say the Russians see absolutely everything, and the drones are flying, and they see, they know like a clear picture of the battlefield, that's not true. I know that we say in Ukraine, "У страха глаза велики," that means the fear has large eyes, and there are a lot of troops actually who think that way, because they're afraid. But for those who work with the drone operators, who work with the drones, who work with intelligence, it's not true. Russia has superior firepower at this moment on, for example, in Donetsk region. I think that's where you are. And if they would have superiority, if they would know absolutely everything, things would be totally different. They do have aerial reconnaissance that work pretty well. Orlan 10 drones are effective, but right now the saturation of them is much less. They know much less information about the troop dislocation, and it's more like people are being scared and saying that. I served in Ukrainian military. I remember that lots of people saying that, even commanders, without actually understanding what is happening. It's a problem that it's a lack of education. Like you said, most of the people they are came to civil life, from the civil life to join the fight, and they don't and this is new warfare as well. Drones have not, you don't find them in Ukrainian staff book about how to perform war. Yeah, keep this in mind. It's not true. Russia does not have, the superior all-seeing eye that knows absolutely every position. It's. I know lots of Ukrainian troops do believe it, and think that's true, but it's not. It's more because of their actual lack of. It's because they're civilians who came from the civil life, and they don't have the information. And I have another question to Kobe. Could you comment, if it's possible, so for Ukrainian pilots, it was a big problem, that one of the biggest problems that people don't know, that is it's not the planes that Ukraine has problems with, like they have their own types of plane. It's the missiles that Ukraine has. For those planes, we have older missiles that you have to guide. They don't have itself active head that would active seeker, which would by itself be capable of following the target. So the pilots have to literally guide the missile up until it hits. And it's a big problem if you have the dogfights. And how would you rate IRIS-T, now that Ukraine has IRIS-T systems, which of course we got the SLMs, surface launch missiles, but IRIS-T is itself, the air defense system is built around the IRIS-T missile that is capable of, it's like a sandbox missile that can be strapped up to absolutely everything. How would you rate the chances of that missile, some of them being taken and being strapped to the Ukrainian fighter jets? So is it feasible, or you think that's out of scope and not doable?
So I think John probably could speak to this further than I can. I'll just say that my understanding is that the surface-launched medium-range variant of missile that Ukraine currently has is not completely the same as the standard air-to-air missile, although I may be wrong about that. And I don't believe that it would be very simple of a task to integrate IRIS-T onto Ukrainian fighter jets. Obviously they had the harm was able to be successfully integrated, but that's a much simpler missile to integrate than a highly advanced air-to-air missile. So if any NATO air-to-air missile is going to be integrated, I suspect it probably wouldn't be something as advanced as IRIS-T, but even integrating something like Sidewinder would, it's probably going to be challenging, without having a fairly substantial amount of upgrades to the avionics in those fighter aircrafts comparable to what countries like Poland have done to their fleet of Soviet jets. And I will pass it off to John.
Right. So there's two separate but related classes of missiles here. So there's I'm trying to think of a good way to break this down. So one thing to consider is that my understanding is the IRIS-T in its air-launched version is primarily a short-range system. I think what its published ranged is somewhere out 20 to 30 kilometers. The issue that I've heard expressed from Ukrainian pilots in various interviews that they've given is not necessarily with the long range, the short range air to air missiles, but the BVR, the beyond visual range, in other words, the long range air to air missiles that engage, at 45 plus kilometers, depending on, obviously the specific missile. The issue was that the Russians have a greater quantity of them, and that they have access to more modern, more recently developed BVR air-to-air missiles, and that this has become a significant problem because the fact that they can engage at greater range than Ukrainian aircraft can. And this also comes back to the point you were making, Konstantin, about the fact that they have access to more of the fire and forget active radar homing missiles than Ukraine does. So the kind of the standard, the ones that Ukraine currently has access to is, I believe they have in inventory some of the older variants of the R-27 air-to-air missile, so the AA-10 Alamo in NATO parlance. Russia uses this as well. They also use the more newer R-77, the AA-12 Adder. I know Ukraine has a technical data package to produce the R-27 because they've licensed its production to a number of other countries. I think I'm pretty sure they've licensed the production of that missile of the R-27 to at least one or two other countries. I don't know if they had a production line set up actively before the war. I don't have any insight into that, unfortunately. The kind of the fundamental problem that we get into when we talk about integrating, a BVR fire and forget munition like, say, AMRAAM, the AIM 120 AMRAAM, which is the U.S. standard munition for this purpose. The issue is that due to the way that the seeker and the guidance package is designed, they essentially exploit they use the aircraft's onboard radar to determine the position of whatever aircraft is being targeted, calculate the general velocity and acceleration vector, and from there, predict a future flight path. And then that data is then the missile does all that. Or I'm not sure if it's actually done on board the missile or on board the aircraft, but in any case, that data is passed along to the missile. The missile is then launched. It has an INS guidance system, inertial navigation system on board. It flies out to the general area where the aircraft is predicted to be, and then from there, it activates its relatively short-ranged active radar seeker head for terminal guidance, and from there, homes in to destroy the target. The problem is the range at which you are fundamentally limited in the range that you can engage at by the maximum range of the aircraft's onboard radar. So even if we could install an AMRAAM on a MiG-29, on a Ukrainian MiG-29 or a Ukrainian Su-27. The problem is the fact that, you know, though the AMRAAM has some quite substantial range, I think the latest versions it's 100 plus kilometers. A MiG-29's radar range is maxed out at I think 45-ish kilometers. So that still won't solve the fundamental issue of Russian aircraft being able to engage at significantly longer ranges than Ukrainian aircraft can. We would have to quite literally take the aircraft, rip out the radar, and put in a new aircraft, or excuse me, put in a new radar, and that would be an enormously expensive and time-consuming operation that would take those aircraft out of the fight for an extended period of time. Obviously, Ukraine's Air Force, they have compared to Russia, they have a much more limited number of airframes, and they need every single one that they have. So I'm not sure that that is practical. I know that was long-winded, but does that answer your question, Konstantin?
Yeah, I'm a bit lost right now, sorry. But yeah, you you answered something. Thank you.
Thank you, John and Constantine. So I wanted to put out just a couple of general announcements. Of course, you're listening to Late Night Air Defense on the Maria Report. This is something usually Colby and I do, but today we are blessed by the presence of John. He knows his way around a missile, of course, but also Constantine, who is also a great resource for what's going on in Ukraine right now. We also have Saffron here, someone who's on the ground in Ukraine right now. And that's what we do here. We discuss the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against Ukrainians. The Russian forces are currently launching both missiles, ballistic missiles, and suicide kamikaze drones. I don't know. There's probably a proper term that John knows that I don't for all this stuff. Anyway, they're launching them at civilian targets, right? They're trying to kill civilians with them. They're trying to terrorize the Ukrainian population, so the Ukrainian population, I guess, will pressure their government to surrender. It's not working, right? It didn't work in World War II. It didn't work during the Blitz in London or whatever. But this is their go-to because they're not able to defeat the Ukrainian army on the battlefield. They're trying to attack people without weapons who can't fight back, right? So air defense has become a very important topic here on the Maria Report as a result. It's an important thing to know about. And if you have any questions, we are very fortunate that people like John and Colby can answer them for us. So please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen if you do have any questions about air defense in Ukraine right now. It's a very interesting topic. Of course, if you could retweet the space, let people know that's what we're talking about, let people know we're here. And it always does help us. It helps us on the algorithm. And you guys do really support us and make it possible for other people to learn about us. We get all kinds of people who wander in here and go, what's this about air defense in Ukraine? And it does, reach out to some people who might not have heard about us. So thank you. And last but not least, we support a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine called MriyaAid.org. So please do check it out. It's a great organization based in Canada, and it's run completely by volunteers. That means there's no cell phone bills paid, there's no administrative costs, there's no salaries. Everyone's volunteers, so 100% of everything goes directly to getting non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So please do check them out, and if you're so able, you're so inclined, please do consider giving what you can. So with that, I will now go to Dan. Dan, please go ahead.
Yeah. Am I coming through all right? It's windy outside. I'm walking the dog.
Yeah, you're pretty good, man. Go ahead.
All right. My understanding is that one of the Ukrainians' biggest air-to-air problems is that the Russians have some semblance of an AWACS and they just don't. And I mean that's the top-down thumb on the scale that I just don't see how we fix short of managing to kill the Russian AWACS, because we're not going to give them one. And if we committed AWACS to flying along the Dnieper, I assume we would just go ahead and commit the rest of our Air Force to and end this damn thing. Pardon my French.
Jan?
So Ukraine may not have airborne early warning and control aircraft, but NATO does. And I am quite confident that they are passing quite a bit of data to the Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainian Armed Forces. It's unclear what the exact extent of that is, but I'm nearly 100% certain it is occurring to some extent. One thing I will say is I'm not sure about the relevant ranges there, since they are primarily going to be operating either over the Black Sea or opposite the border from Western Ukraine, whereas the Russian A-50s would be potentially operating over the Black Sea near Crimea or over Western Russia or over Belarusian airspace, so they're potentially much closer to the front line. That's another consideration, but NATO is passing along quite a massive amount of data to Ukraine to assist in their air defense picture and to assist the Ukrainian Air Force.
I realize they're doing quite a bit of that, but my understanding, which is imperfect, of the ranges involved is that, like, AWACS over Poland only do you so much good if your dogfight is over Kharkiv. And secondly, we have not given the Ukrainians any aircraft capable of taking NATO data links. So so much of what the AWACS does as far as designating for missiles and so on is you can't do that by voice. I'm quite willing to believe that they're passing data directly to the IRIS-T system that just got there and the NASAM systems that will be there very soon. And I'll point out that when the IRIS-T got to Kherson, Russian helicopters just started falling out of the sky like they were acorns or something.
Well, thank you, Dan. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
It went
Oh,
dead
yeah.
air.
Oh,
It went
yeah, dead air, right?
right?
But I don't know, John or Colby, anything to add to Dan's point or no? I'm a little out of my depth here, Dan.
Yeah, Ukraine isn't going to get an AWACS from NATO. That's not going to happen. And yes, NATO, the United States, are providing Ukraine with some level of ISR support. It is limited, though. Congress has complained about the extent to which it is limited by the NSC. The floodgates certainly, I don't think were ever opened, and the NSC is still keeping a fairly tight control on the information that is provided to Ukraine. I am skeptical that there is a direct link between NATO AWACS and Ukrainian systems because, technically speaking, I don't think Ukraine has been provided with the tools to receive that data in real time. And again, I'm deeply skeptical that that has been authorized by the NSC. IRIS-T introduces the capability for that link to happen in real time. I personally am still skeptical that would happen. We won't ever know because that's going to be highly classified. But we do know that Congress has complained about the extent to which the NSC is rationing that data that has been provided to Ukraine. So maybe it's happening, but I'm skeptical, and I don't think that that's probably going to happen. And they're not going to be provided with an AWACS. That's just not going to happen.
Well, I understand we're not going to give them an AWACS, but we could give them a few cruise missiles to kill the Russian AWACS at their bases. That would be very helpful. And yes, I would fire Jake Sullivan in the morning if I was in charge.
Sadly, I think the problem is a little bit more extensive than Jake Sullivan, but yes, I agree with you.
He's either the actual nexus of it or he just gets the credit, but either way, I would say goodbye. Thank you, sir, and goodbye.
Thank you, Dan.
Could I
Okay,
just say
guys.
real
So,
quick,
yeah.
Dan Miner, your voice and the sound and the static, it sounds straight out of like a black and white film, and it just sounds epic. I have to mention that.
I've learned Dan takes a lot of dramatic pauses. I used to sit and I would try to cut in because like I thought he was done, but I've learned he'll tell me when he's done, and he just goes, and he's got a nice timbre to his voice. I agree. Anyway, so I wanted to talk, John and Colby, if you're familiar with the Punisher drone, right? We heard a little bit about this, back, I don't know what, a few months ago. They started working on this. To my knowledge, it's now out. It's deployed. I think I saw a video of it. I mean, John, have you seen it? Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? What's going on?
No, I have not. This is something I need to look up, which I am doing right now.
All right, I'll send you something, John. Colby, how about you?
I've heard about this. I've not done any significant research into it. I know that Ukraine has been working on a number of different indigenous drone designs and loitering munition designs, and this is one of them. There's another one that's kind of come into the limelight recently, whose name I'm forgetting. But this is something that Ukraine's been working on, and they've there's a lot of systems they've been provided. There's these systems they're working on. Obviously, there's widespread use of just commercial drones. As for the specifics of the Punisher drone, I don't know if we have any information about it being used in combat yet. But I look forward to hearing more about it.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. I threw a video up if you guys want to take a look at it. I guess I should throw in the nest too. Why not, right? I don't know. It just seems quite interesting. It's like a fixed wing drone, but it drops. Oh, let me just turn off this music. It drops like little bombs, and it seems quite accurate. I don't know. I'm just wondering. It seems like I don't want to say a different way to use or a different type of drone, but I mean, almost, right? I mean, I guess I've seen fixed wing kamikaze ones, and I've seen quadcopters that drop bomblets, but I don't think I've seen fixed wing bomblet or little bomb drones. So I'm just wondering, John, I mean, you've seen this thing now, right? Have you seen the video? What do you think about this thing?
So, from what I can tell, it would seem that the notable aspect of this UAV is that seems to be a quite large munition that it's dropping relative to the munitions that we've seen other Ukrainian UAVs deploy. I'm trying to pull up the specs there right now. Yeah, it's a 75 millimeter unguided high explosive, so presumably HE blast frag, 500 millimeters in length, designed to destroy or disable stationary structures, control points, light armored vehicles, infantry, etc. It'd be good to know what the explosive mass is on this, but it seems to be notably a decent bit larger than some of the other UAV deployed munitions we've seen thus far, which tend to be, standard 40 millimeter grenades or, similarly sized munitions.
Yeah, so I threw up a video in the nest. You check it out, folks. Quite an interesting. I don't know, John, am I off base there? Like, have we seen fixed wing bombers like that before? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
So Ukraine does have a number of fixed wing UAVs. The PD-1 and the PD-2 come to mind. They also have add-on VTOL packages that essentially they can add on two sets of propellers under each wing to enable to take off the UAV to take off and land vertically without the use of some sort of airstrip. I'm not sure that either of those can, as designed, carry any munitions. I believe they're strictly ISR UAVs. However, we have seen a number of them converted into loitering munitions, like the one that hit that oil refinery in Russia a couple months ago, and those very amusing videos of those Russians laughing about it as it flew in. But I don't know, beyond the larger ones like the TB2, I don't know any fixed wing UCAVs that Ukraine has. If anybody else does, I'd be very excited to hear about them.
Constantine, have you heard about the Punisher drone? And is there anything you want to add about just this whole concept of a fixed wing that drops a bomb type drone?
I'm watching the videos of them right now. That's all my knowledge.
Great, thanks, Konstantin. Dr. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, so on the topic of the UAVs, or like Major Drew says in the parlance of the civilian world, drones. John, it's kind of interesting. I believe Ukraine was given 200 Scan Eagle drones. That the quantity could be wrong, but the interesting thing is the loiter time is 20 hours, right? And that's like quite significant. And then you combine that capability with the Excalibur or the what is it, the M982, whatever the cheaper precision guided munitions for 155 is. I mean, how we haven't heard anything about them since they were announced. Essentially, you know, you don't need to discuss it if you've heard about it or whatever. But we haven't seen any of them shot down, and B, we've seen Russian casualty counts go up between anywhere from 500 to 900 a day, and then we've seen these like spectacular precision guided munition strikes on tanks, artillery, supply vehicles, command posts, etc. There's a little trend there. I'm not sure if it's, there's a correlation necessarily that the Scan Eagles are responsible. Just to say, we haven't heard anything about them, but what the important part of it is, Ukraine has much better 24/7 coverage of the entire line of contact since they entered, whenever that was. But to my knowledge, is many months ago. But any comments or thoughts on that, John?
So I haven't seen anything about the Scan Eagles either. To be quite frank, I'm not as plugged into the UAV stuff as some others are. I know how to Google them, but I haven't spent a massive amount of time reading about the specific ones in theater. So unfortunately, I haven't seen anything about them being used beyond the initial announcement.
So Constantine, I mean, do you have any comments on that? So these drones are able to fly for 20 hours at a time. They were given, a long time ago, presumably to Ukraine, in sufficient quantities to cover almost every kilometer of the front line, from all the way from, let's call it Kherson, all the way up towards Kharkiv. There's that many of them that were given. So, do you have any comments on that, Constantine, or any thoughts?
So how many, sorry, I'm asking Miss, how many were given? Because when people say enough to cover the entire line, it just, it's a very bold statement. I just, what is the number?
I believe it was 200. And John or Colby, please correct me. I didn't get a chance to Google that part. I was Googling the capabilities, but they can fly Constantine for 20 hours at a time. And even if it's 15 hours, that's significant. So 15 hours, and they got 200 of them. Even if 100 of them are flying at a time, and they cruise in speeds about 70 miles per hour. So quite easily they can cover more than enough range to cover, I don't want to say every inch, but they can cover most of the line quite easily, I think.
I don't know about 200. I think they were first provided in an August PDA, and that was 15 of them. Maybe more were provided subsequently. I'd have to double check. I'm not at my desk right now, so I can't get that too easily on mobile. But I know the first PDA only had 15 of them.
So I will. I don't think 200 can cover. What are the optics? Because 200 is a large and good number, but what are the optics from them? And even if you have 200 with the speed of 700, 700 kilometers per hour. It's still looking at any given moment only at certain point, and there are limited windows when you can launch them. It's not like they are endlessly flying around, and because they can get shut down, and our drones do get shut down all the time. Drones are consumables for that people should understand. Like even tanks are consumables in this wild scale war. And but to understand if what it can cover, you first thing with the drone is you have to realize what kind of optics it can have. It has.
Yeah, thanks, Constantine. Yeah, Colby, you're absolutely correct. That is, there's definitely 15, so not 200. I was wrong, and I think I did the math like at some point when that first was announced, and I think it all adds up to being able to kind of patrol the total potentially. Not that that's what they're doing with them, just that it would have the range to kind of cover the front line. But yeah, the only confirmation is 15 of them. And Constantine, I don't know the quality of their optics. I imagine they're good. They cost over $100,000 each. I imagine they're every bit as good as what's being used, and if not far better, given it's a like U.S. defense production, asset. So I imagine they're quite good.
Okay, so yeah, if it's good, with 200 you can cover a lot, but you won't even if you have 200, you would have probably only not even 100. Probably would take 1 to 3 usually plus 10%. So you would have around 60 operating at any given time, and even you can have, and even if you could have endless flight from one point to another with keep them constantly in there, 60 of them to cover entire front line. It's like it does not work like that. It just simply doesn't, because it's like saying, okay, if I have, there are a lot of arguments about Texas southern border in United States. It's like saying, okay, we have southern border is 1,000 kilometers, and we have one soldier that can travel 5 kilometers a day. So all we need is 1,000 divided by 5, which is 200 soldiers. Plus they will have three shifts. So we will have 200 by 3, and we need 600 soldiers to close the border. It does not work like that. It just simply does not. The drones get shut down. They break. Sometimes there is human error on launch, and then the drone looks at only at a given point of it looks at given time, at given point on the ground when it flies. It does not have this um, uh, equipment that would allow it to cover entire area of like 5 kilometers. Also, there is analytics to it. You have to have people watching it and then interpreting what it seems, what it sees, and it's so much more complicated than just having those number of drones. As an example, I can give you, we're given like I provided. Not me. I helped to provide Matrix 300 drones, which have absolutely great optics. The camera itself costs only $1,200, and it can see up to 15 kilometers. The guys can see enemy equipment up to 15 kilometers away. It does not mean that for 30 kilometers frontline unit, 2 drones would, or even 6 drones would be enough, because that would cover it. It just it's not, doesn't work like that. You have one given unit that gets an opportunity, that knows, okay, there is no for example AVAX working to to suppress it, or there is no air defense systems, or it can get as close as this at this given moment. And there's a lot of things that has to be taken into consideration. So I would never try to use this trying to draw the circles of how far can it fly, and spreading them over the front line. Things are just much more complicated than that, and just try to avoid doing that.
Murphy's Law.
Thank you very much, guys. So Anda had some stuff going on, but we got Charles up. We got Charles and myself. Welcome up, Charles.
Good evening or good morning if you're on my side. Good to see you, or good to hear you.
You too, man. So we've got Saffron here. Saffron's actually on the front lines in Ukraine. He's with a unit that's with the 93rd Brigade, in my understanding. So has been interesting discussing with him. We discussed some stuff with him for a few hours. Then we went to the topic of air defense. There's been a few developments, so we discussed that for a little while. I think now we sort of are on the topic of drones and maybe moved sort of into, I guess, broadly speaking, reconnaissance and you know how Ukraine's getting I don't know. I guess maybe I'm starting to get out of my depth in terms of where the topic's going. But we got John and Colby here. We're talking about you know the good strategic missile-y, radar-y type stuff. I would say is the topic at hand. Charles, so I'll let you run the hands, buddy. Go ahead.
All right, great. Yeah, good morning or good evening, everybody. Yeah, I was listening into the conversation. It's always great when Colby and John are here. I can learn about missiles and all things missile related. I love the name of that drone, the Punisher. That's absolutely fantastic. It's good to have you on the space, Efren. Sorry, I missed some of the conversation. I was just waking up this morning, so if I ask a question later and it's already been stated, my apologies. Yeah, let's maybe go to hands. I think Eric. I think Eric was first.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good morning. I joined the U.S. Army back in 1981 at the age of 17, and I was a 16 Romeo, which was a Vulcan machine gunner, and back then we had the Hawk missile system.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's breaking up a bit, but we lost you at Hawk missile system.
Okay, yep, we had the Vulcan machine gunner, which was a 20 millimeter Gatling gun, fires 3,000 to 4,000 rounds per minute of 20 millimeter shells from a 5-barrel Gatling gun, and we had the Red Eye missile system, which was just being phased out, and they were bringing in the Stinger missiles back then in 1981. So my question is, so I know Vulcan machine gun system anymore, mounted on APCs, but they were going to replace that with a Sergeant York DeBad gun, which was a total bust. But I know that they use a similar the failing system for ADA on in the Navy, and I'm wondering, does Ukraine have any version of the Vulcan to go after these flying lawnmowers from Iran?
Great, thanks a lot, Eric. Yeah, I know we've mentioned. I'm just going to mute you so I don't have any background noise. But I know we've mentioned that a little bit on this space. But looks like John, can you respond?
Yes. So to my knowledge, we haven't supplied any VADs to Ukraine as of yet, as far as I'm aware. I've kind of been harping on the VADs, either in the original self-propelled version or the towed version for point defense of critical infrastructure against the Shahed 136s, the Iranian loitering munitions. It's not an ideal solution in the sense that its radar capabilities are somewhat limited, and the range of the 20 millimeter Gatling is not fantastic, but it's better than nothing when you're defending critical infrastructure. So I'm not sure how many we still have in inventory. I believe South Korea, they have quite a few in inventory. I believe they also have a number of the towed systems as well. I'm not sure if they still have these set up, but at one point I know they had a lot of the towed platforms set up on high-rise buildings throughout Seoul. So I would be hopeful that we could acquire some, but that would be a stopgap solution. I'd also like to see, CRAM as well for point defense against cruise missiles, as well as the loitering munitions, as well as the Avenger system. But every little bit helps.
Okay, thanks a lot, Colby.
A automatic cannon SHORAD thread will be forthcoming at some point in time for me, so stay tuned.
Okay, that sounds like good news. When you say point defense, John and Colby, Is this like, I think they use these phalanx systems like around the green zone in Baghdad and that type of area. Is that what you mean?
Yes, I mean defense of a limited geographic area, usually of a specific either individual or a series of geographically concentrated strategic targets. So in this case, the targets of the valuable assets that Ukraine would be trying to protect here would be, for example, critical electrical infrastructure, so thermal power plants and other types of electrical infrastructure, major substations, etc. Something like VADS or Avenger or CRAM would be ideal for intercepting, loitering munitions, cruise missiles, etc. Well, CRAM for the cruise missiles, I'm not sure if VADS would be capable of that, but in any case, for intercepting the residual munitions that make it through the rest of Ukraine's air defense network.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Does that answer your question, Eric?
Yes, it does. Yeah, I drive semi every night, overnight, and sometimes it takes me a while to jump back on. But yeah, yeah, it answers my question. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks a lot, Eric, and drive safe. All right, let's go to Dan.
Yes, I was been doing a speed Google on the Scan Eagle here, which I didn't realize had actually arrived. But if it does, it would certainly explain the uptick in Ukrainian artillery casualties. It does have day-night thermals, and I quote from their website, a targeting package. So if the Scan Eagle can feed coordinates straight to HIMARS, which you kind of think would be its job, that would explain some of the videos we've been getting lately. And I assume the Russian artillery kills going from 3 or 4 today to the best part of 20. Of course, they did have 200 of them. But,
yeah,
you hand out 15